Preface. When I look back on the more than 100 public talks I have given about my experience as a machine gunner in World War II, it is children who have provided my most appreciative audiences. After speaking to a class of elementary school students, I received a number of thank you letters from the kids. Dear Mr. Andrews, thank you for coming to our 4th grade class today. If you had not come, I very probably would have made an F on my history test, one wrote. A young girl expressed a more profound sentiment. Dear Mr. Andrews, your talk was so cool. I am so glad you are alive. My daddy said that most veterans your age are already dead. Naturally, I drew great encouragement from her kind words. Whether speaking to children, university students, civic clubs, or senior citizens, I never cease to be amazed at the heartfelt reaction. It is a response that reflects the abiding gratitude and deep respect that Americans continue to feel for all those who served in World War II, especially toward those who sacrificed their lives. With so many veterans of that conflict now passing away, my friends of historical bent have convinced me to put my account of the war in writing so that it would not be lost to future generations. My story is that of a Signal Mountain, Tennessee boy. Upon finishing my senior year at Central High School in Chattanooga in the summer of 1943, I practically stepped off the graduation platform and into the back of an Army truck. The small convoy of trucks delivered 250 of my fellow high school graduates and me to the induction center at nearby Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, where we raised our right hand and were sworn into the U.S. Army. Following the completion of our training at Fort McClellan, Alabama, and Bridport, England, my war began on D-Day, June 6, 1944, when I landed on Omaha Beach in German-occupied France as part of the Allied invasion, serving in the 2nd Machine Gun Squad, 2nd Section, 2nd Platoon, H Company, 2nd Battalion, 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Division. I was engaged in the terrible fighting that stretched from the invasion of France until the end of the war in Czechoslovakia in early May 1945. The resulting memoir does not present a broad chronicle of the war, but rather my own small window onto the events of that time. Indeed, a battle that merits only a passing sentence in a history of the 1st Infantry Division may fill an entire chapter in this book. My account of the war will have much in common with the millions of other GIs, government issues, slang for American soldiers, who went off to fight, except that it tells my own unique story. You will find no reports of spectacular feats or heroic actions on my part, just an effort to describe the war as I personally witnessed it and experienced it. Even after the passage of 7 decades, my days as a soldier are almost as fresh to me as if they had taken place last week. Indeed, those intense moments in combat remain as vivid and terrifying for me now as they were at the time. While part of me seeks to stay as far away from the horrors of the battlefield as possible, the war forces itself back into my consciousness again and again. Memories from the war do not haunt me, but they do often fill my thoughts and flash uninvited through my mind. Grinding physical exhaustion, dust, mud, rain, ice, snow, and cold, constant orders to attack no matter the weather. Slogging forward with the heavy machine gun tripod slung over my aching shoulders. Sinking into freezing mud as I catnapped in a foxhole. Forever trying to wipe mud from my eyeglasses. Pitying the war's destitute and homeless refugees and the sick and starving little children with beautiful sunken eyes in pain-racked faces. Sudden firefights, muzzle flashes with enemy rifles aimed at my machine gun position, knowing my devastating weapon makes me their target. Bullets buzzing by my head and snapping off the twigs and small branches around me. Shooting my .45 pistol at German soldiers from point-blank range. The dreadful metallic creaking of an approaching enemy panzer. The swoosh of an incoming German mortar round. A deafening explosion yards from my position, the shrill whine of incoming artillery shells, their earth-shaking and air-convulsing detonations that fling lethal shrapnel and mud in every direction, the gut-wrenching cries of the wounded in the midst of night combat. When remembering battles where so many soldiers crouching or running along beside me at one moment were killed by bullets or shrapnel in the next, I remain amazed at the countless times God spared my life. In reliving the brutal fighting in the Hürtgen and Battle of the Bulge, where I survived with only wounds while thousands of other men were slaughtered, I recall my constant prayers, pleading over and over to God to give me the physical strength to endure, to keep me in His protection, and to let His will be done with my life. At the end of firefights so fierce that my entire concentration had been on killing the enemy, I always took time to thank God for my survival. With my eyes blurred by tears, I also prayed for the mothers, dads, wives, and sweethearts of those men who had just fallen before my machine gun. My war story is first and foremost a testimony of how God, in His grace, held me close to Him from my war's beginning in Normandy on D-Day to its longed-for end in Czechoslovakia on VE Day. Other guys claimed to possess some lucky token, but my lucky piece was the Lord, and I trusted Him to protect me. He blessed me with a long, full life that so many other boys from that time never got the chance to know. This memoir is dedicated to the memory of my friends and my buddies, as well as all those Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice during the war and cannot tell their stories. By sharing my own account, I hope to bring a little greater understanding of that war in which they gave their lives, and thus honor their memory. On a more personal level, I wish to dedicate this book to the memory of my late wife and love of my life, Helen Andrews. My 50 years with her were a celebration of the peace and freedom for which we fought, and so many fell. In a larger sense, I leave this memoir as my testament to the younger generation and all the future generations of Americans yet unborn. In sharing my combat experiences, it is my fervent prayer that they may never know war firsthand. Ernest Albert Andy Andrews, Jr., Black Mountain, North Carolina, Fall 2015. Forward. My sister Sarah and I were born 7 and 9 years after our father returned home from the war, having survived from D-Day through the remainder of the conflict in Europe. Its horrors and ravages were ever present in his heart and soul, but in our early life, we never knew of them. Instead, both he and my mother were committed to offering the opposite of what he had experienced, a home of peace and tranquility, and that was exactly what they provided, a place of creativity, humor, friendships, and love. Looking back, I don't know how he did it. Somehow he was able to push down the memories, the images, the violence, and the blood, and if he didn't suppress them, he hid them from our view. As we grew a little older, a few stories began to emerge, but they'd been sanitized for children, more like a war story in a Disney cartoon, cleaned up with a good ending. It all changed when he signed me up to accompany him on a trip to Europe commemorating the 50th anniversary of D-Day. 15 veterans and their sons traveled together from one memorial to another, the old men basking in the hearty welcomes and celebrations in village after village. For all of them, memories came flooding back as they passed by familiar landscapes and towns. Quiet tears slowly seeped from their eyes, and frequent times of silence fell over the group. And then they began to tell their stories. When we walked on Omaha Beach together, followed by weaving our way through the white marble graves at the Allied Cemetery at Normandy, Dad was quiet and thoughtful, kneeling at the graves of fallen comrades he remembered. Our next visit on the tour was the nearby German cemetery where their men and boys were buried. As the bus arrived at the cemetery, many of the old soldiers didn't want to leave their seats. The understandable pain and anger inside were just too much for them. Dad was at the front of the bus before it came to a complete stop, and when the doors opened, he got out and walked quickly to the nearest grave, one of the many black granite crosses, each representing 5 German men who had died on D-Day. He bowed down, wrapping his arms around the cross as if it were an old friend, and began to sob. Through his tears, he said, "I'm so sorry I killed you. I took you from your mom and dad, your brothers and sisters, your wife, your children. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Somehow in that moment, he felt their grace. It was as if one of his former enemies said, "You are forgiven. I understand. We all did what we had to do." From that day on, that which had been suppressed began to be released, and over time, we began to get the rest of the story. The nightmares, the reason he never finished college, PTSD, witnessing his buddies die, remembering the men he had killed, and the innumerable horrors of war. Stories upon stories. "I've thought about the war every day since I got off the boat at the war's end," he said. "I still think about it." Since then, he was interviewed often, spoke at countless schools and events, and was a regular on the small-town parade circuit. A former German soldier who lived nearby became a dear friend. He found healing in the stories and wanted them to have a purpose. Through the years of interviewing, writing, and rewriting, David Hurt has honored my father with this rich collection of stories, and we, his family, are grateful. Andy Andrews was a man of peace, and it was his mission to promote peace until his dying day. And just like the good soldier, he accomplished his mission, and now his story lives on. Al Andrews, son of Private First Class Ernest A. Andrews, Jr., Summer 2021. Introduction. War is a great paradox. In one respect, it violates society's fundamental moral prohibition against taking the lives of our fellow human beings. In another, it asks the soldier to lay down his or her own life for comrades and country, embodying one of mankind's highest virtues. War might thus be said to epitomize both inhumanity and humanity. This profound ethical tension is perhaps best understood through a soldier's individual encounter with war. A military history can describe the overall course of a war or particular unit's record, but only a first-hand account can begin to capture the deeply searing and utterly terrifying experience each human being endures in combat. My first opportunity to speak at length with Andy Andrews about his service as a machine gunner during World War II came when I joined a group from Asheville, North Carolina, on a trip to the National World War II Museum, formerly the National D-Day Museum, in New Orleans in early 2003. Despite the passage of decades, Andy described his combat experiences in vivid detail, bringing those events to life as if he had just returned home from the war in 1945. Though it was immediately apparent to me that his war story would make an enthralling book, I had to wait to approach Andy about such a project. At that time, I was assisting Andy's good friend William Lubbock in writing about his experiences as a soldier in Germany's Wehrmacht armed forces during World War II. However, shortly after the 2006 publication of Lubbock's memoir, At Leningrad's Gates, the story of a soldier with Army Group North, Andy and I began to work on his book. Over the next 9 years, we collaborated to develop a full account of his experiences in World War II. Sadly, Andy passed away on April 22, 2016, at the age of 92. Although his memoir was not yet finished when he died, Andy had helped me develop a rough draft of all 22 chapters of the manuscript that allowed me to complete the writing and editing over the ensuing 5 years. While Andy did not live to see the publication of his account, I cannot think of any better tribute to his life and his military service than to see his compelling story come out in print. No words are adequate to fully communicate the intense terror and unrelenting horror of combat, but Andy forcefully conveys the physical and psychological reality of the battlefield at the personal level. He also eloquently recounts his struggle to retain both his basic human decency and his deep commitment to his Christian faith amid the war's brutality and carnage. Although war memoirs tend to concentrate almost exclusively on the events that occurred during the conflict, Andy and I felt it was essential to include a little bit about his background, growing up in Tennessee before the war. Not only does his account provide a window into how one American family witnessed the rise of Hitler and Nazi Germany, it also offers a first-hand look at wartime America after Pearl Harbor. Likewise, this memoir also briefly covers the decades after the conflict in an effort to describe the ways in which the conflict shaped Andy's post-war life. In preparing the narrative, we have made every effort to produce a faithful chronicle of Andy's personal experience. Though the truth of any such testimony is always subject to the limits of individual perception and the frailties of human memory, Andy's retelling of his story in dozens of public talks since the war has been extremely helpful in preserving his recollections. While acknowledging that memory is imperfect, we have nonetheless decided to include Andy's recollections of various wartime conversations in the book. Certainly, it is not possible to produce anything even close to a verbatim record at this distance in time, but we deemed it useful to retain his account of these verbal exchanges in the belief they reflect the basic content of what was said. On a more practical level, it is far more engaging to read dialogue than simply a summary of these conversations. Beyond relying on his own memories of the war, we have also referenced Andy's discharge papers and other U.S. Army records for historical details. Particularly useful were two official daily reports on the wartime movements and actions of Andy's company, History of Company H, 16th Infantry Regiment, covering the period before June 6, 1944, and Organization History of Company H, 16th Infantry, The Invasion of the Continent, covering the period after June 6. Though U.S. Army documents provided us with the detailed historical context for Andy's war memoir, the books Danger Forward, The Story of the 1st Division in World War II by H.R. Knickerbocker et al., The 16th Infantry, 1798 to 1946 by Lieutenant John Baumgartner et al., and Blood and Sacrifice, The History of the 16th Infantry Regiment from the Civil War through the Gulf War by Stephen E. Clay, were also beneficial in helping us gain a broader overview of the larger operations in which Andy's company was involved. In sum, we have worked diligently to ensure the memoir is as historically accurate as possible, but acknowledge that inaccuracies and other inadvertent mistakes may yet exist. For any such errors, we apologize in advance. Andy Andrews was a member of what the journalist Tom Brokaw has aptly called America's greatest generation. Growing up amid the hardships of the Great Depression, these men and women labored, fought, and sacrificed to achieve victory in World War II and secure the post-war peace. Like Andy, that generation is passing from the scene, but their extraordinary legacy will be lasting. In telling one small part of that epic story, Andy's memoir sheds a little more illumination on the war and that time. I hope you will find his tale as gripping and as moving to follow in print as it was to hear in person. It has been my great privilege to assist Andy in writing this account and helping to see it to publication after his passing. David B. Hurt, Knoxville, Tennessee, Summer 2021. Prologue. Prelude to Invasion. Dawn, June 1, 8:30 a.m., June 6, 1944. Camp D8, a pre-invasion marshalling area at Downwood, just north of Bencombe in Dorset, England. Dawn, 8 a.m., Thursday, June 1. The shrill blast of Sergeant Gentry's whistle abruptly jarred me out of my slumber, leaving me just alert enough to comprehend his ensuing orders. "Get your ass out of the sack and fall out for roll call and calisthenics. You got 10 minutes, he bellowed, commencing our morning routine. Now wide awake, I hurriedly threw on my green pants, t-shirt, and green jacket, jamming on my boots that were still damp from the previous day's hike through the rain. I darted out the door to claim my assigned spot in H Company's 2nd Machine Gun Platoon. Dawn colored the overcast English skies as everyone came to attention in neat rows outside our wooden huts. Following roll call and a half an hour of strenuous calisthenics under a light drizzle, we trekked to the mess hall for breakfast. Between cramming in mouthfuls of eggs, bacon, and toast, washed down with big swigs of coffee, all of us speculated excitedly about the coming Allied invasion of German-occupied France. "You got 15 minutes to shit, shower, and shave, and then we're going to go to bayonet practice," Sergeant Gentry boomed 30 minutes later, just as we were swallowing the last bites of that morning's chow. After washing up, I grabbed my M1 Garand rifle and formed up with the rest of our platoon outside. When everyone had fallen in, we marched out to the drill field a half-mile away for bayonet practice. Here, in the peaceful English countryside, a few miles south of Dorchester in the county of Dorset, our training for war continued. Charging forward 6 at a time, we assaulted the enemy with our rifle bayonets, repeatedly jabbing one of the 6 straw-stuffed dummies that hung down on ropes attached to a wooden scaffold. Once the dummy was satisfactorily subdued, each of us thrusted his bayonet out and froze, maintaining that awkward stance until the sergeant gave permission to relax. Just after the drill got underway, another GI was bayoneting one of the straw dummies when guts suddenly began flying out of it. "Holy mackerel!" the man cried, stunned at what he had done. The rest of us stood there gawking in open-mouthed surprise at the gory sight. "That's what it's going to look like, soldier. Get used to it," the sergeant hollered. It turned out the sergeant had requisitioned a bunch of chicken innards from the mess hall the previous night. Concealing them inside one of the dummies, he gave it lifelike guts in an effort to prepare us for the real thing. When my turn came, I followed the prescribed drill, stabbing my dummy over and over. After thoroughly brutalizing the poor fellow, I took a few steps backward and lunged at an empty chair with my bayonet. At the moment my rifle was fully extended, I froze in position. With the heavy rifle jutting out in front of me, I held myself stiff as a statue, waiting for the sergeant to affirm I had adopted the proper form for a bayonet thrust. "Keep holding that rifle out, out," he barked, determined to keep us from slacking in the meantime. Before long, excruciating pain began spreading through my body. The 9.5-pound Garand rifle was growing heavier by the second. Every muscle in my body throbbed in angry protest. My back ached, my leg muscles cramped. My arms felt as if they were about to snap off my shoulders. Finally, at the end of several long minutes, the sergeant came over to inspect me. Upon determining that my rifle was acceptably straight, he ordered me to the end of the line to relax for a few minutes before I repeated the drill. As the rest of us watched the others who had not yet been released, the strain became too great for one of them. Fainting from exhaustion, the soldier simply toppled forward onto his rifle, causing the sergeant to explode in laughter. The incident momentarily broke the tension, but discipline was swiftly restored and the exercise resumed. No aspect of our infantry training was more physically grueling, nor more widely despised than these 2 hours of bayonet drill, the tempo of which had been increasing. If there was some limited benefit in practicing a bayonet assault on dummies, all of us thought holding the rifles out for several minutes was a complete waste of time. This part of our bayonet drill did nothing to enhance our combat skills, especially since our company was made up of machine gun and mortar squads. Of course, any complaints about an army drill, no matter how reasonable, fell on deaf ears. Worthwhile or not, Such training exercises made up our company's daily routine in England, but neither bayonet drill, a steady drizzle, nor fatigue could dampen the electric mood in our company. Less than a year earlier, in July 1943, I had left my family's home on Signal Mountain, Tennessee, for 17 weeks of basic training at Fort McClellan in Alabama. In January 1944, I had shipped across the Atlantic to Scotland and ridden a train down to the town of Bridport, Dorset, in southern England. Stationed in Bridport, I began advanced combat training with H Company, 2nd Battalion, 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, the division famously known as the Big Red One, as the heavy weapons company that would support the 2nd Battalion's E, F, and G infantry companies. H Company contained 2 machine gun platoons and a mortar platoon. Each of the 36-man machine gun platoons was divided into 2 15-man sections, with each section containing 2 7-man squads. Assigned to the 2nd Machine Gun Platoon, I was a member of the 2nd Squad, 2nd Section. Just one outfit among the innumerable Allied units based in southern England, our 2nd Battalion had undergone months of intensive drilling that spring in preparation for the landings in German-occupied France. On May 17, H Company and the rest of the battalion transferred to a marshalling area in Dorset, which placed us closer to the twin ports of Weymouth and Portland on the English Channel. Based at Camp D8 at Downwood, we were now about 15 miles east of Bridport and roughly 4 miles north of the port of Weymouth. On May 25, the D camps had been sealed for security. The next day, our officers presented a detailed briefing on our outfit's invasion plans, revealing the Normandy region of France was to be the Allied target. On D-Day, British and Canadian forces would attack Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches on the coast of Normandy, while American troops would assault 2 neighboring beaches codenamed Omaha and Utah. Though receiving little information on the big picture, we learned our 16th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division would spearhead the American assault on Omaha Beach in the Colville-sur-Mer area of Normandy. Assigned to the easy red sector of Omaha Beach, the 2nd Battalion would be landing during the first hours of D-Day, with H Company arriving in the 3rd wave of the battalion's assault team. The exact date of the long-anticipated cross-channel invasion remained unspecified, but we knew our departure from Camp D8 to a nearby English port was now imminent. The struggle to secure a beachhead in France was certain to be bloody, but our training had given us a deep sense of confidence, and we felt ready. If combat itself was something we could not yet truly comprehend, heading off to battle seemed a thrilling climax to all our preparation. We knew we were tough. Indeed, in our youth, we felt indestructible and acted the part. A couple of months short of my 21st birthday, I felt primed for action, physically and psychologically. Like every other GI, I just wanted to get on with the operation. Around 8 o'clock on that morning of Thursday, June 1, an hour or so into our bayonet drill, a Jeep led a column of Army trucks onto our training field. Standing in the Jeep's passenger seat, our company commander, Captain Robert Irvine, called us to attention with a bullhorn. The tension in the air was palpable. "Men, the invasion of Normandy, France is on. Let's go," he announced. Our reaction to the long-awaited news was instantaneous and overwhelming. All of us spontaneously burst into wild yelling and cheering, clapping our hands and thrusting our fist into the air, celebrating his announcement as if the war was already won. Our burst of enthusiasm was an emotional release, a display of our relief at finally going into action. The months of damnable training were over. Now, we were at last joining the battle against Hitler's Nazi Empire. Moving out, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., June 1. "Get aboard the trucks and get your combat gear. We're going to get on the troop ships to take us to France," Captain Irvine ordered, once the din subsided. After his Jeep sped off, other officers and non-coms, non-commissioned officers or NCOs, sergeants and corporals, took charge. In moments, we loaded up on the trucks, which took us to the D-Camp's quartermaster building. Very little gear had been issued to us up until this time, but that was about to change. Our company's quartermaster was housed in a 100-foot by 50-foot Nissan hut, a prefabricated shed topped with a semicircular corrugated metal roof that gave it the appearance of a giant aluminum pipe cut in half. Its shelves were piled high with every imaginable item of military equipment an infantryman would need. As soon as we entered the Nissan hut, all of us immediately began gagging, struck by an overpowering rancid odor that emanated from every piece of clothing inside. The stinking, stiff fabric resulted from the clothing's impregnation with a special chemical designed to shield the skin from exposure to mustard gas in case the Germans deployed that weapon against us. None of us knew whether the chemical treatment would really provide effective protection from mustard gas, but we all agreed the Germans were sure to smell us coming. Passing in front of a series of quartermaster clerks, each man received a field pack, one full set of chemically treated uniforms, a battle jacket with large pockets, a raincoat, a new pair of boots, an extra pair of gas-protected socks, a short-handled entrenching tool, a canteen filled with water, water purification tablets, anti-seasickness pills, a mess kit, a couple of small boxes containing 2 days of seafood rations, ration heating units with a fuel tablet, 2 extra candy bars, extra chewing gum, extra cigarette packs, an extra razor blade for shaving, insecticide powder, and a waterproof first aid kit with morphine, sulfanilamide powder, and a small bandage. The clerks also issued us a smaller 6-pound backpack containing various general-purpose items. The provision of this supplemental pack reflected the Army's expectation that a great deal of equipment would be lost during the invasion. To replace the lightweight gas masks, which we used during our training, the first sergeant in charge issued us assault gas masks. As he did so, he tried to make sure we adjusted the straps so the new masks would fit snugly on our heads and around our faces. Each member of our heavy weapons company also received a .45 caliber pistol, an M1 carbine, and 2 ammunition bandoliers, which included fully loaded ammo clips for each weapon. The carbine was smaller and lighter than the standard Garand rifle carried by the regular infantry, but still packed a wallop. Grenades were distributed later out of concern that some jackass might accidentally detonate one aboard ship, killing himself and everyone around him. If for some reason we lost any of our weapons prior to reaching the beach at Normandy, Captain Irvine promised us replacement weapons would be available from among the troops killed in the 2 waves of troops landing ahead of us, an assurance that was not especially reassuring. With our gear in hand, we proceeded to a large open area within the Nissan hut to change into our new clothes and boots, strap the gas mask to our legs, cram everything we could into our soon bulging backpacks, and stuff the rest into our pockets. Though heavily burdened with roughly 70 pounds of equipment, all of this newly issued gear further boosted our confidence. Leaving the quartermaster, we headed to our barracks to retrieve our personal items, underwear, extra socks, shaving articles, and soap, and then ate a hurried lunch. The rest of the afternoon was spent cleaning and packing up equipment as we awaited the arrival of our transportation. About 6 o'clock that evening, everyone in H Company assembled at the main gate of the D Camp, where we boarded trucks for the trip down to our embarkation port. Our destination was the loading docks in the town of Portland, located on the south side of Portland Harbor from Weymouth. As our convoy weaved its way slowly through a small town along the route to the port, both sides of the cobblestoned street were lined with the local ladies who had come to see us off. Presenting a jumble of emotions, they waved, blew us kisses, and wept. When the truck in which I was riding momentarily halted for traffic, I overheard a distraught English woman standing nearby. "Something dreadful is happening! Something dreadful is happening! The jeeps and lorries, they're all going! Dear Jesus! Dear Jesus!" she exclaimed before raising her handkerchief to wipe the tears from her eyes. The English had always known this day would eventually arrive, But that foreknowledge did not make our abrupt departure any less dramatic when it came. With our snaking caravan of vehicles motoring southward at a little more than walking speed, we had plenty of time to eat the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches prepared by the H Company's mess and revel in the grand parade. Everything seemed to be on wheels. Hundreds of infantry-filled trucks, jeeps, half-tracks, and Red Cross ambulances had to share the narrow, tree-lined country lanes with huge trucks hauling tanks and artillery pieces. All the jam-packed traffic was flowing in just one direction, as if some giant had tilted the land sideways, sending everything spilling toward the coast. Equipment not on the road was stashed in the countryside along the route. Stretching as far as the eye could see, there were neat, densely packed rows of parked tanks, half-tracks, jeeps, ambulances, artillery pieces, and airplane parts. Countless Nissan huts warehoused other supplies. Everything was carefully camouflaged to conceal it from aerial surveillance. While the amount of equipment around us was truly staggering, it represented only a minute fraction of the total provisions stockpiled for the Allied invasion of Europe. Such was the quantity of men and material that I found it amazing Britain itself did not sink into the sea under the weight of it all. Indeed, it seemed to me the island would surely rise a few inches, if not a few feet, once freed from this colossal burden. Contemplating the mammoth logistical effort behind the coming campaign, it was evident why it would take a dozen people working behind the front line to support a single American soldier in combat. If it was hard to comprehend the number of individuals involved in the operation, it was even more astonishing that much of the responsibility fell upon people my age. Thrilled to be a part of this historic endeavor, I felt an overwhelming sense of awe at the scale and complexity of it all. With preparations for the invasion of France completed, the combined force from America, Britain, Canada, and the other allies was finally ready to open the second front in the West, an offensive long demanded by the Soviet Union. Fully recovered from its defeats in 1941 and 1942, the Soviet Red Army was now grinding toward Germany from the east. If our invasion of the continent proved successful, the Nazi regime would be caught in a vice between two vast Allied armies. Already there was talk the war could be over by Christmas. However, the gigantic amassing of troops, vehicles, and ships by the Allied armies in Britain had been matched by an enormous construction program and military buildup of the Wehrmacht in France. Under the command of the famous German general Erwin Rommel, hundreds of thousands of tons of steel and concrete had gone into constructing Hitler's Atlantic Wall along the neighboring French coast. The dense network of enemy bunkers was augmented by extensive beach obstacles, miles and miles of barbed wire, and hundreds of thousands of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines. Designed to defeat any Allied assault at the water's edge, these Atlantic Wall fortifications were now manned by tens of thousands of German troops. The collision of these two immense armies in Normandy was certain to produce incalculable anguish, suffering, devastation, and death. It was up to us to ensure our side claimed victory in the titanic battle. Portland Harbor, 7 p.m., June 1, 5:30 p.m., June 5. Around 7 that evening, H Company's small convoy motored into the port of Weymouth, about 4 miles south of our D camp. To reach the ship's loading at Portland on the south side of the harbor, our column of trucks now had to travel a further 4 or 5 miles along a semicircle route that passed southwest through Weymouth, south-southeast down a narrow causeway, and then east-northeast through Portland to the docks. Trapped in even heavier traffic, we crept along at a snail's pace through Weymouth and down the causeway, only reaching Portland's harbor area around 10 o'clock, just as the last light of day was fading from the sky at the end of the long summer day. After inching forward for another hour, our company's trucks finally pulled to a halt within a dozen yards of a long wooden gangplank that led up to the deck of a massive vessel. "Our ship," a buddy in my truck yelled as he pointed up at the USS Henrico. the attack transport assigned to carry our 2nd Battalion across the channel. As we dismounted from the truck in the misty twilight, I finally got a good look at what was going on around us. Thousands of troops and vehicles swarmed over Portland's docks. Providing direction to this blur of constant motion, the ships of every size that crowded the harbor's berths appeared to be giant magnets, irresistibly drawing everything on the dock toward them. Traffic controllers wearing special armbands were everywhere, waving men and vehicles into their proper queues on the docks, while thousands of GIs were lined up to ascend one of the numerous gangplanks leading up to the troop ships. Hundreds of tanks, trucks, jeeps, ambulances, half-tracks, and other vehicles were waiting to load aboard specialized ships. Driving up steel ramps, the vehicles passed through huge rear doors built into the hulls and entered the vast parking areas in the interior bays of the ships. Here, they were backed in so they would be facing the beach when they debarked in France. With the descent of darkness, the drivers had switched on miniature blackout drive lights in place of their headlights. Shielded from above by small hoods, these fingertip-sized lights provided just enough illumination for the vehicles to maneuver while concealing the process from any enemy surveillance aircraft that might be lurking along the English coast. If any low-flying German planes did attempt to approach the airspace near the ports, they would have to dodge the hundreds of cables that hung from the dozens of oblong barrage balloons floating in the sky overhead. The loud noise of creaking treads and rumbling engines filled the air, but the thousands of men waiting to board the ships seemed strangely quiet. The only audible words came from the traffic controllers, who were zealously cussing out drivers and the infantry as they worked to keep everyone in their proper lines. To accomplish their mission, these traffic controllers employed a limitless array of expletives that could fill a dictionary on the art of swearing. Listening to them, I found it interesting to imagine the training program for this assignment. As soon as we had dismounted from our truck, we witnessed a display of a traffic controller's authority when the sergeant in charge of troop movement in our sector of the harbor was confronted by an officer from one of the outfits loading nearby. Having ordered his squad car to pull out of the queue and drive over to the sergeant, the big heavy-set officer climbed out and demanded to know where his men needed to be. Unintimidated by the man's rank, the sergeant was not about to let any vehicle get out of line in his area. "Hey, sir, who the hell told you that you could drive over here?" he roared, warning the officer to return his vehicle to its spot in the queue. As the officer started to object, the sergeant instantly quashed his protest. "Don't argue with me, you son of a bitch. You get your big fat ass back in the squad car. I'm in charge here, and if you don't like it, you can call General Bradley. General Bradley assigned me to this loading area and told me not to take any shit from anybody," the sergeant thundered. Unable to dispute orders from the top brass, the officer drove off in a huff, directing his vehicle back to its original place in line. Though tempers often flared, the episode was just typical Army all the way. Any tensions that might arise from the inevitable snafus, situation normal, all fucked up, were always diffused with plenty of humor. "H Company, go to gangplank number 2, one of the traffic controllers shouted a moment after this incident. Heading to a gangplank sign marked with a great big number 2, we formed up in line to board the Henrico. While waiting, I chatted a little with my buddies Wayne Newsom, Lincoln Welser, and Hector Gonzalez, fellow members of my machine gun squad. After a few months of training, we were all excited to be on our way at last. When my turn came to ascend the gangplank, I climbed most of the way up before briefly turning my head to take in the whole incredible scene unfolding on the docks below me. Only a meticulously choreographed loading schedule could have maintained clockwork order in what would otherwise have fallen into total chaos. Even before the battle in Normandy had been fought, a crucial logistical triumph was already being won in England. At the top of the gangplank, a soldier holding a clipboard stood waiting to greet us. Using a miniature flashlight, he was checking for each man's name on H Company's roster. "Ernest Andrews?" the soldier inquired with perfect timing as my boot landed on deck. "Yeah, that's me," I affirmed. "Okay, get on the ship," he said, checking off my name with his pencil. By the time I had acknowledged my name and was moving past the soldier, he was already calling the next name. With this truly amazing display of efficiency that belied its well-deserved reputation for screw-ups, the U.S. Army was demonstrating it knew the exact location of every one of its GIs. Once aboard the Henrico, we never stopped moving. A sailor promptly directed us to proceed below deck to our assigned quarters. As we awkwardly descended several steep, narrow flights of metal stairs, encumbered by all our gear, there was just adequate light for us to see. With everything inside the ship uniformly painted a depressing medium gray monotone, the walls, ceiling, steps, and floor seemed almost to merge together and close in around me. On reaching our accommodations down in the claustrophobic bowels of the ship, my eyes had to adjust to the even dimmer lighting coming from the miniature bulbs recessed into the hull. Located about 3 feet above the deck and spaced every 10 feet, the tiny bulbs barely illuminated our surroundings. Despite the removal of the ship's sleeping bunks to make room for the roughly 1,500 men assigned to the Henrico, much of the available space was already occupied by the troops who had loaded ahead of us. Once we did find seats on the hard steel deck, everyone was crammed shoulder to shoulder like sardines. Most of the GIs near me belonged to H Company, but a few guys from the 2nd Battalion's 3 regular infantry companies were scattered among us. When we boarded the Henrico about 11 p.m. on Thursday, June 1, our expectation was the ship would set sail within a few hours. But this did not happen. As the hours of waiting stretched into days, our discomfort mounted. From the moment I sat down, my overstuffed backpack, carbine, and other equipment began shifting position on me. Despite my efforts to reallocate my gear, I never really managed to stabilize it effectively. Inevitably, I was repeatedly bumping into the rifles, canteens, or sheathed bayonets of the soldiers seated around me, which made any real sleep impossible. Our chow aboard ship consisted mostly of sandwiches, fruit, cookies, and cups of pudding handed out by members of the Henrico's crew. When we needed to relieve ourselves, we had to wind our way among the bodies to reach the nearest head, trying not to step on anyone else in the process. Shortly after our arrival on board, one heavily utilized commode overflowed, which sent raw sewage oozing down the narrow corridor just outside the door to our compartment. The ship's crew were quick to repair the toilet and mop up the mess, but the foul stench lingered in the stagnant air. Commingling with the smell of sweating bodies and the horrible odor emanating from our chemically impregnated uniforms, it spawned a sort of toxic fog. Without any portholes to allow fresh air to enter from outside, our cramped and crowded quarters grew increasingly stuffy and smelly. Down in the dark bowels of the ship, we had only a vague sense of time, as Friday and Saturday passed with no word on our departure date. Sunday, June 4, brought a scripture reading, hymns, and prayer over the Henrico's loudspeakers. Early that same morning, the Allied High Command postponed the invasion by 24 hours, but we knew nothing of their decision, leaving only rumors to circulate among us. With a storm roiling the waters of the harbor outside, it was hard to believe the invasion could get underway any time soon. Sailing for Normandy, 5:30 p.m. Monday, June 5, 1:15 a.m., Tuesday, June 6. Late on the afternoon of Monday, June 5, just under 4 days after we had boarded the Henrico, the ship's great turbines finally rumbled to life, shaking the deck beneath us. About 5:30 p.m., our troop ship departed the calm waters of Portland Harbor and entered the English Channel, where we joined other ships assembling in one of the mammoth invasion convoys sailing for France. Except for the Henrico's engine and the waves splashing against the ship's hull, almost the sole distinguishable sound in our crowded compartment was the steady breathing of the hundreds of men around me. By now, the mood of excited anticipation that had predominated back in our D camp, and upon boarding the Henrico 4 days earlier, had faded. All the shouting, joking, and laughter had ceased. No one played cards or dice. The quiet was only occasionally disturbed by brief whispered conversations. In the darkness, fear of the unknown gripped and silenced us. Each of us knew the ship's embarkation meant we were headed to war. Perhaps oddly, it was only now that the reality of going into battle finally hit home to me. Over the preceding months, most of us had treated our training as a program of physical exercise, almost as if we were practicing for some kind of military sporting event rather than drilling for combat. The admonitions of our officers to take our training seriously were dismissed as some great joke. We simply had not been able to come to terms with the idea that we were about to go into battle against the enemy. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, the imminent reality of combat had somehow remained remote to us, though maybe such self-delusion or detachment is psychologically healthier than dwelling on the savage brutality of fighting, killing, and dying. But now it all seemed very close. The short crossing of the English Channel would mark a momentous event in our lives if we survived the war. For our chow that night, we received a paper bag with small containers of Spam, bread, applesauce, jelly, and a small can of prune juice. With anxiety churning our stomachs, many of the guys could not eat much. Right after supper, the captain came over the ship's intercom system. "Soldiers, we're glad to have you aboard our ship. We're going to be crossing 100 miles of open water. There may or may not be German subs, but we don't think so because we've got submarine hunters out there. When you hear the ship's turbines stop, you will be 12 miles from France, 12 miles from battle. You'll sit where you are sitting until it's time to go up on deck. Good luck." After this welcome, we heard a message from General Dwight D. Ike Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force. "Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Forces, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade, toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. He will fight savagely, but this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940 and 41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats in open battle, man-to-man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking." When the ship's commander signed off for the night, our quarters again fell quiet. But Ike's encouraging words seemed to settle everyone down. Reassured of the justice and importance of our mission, each of us tried to ready ourselves for the fight that lay ahead. Most of the guys around me used the time to try to grab some sleep, but I was too keyed up and cramped to manage more than quick catnaps. Many questions passed through my mind. How long would it take the ship to reach our assigned spot, 12 miles from the beach? What would it be like when we hit the beach? Would we come under enemy fire? Will I be afraid? Heck, I'm already afraid. Although a 2-month temporary assignment back in England had caused me to miss out on most of H Company's training with Higgins boats, or LCVPs for landing craft vehicle personnel, I had heard plenty of stories about the difficulties involved in downloading from the ship to the landing craft. Is it going to be difficult to climb down the rope, scramble nets to the landing craft with all this gear? Could I slip and fall into the ocean? What's a Higgins boat really like? My focus gradually drifted from what lay ahead to what I had left behind back home, engulfing me in a flood of memories of my mother, my father, my 4 brothers, my sister, and even my dog. I recalled fun times with my friends at church and school, hot summers mowing grass, days spent fishing, hunting and camping, and laughter over home-cooked meals. Will I return to that happy life again? My mind turned to 2 of my brothers, who were also a part of this historic undertaking. They were out there somewhere, amid the vast multitude of troops heading toward Nazi-occupied France. Will I see them again? Will I make it through? Will my landing craft even make it to the beach? Will God protect me? Please, God, help me. As I sat lost in my own thoughts, nearly all the soldiers closest to the tiny bulbs in the hull were using their faint illumination to read. Many sought solace in their pocket-sized copies of the Bible's New Testament and the Psalms, which had been passed out by Army chaplains a few days earlier. Most prayed silently, though an audible prayer was occasionally uttered by men whose apprehension about the coming day had brought their total dependence upon God to the forefront. About halfway through the night, one GI sitting a few feet away from me began softly reciting the Lord's Prayer aloud. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. With his hands clasped tightly in front of him, the soldiers repeated the words over and over, like it was the only prayer he knew. Sharing his fears, I found the familiar scripture tremendously comforting. The spectacle of war, 1:15 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., June 6. Reveille for H Company and the rest of the 2nd Battalion came at 1:15 a.m. on June 6. D-Day had arrived. Following our breakfast of bologna sandwiches and coffee, we expected that all the troops on board the Henrico would immediately start heading up to the ship's top deck in preparation for downloading onto the landing craft. Instead, an agonizing delay ensued after breakfast as we waited for information, orders, or some direction. The hushed stillness of the previous few hours persisted. Little talking or joking could be heard. There was almost no movement around me. The silence in our dimly lit compartment seemed to grow deafening. In the midst of hundreds of men, I felt completely isolated and alone. At last, the Henrico's loudspeakers began calling units of the 2nd Battalion topside, company by company. Shortly after, we heard the anchor unwinding. Roughly 10 hours and 100 miles from Portland, our ship had reached its assigned station 12 miles off the coast of Normandy. With the ship anchored, boat teams from the 2nd Battalion's E, F, and G companies started loading aboard their assigned Higgins boats for the long trip to shore. Assigned to the first waves of the assault, these 3 rifle companies would form part of the spearhead of the 175,000 men in the Allied invasion force. Our H Company would go in right behind them. H Company, on top, let's go, a voice finally announced over the intercom. Only at this point did conversation resume among the men around me, ending my sense of isolation. Boys, we're going in on Easy Red, Captain Irvine called out in encouragement, using the code name for our company's sector of Omaha Beach. Struggling to our feet, we ascended the several flights of stairs with our gear, a climb which proved to be even more challenging than our descent a few days earlier. When we emerged out onto the Henrico's top deck, a brisk wind and light drizzle made it feel cooler than the 60-degree temperature, but my senses were so overwhelmed that I hardly noticed the weather. Even in the still faint pre-dawn light, the panorama of the invasion was utterly awe-inspiring. For as far as the eye could see, an innumerable armada of ships and boats of every size and description filled the horizon. Overhead, small dirigibles tethered to ships floated in the sky to hamper enemy planes from conducting strafing runs on the assembled fleet. Glancing to my right, I was astounded to observe what appeared to be a gray wall looming up from the sea. What in the world is this thing? A dozen yards above me, the muzzles of massive deck guns protruded over the top of what I now realized was a ship's steel hull. Larger than anything in my wildest imagination, the enormous vessel was a battleship, the USS Texas. Moments later, there was a brilliant flash and deafening boom as its 14-inch guns blasted giant shells towards enemy targets ashore. Each time the battleship fired off another salvo, the wind blew a thick cloud of smoke from its guns toward the deck of the Henrico, saturating the air around us with the pungent, nauseating smell of cordite. It was the smell of battle. The Texas was at the end of a row of 3 battleships. The deckmaster told us included the Nevada and the Arkansas. Stationed bow to stern, they were delivering a tremendous pounding of the German positions ashore. Yet the immense firepower of these battleships was just a small fraction of the total bombardment targeting the enemy's coastal fortifications and targets further inland. In scale and intensity, the military might of the Allied naval and air forces was beyond words. Power that was as fearsome as it was reassuring. In the sea nearby, there were about 50 Higgins boats, split up into groups of a dozen circling craft each, churning up white foam wakes as they made repeated circuits in the water. Each 36-foot long, 11-foot wide Higgins boat awaited its turn to break away from the circle and download men from the troop ships. Man alive, what a show! I wouldn't miss this for anything in the world. Gaping at the spectacle around me, I felt part of an unbeatable team. Victory seemed certain. Failure seemed unimaginable. By the time H Company arrived on the Henrico's deck, the boat teams from E, F, and G companies had just about finished downloading onto the Higgins boats. With each landing craft carrying 3 dozen troops, they formed up into convoys of a dozen boats, heading off through choppy seas like a one-way parade of oversized water spiders. They started the trip to shore. As part of the first and second waves, the 2nd Battalion's infantry companies were designated to begin landing at 6:30 a.m. H hour on Easy Red Beach, a nearly mile-long sector of Omaha Beach. Scheduled to follow them onto the beach in the 3rd wave at 7:10 a.m. H hour plus 40. H Company began moving to the Henrico's rails about 4 a.m. to download onto the Higgins boats. Just at this moment, a large portion of our 2nd machine gun platoon received word that we would not be able to download with the rest of the H Company. The officer serving as the deckmaster informed us the Higgins boat assigned to our boat team was unavailable, though it was unclear whether this was due to a mechanical problem or some other issue. As a result, our boat team would have to wait for a landing craft to return from shore before we could make the trip to the beach. Stunned and frustrated by this last-minute delay, there was nothing we could do about it. Even if those of us who had to remain behind knew we would be hitting the beach only a few hours after the rest of our company, it still felt strange to stand by as we watched the other men downloading onto the Higgins boats in the pre-dawn light. Sometime around 5 a.m., the convoy of boats carrying the bulk of H Company set out for shore. They were scheduled to land on Easy Red Beach at 7:10 a.m., but we later learned our company did not reach the beach until a little before 7:30 a.m. because of a delay in contacting their Navy control boat. Back on the deck of the Henrico, time seemed to pass slowly as my boat team and I waited impatiently for a returning landing craft to become available. Looking southward, there was just enough daylight to make out the French coastline, but a thick cloud of white smoke caused by our naval and aerial bombardment largely shrouded the shoreline from view. German artillery batteries, ensconced in concrete bunkers, retaliated against our invasion armada with long-range fire of their own. The deckmaster told us that our ship's position placed us just beyond the range of their guns, but we observed what appeared to be several enemy rounds exploding in the sea nearby. About 7:30 a.m., an hour after the first landings on Easy Red, the deckmaster alerted our boat team and the other boat teams on deck to move to the ship's rails. We would start downloading as soon as the returning Higgins boats arrived. While our boat team began queuing up, radio messages started to arrive from the beachmaster, an officer who directed the movement of forces on the beach. Broadcast over the Henrico's loudspeakers, these radio transmissions from shore were clearly audible to all of us on deck. As we listened intently over the next hour, it increasingly began to sound like a crisis was developing on Omaha Beach. In the meantime, the anticipated order to download onto returning Higgins boats did not come. About 8:30 a.m., the beachmaster radioed back an urgent message. "Don't send the troops yet. There are too many dead men. Too much destruction on the beach. Tanks are blown up and jeeps are all to pieces. There's no place to land. Hold up until further notice." Chapter 1. Easy Red Beach. 8:30 a.m., June 6, night, June 6-7. Waiting to join the battle. 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., June 6. Shaken by this ominous news, all of us mutely pondered what it meant, concerned for the fate of our buddies fighting on the beach 12 miles away. Would the troops ashore be forced back off the beaches? Could they possibly reload onto the Higgins boats to return to the troop ships? Standing on the deck of the Henrico amid the ceaseless firing of the naval guns, it seemed impossible this colossal invasion force could be defeated. We had to be successful in our landings and push inland. But what awaited us when the landings resumed? Following the postponement of further landings, the deckmaster ceased playing radio traffic from shore. His action was undoubtedly taken out of concern for our morale, but it left us completely in the dark as to what was happening on the beach over the next few hours. Around 9:30 a.m., we ate an early lunch of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and an apple. After downing our chow, some of the GIs around me tried to nap where they sat on deck, but no one got much rest amid the ongoing noise of battle and apprehension about what lay ahead. Sometime before 2 p.m., more than 5 hours after the landings had been suspended, the radio message we had been waiting for finally crackled over the ship's loudspeakers, which had just resumed broadcasting the beachmaster's transmissions from shore. "It's not all clear, but it's clear enough to land," he announced. "Okay, guys, let's go," the deckmaster ordered. After roughly 10 hours of waiting up on the Henrico's deck, the command to download onto the Higgins boats came as a relief to us. More importantly, the order to proceed with the landing meant our guys were successfully fighting their way off the beach. All of our training was a prelude to this moment. The long days of drilling were over. We were finally heading into the battle for Normandy. Made up of GIs from H Company's 2nd Machine Gun Platoon, as well as men from other outfits, our 36-man boat team was assigned to the 2nd Higgins boat to load. This meant another half hour of waiting as the boat team ahead of us downloaded. When the deckmaster at last signaled our boat team to download, we formed a queue along the trails of the Henrico. Located a dozen or so men back from the front of the line, I watched as 3 men at a time went over the rail. In order to reach the Higgins boat 2 or 3 stories below the deck of the Henrico, we would have to descend a wide scramble net hanging down the side of the ship. At each step down the latticed squares of the net's thick hemp ropes, a heavily laden GI had to avoid entangling his arms and boots, all the while tightly maintaining his handholds and footing. A soldier burdened with up to 70 pounds of equipment would face a difficult descent even in good conditions, but the rough seas off Normandy made the climb truly perilous. The struggle to maintain one's balance and hold on to the ropes, made slippery with sea spray, was made infinitely more challenging by the rocking of the Henrico that caused the scramble net to swing away from the ship and then slam back into the hull. The severe sea swells created even bigger problems for the Higgins boat positioned beneath the Henrico. Like some oversized cork, the landing craft bobbed up 4 or 5 feet as it crested each wave and then plunged back down into the ensuing trough. As the boat rose and fell, the waves were also pitching the craft several feet away from the ship and then driving it back, causing it to bump up hard against the hull. On reaching the bottom of the net, each man had to carefully time his final backward drop in order to land inside the boat, which only stayed in position at the crest of a wave close to the ship for a few seconds. Downloading to the Higgins boat, about 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., June 6. Descending the scramble net 3 men at a time. The first several members of our boat team successfully made their way down to the landing craft over the next 10 minutes. As I was moving to the Henrico's rails to start my own descent, a lieutenant overseeing our loading reached into a big box and handed me a small, neatly folded sheet of white cotton. "What is this?" I asked. "That's a mattress cover for your dead body, soldier. Stick it in your jacket. In case you get killed, all they gotta do is reach into your shirt, pull the mattress cover, stick you in it, and stack you up like cordwood. You may need it. You probably will," he quipped with a smile. That was real encouragement. Despite his morbid humor, I never expected I would be killed. As I stuffed the mattress cover into my field jacket, I was thinking that it might be needed for someone else or for some other purpose. After issuing the mattress cover, the officer next handed me a condom. "Put this on your rifle," he directed. Rolled down over the barrel of my carbine, the prophylactic would shield the weapon from seawater. Not having time to do it at that moment, I decided to wait until I was down on the boat. "Throw your leg over the side and take hold of the rope," the lieutenant shouted. Standing at the Henrico's rail, I leaned out so that I could observe the GIs already descending the scramble net below me. At that moment, one of the soldiers who had reached the bottom rung of the net dropped backward toward the Higgins boat, just as a swell pitched the craft away from the ship. In what seemed like slow motion, the man plummeted into the gap that had opened between the ship and the boat. Plunging into the sea, the GI was instantly dragged under the surface by the weight of his gear, almost certainly making any rescue impossible. Though I was not well acquainted with this soldier, the pity I felt for him was magnified by the knowledge that I risked meeting the same fate. Indeed, his disappearance beneath the waves was as unnerving as it was gut-wrenching. "Get moving, soldier!" the officer impatiently yelled from behind me, bringing me back to the moment. How am I going to make it down to that boat? I wondered. Though strong and honed at 185 pounds, my shorter 5'6" height would make me the already risky descent down the scramble net that much more physically demanding for me. The challenge it posed deepened my regret at having missed out on the main portion of our boat loading drills in England during a 2-month temporary assignment away from H Company. Hampered by my carbine and pack, I swung my left leg over the side until my boot was secured on a horizontal rope rung. After tightly grabbing hold of the ropes with both hands, I then pulled my right leg over, awkwardly maneuvering my entire body onto the net. Despite being a bit slick with sea spray, the ropes were as thick as my wrist, giving them a sturdy, reassuring feel. More powerful encouragement came from the big guns of the USS Texas, which continued blasting away at enemy targets ashore. The acrid smell of cordite in the drifting smoke intensified the reality of battle for me. Caught up in the moment, I felt adrenaline flooding through my body and sharpening my senses, giving me a hyper-awareness about everything that was happening. With my fingers clenched around the rope, I tried to take my first step down the net toward the Higgins boat, bobbing on the waves below me. From my position, it was impossible for me to look directly down to the next rope rung, so I had to blindly fumble downward with my left boot while clinging tightly to the net with my hands and struggling to retain a footing with my right boot. Even stretching the toe as far as I could, my boots simply flailed in the air, unable to locate the next rung a couple of feet down. A paralyzing terror swept through me as I realized the climb would be even harder than I had anticipated. But at this moment of crisis, an idea flashed through my mind. By using the edge of my left boot along the vertical strand of the rope, I could guide my foot down to the next horizontal rung on the net. With this method, I was finally able to find my footing on the rung below and shift my weight down to it. As adrenaline continued to pump through my body, I repeated the process again and again, but each step down the net was a precarious balancing act that tested me physically. Any misstep would almost certainly be fatal. Despite stern warnings to keep our attention focused on our own descent and avoid looking down, my curiosity got the better of me. Just as I glanced to my right to check on the progress of the other guys a little further down the net, a soldier below me lost his grip on the rope. Momentarily thrashing in the air without making the slightest sound, he splashed into the water right beside the Higgins boat. The nightmarish sight of this second soldier falling from the scramble net sent a shockwave through my whole system. Almost overwhelmed by fear, I placed my life in God's hands. There had already been a good bit of praying on my part, even before I began my descent, but the desperation of my situation now intensified the urgency of my plea. God, please help me make it down the net to the Higgins boat. At that same instant, I heard orders being issued to the men already aboard the landing craft to pull the bottom of the net into the boat and hold it there until everyone had safely downloaded. After observing a second soldier fall into the water, the commander of our boat team had devised this simple solution to ensure the rest of us would land in the boat when we released our grip on the net. His action might well have saved my life. On my next glance down the net, I saw that the guys aboard the Higgins boat had succeeded in rescuing the GI who had just fallen into the sea. As the others applauded, one of them started CPR on the man, who appeared to revive. By the time I reached the bottom of the net, I was almost overcome with exhaustion. The climb down had seemed to last an hour, though only 10 grueling minutes had passed since I had swung over the side of the Henrico. But even with the net now pulled into the boat, it would still be pretty easy for me to break my neck when I let go and dropped backwards into it. "Okay, let loose," shouted one of the GIs already on board. Surrendering my grip on the rope, I tumbled backwards 3 or 4 feet into the Higgins boat. Landing hard on my backpack, I careened several feet across the deck of the boat, which was greased slick as ice with a couple of inches of vomit. My slide ended with me slamming against the boat's hull as I came to a stop in a shallow pool of puke. Coating my hands and arms, its stinking, pungent odor immediately left me gagging. Violently seasick, almost everyone already on board had been throwing up. Packed tightly together, many men had been unable to reach the side of the boat to vomit into the sea. Though disgusted by the conditions aboard and bruised by my fall, I knew I was just lucky not to have broken any bones. A moment later, several guys helped pull me to my feet in order to make space for the next GIs coming down the net. Because I had missed out on most of the training with landing craft back in England, it was only now that I had my first opportunity to inspect a Higgins boat up close. I was utterly shocked to discover the 36-foot-long craft was constructed almost entirely of plywood. Indeed, the boat's only armor was its steel ramp up front. Wait a minute! We're going into all that machine gun fire with a plywood boat?" I protested, to no one in particular. "Yeah, come on, Andy. You know what a canoe is, don't you? This is just a big canoe," the captain in command of our boat team joked. Though the officer knew my name, I had never seen him prior to our arrival on the deck of the Henrico earlier that day. A tough-looking son of a gun, he seemed like a capable leader. With the relentless rolling of the boat and the slippery deck underfoot, it required a constant effort just to remain upright while the rest of our boat team finished loading. Meanwhile, 3 soldiers were probing the water around our boat with long poles in an attempt to locate the first GI who I had seen fall into the sea. Since they failed to retrieve him, I can only assume the man drowned. Roughly half an hour after the loading process had begun, the last members of our boat team made it down to the landing craft without further incident. Pulling away from the Henrico, our boat joined several others, circling in the water nearby to await the rest of the landing craft in our convoy. As we motored through the water, 4 to 6 foot white-capped waves continued to toss our Higgins boat up and down and side to side, while diesel fumes from the boats circling ahead wafted back over us. On top of that, the foul odor emanating from our uniforms, treated with the anti-gas chemicals, had become even more pungent now that the fabric was wet. Between the jostling and bouncing around and inhaling noxious diesel fumes, commingled with the awful stench of our uniforms, most of the guys who had fought off seasickness up until this point soon lost the battle. While the men at the edge of the boat were generally throwing up into their helmets and dumping the contents overboard, the conditions for those of us in the boat's cramped interior were even worse. My own nausea did not grow bad enough to make me sick, but the fellow right behind me was not so lucky. Unable to keep down his last meal, he let out a loud belch and vomited, striking my right shoulder and neck. The stream of hot puke oozed under the collar of my uniform and then seeped down my back under my shirt. The revolting stench left me dry heaving, but I just managed to avoid being sick. Ordered to take seats on the deck of the boat, we sat down where we were standing. The discomfort of being crammed together shoulder to shoulder was minor compared to the gross indignity of sitting in 3 inches of accumulated vomit. However, my main thought at that moment was how the seasickness might affect our ability to fight once we were ashore. Into the fight. About 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., June 6. A violet-colored flare bursting up in the sky signaled our small flotilla of Higgins boats to head for the landing beach. After a half-hour breathing diesel fumes from the boats circling ahead of us, all of us were ready to get underway. Turning the boats toward shore, the coxswains started the 12-mile run toward the easy red sector of Omaha Beach. Popping my head up a moment later, I saw we were racing along just an arm's length away from another boat, packed so closely together, it was incredible there were no deadly collisions. My position, 3/4 of the way back in the boat, placed me a half-dozen feet from the coxswain piloting our craft at his post close to the stern. As the only man aboard whose head peeked out above the side of the boat, the coxswain struck me as a battle hero. His assignment was to bring our Higgins boats close to shore before dropping the steel ramp at the front. Disembarking in shallow water, we would wade the rest of the way to the beach. All sense of time was soon lost, as the powerful motor of the boat propelled us toward shore at what seemed amazing speed. Unfortunately, the steady shower of sea spray drenched and chilled us, while also adding several inches of cold water to the puke sloshing around on the deck where we sat. Though a large number of the guys on board were from H Company's 2nd Machine Gun Platoon, I only knew a few of them well. None of my buddies from my gun squad were sitting near enough for me to speak with them. Even if they had been closer, the loud hum of the boat's engine would have made any conversation difficult. Which was okay, since no one really felt much like talking anyway. Every so often, there was a boom from behind us, as the battleships fired another salvo. A moment later, we could see 3 huge shells at a time rocketing through the air toward shore with a noise resembling a speeding freight train. As we drew closer to the beach, our ears began focusing on the whistle of incoming German artillery rounds. Coming down at a rate that increased in direct proportion to our diminishing distance from the beach, the enemy shells splashed into the sea around us, casting up geysers where they exploded. By now, my adrenaline was really pumping, but the earlier enthusiasm I had felt at being part of the invasion's epic drama had faded. The stark reality of what loomed ahead generated a torrent of conflicting emotions. While still feeling a sense of anticipation and pride about our mission, I now also experienced real fear as I pondered what awaited us ashore. What did the earlier waves of troops go through on the beaches? What are we going into? What are we going to see? Will the beach obstacles still be there? If given a choice at that moment, I would rather have been somewhere else, almost anywhere else. That was probably true of every man around me, but we were here and determined to do our duty as soldiers. None of us wanted to let down our buddies. Lord, we just got to get to the beach. Please help us get to the beach. I began silently pleading to God, repeating my prayer over and over. Roughly 2 hours after our small convoy of landing craft had set out for shore, a loud scraping noise resonated up through the hull. At that same instant, all of us lurched forward as our boat came to a juddering halt. We had run aground, but we were still at least 300 yards away from the beach. Coming in on the evening's low tide, our boat had struck an outlying sandbar pushed up by wave action. The loud sound of the sea washing around us made it clear our landing craft was still surrounded by deep water. Over on our left, a 2-story tall landing craft for vehicles, an LST, landing ship tank, had also halted, apparently having run aground on the same sandbar. As we watched, 3 amphibious Sherman tanks began driving off the LST's ramp into the water one by one. Specially modified, they had big rubber aprons wrapped around their hulls to keep them afloat as they motored through the surf to the beach, where they would go directly into action. But instead of swimming as designed, the tanks immediately sank like stones, their protective rubber skirts completely failing as they were hit by the big waves thrust up by the heavy surf. In one case, a particularly strong gust of wind appeared to rip off a tank's apron just before it entered the water. As this tank sank, we saw at least a couple of crew members bail out, but some of the crews appeared unable to escape as seawater flooded into their vehicles. Taller than a man, only the topmost part of the tank turrets remained visible above the waves. With the sunken tanks confirming the true depth of the water, there could now be no doubt in anyone's mind that we would all drown if we exited our boat this far from shore. When we charged off the ramp with all our gear, we would be plunging into certain death. However, within 30 seconds of grounding on the sandbar, our coxswain had apparently concluded this was as far as our Higgins boat could proceed. Unable to motor any further toward the beach, he followed the next step in the landing procedure drilled into him during his training. "Ramp down! Ramp down!" he shouted, seemingly oblivious to the danger of sending us off the boat this far out. In the split second before the ramp was dropped, the captain in charge of our boat team whipped his .45 pistol out of its holster. As I watched from 6 feet away, he jammed the muzzle right up against the coxswain's temple. "I'll be damned if we're going to stop right now," he roared, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "You back this damn thing up. You're going to hit that sandbar wide open and go further toward the beach, or I'll blow your damn head off and drive this thing to the beach myself." "Yes, sir, whatever you say, sir," the coxswain responded with a look of sheer terror on his face. Reversing our Higgins boat 50 feet, he gunned the engine, getting it up to full speed before we rammed the sandbar. The impact was again jarring, but this time the boat's hull slid across the sandbar with a loud grinding noise to reach the water beyond. No one said a word, but our collective sense of relief was palpable. As we came closer to shore, the bodies of our troops who had been killed in the fighting earlier that day began to appear in the water alongside our boat. The gut-wrenching sight of these dead Americans tore my heart out and brought tears to my eyes. It was as if the war was stretching out into the sea to meet us, delivering an ominous warning of what lay ahead. Meanwhile, German artillery rounds were exploding in the water around us with ever-increasing frequency, though none fell close enough to cause any damage to our boat. But on top of the danger posed by incoming shells, We also knew the enemy had planted mined underwater obstacles in the shallow water nearer to shore. During our pre-invasion briefings, an officer had explained that the Wehrmacht expected the initial Allied assault would come at high tide to shorten the width of beach troops would need to cross. In preparation, the Germans had deployed thousands of tetrahedral obstacles constructed from crossed steel beams welded together. Driven into the sand at low tide, many of these obstacles had explosive charges mounted atop them. These charges were designed to detonate when they came into contact with the hulls of the landing craft arriving at high tide. Fortunately, we were coming in at the evening's low tide, which minimized our risk of hitting any mined underwater obstacles. Moments after crossing over the sandbar, our landing craft again ground to a halt in the sand much closer to shore. Though still roughly 100 yards away from the beach, it was clear the boat had gone as far as it could. More importantly, the water was now shallow enough that we would not drown. "Ramp down! Ramp down!" the coxswain hollered, after making certain he had the captain's approval. Any reprieve we felt at having avoided drowning further out instantly evaporated. At that same moment, our boat's front ramp dropped. Another Higgins boat 30 yards to our left suddenly blew apart in a tremendous explosion. As we looked on in horror, the bodies of the soldiers aboard and pieces of the landing craft were hurled into the air in a huge cascade of water. Within seconds, almost every trace of the boat and its 36 GIs had vanished. The powerful blast had obliterated the craft, suggesting it had suffered a direct hit from an artillery shell. While the explosion could have been caused by the boat striking an underwater mine, it seemed to me a mine would likely have destroyed only the vessel's front end. There was no time to mentally process this terrible scene, but the destruction of one of the landing craft in our flotilla sparked us into action. No one wanted to linger on our own boat after what we had just witnessed. Without further delay, we began our disembarkation. Raising my carbine over my head, I followed the 24 men rushing forward ahead of me. As we stepped off the boat's steel ramp into the water, we had feared German machine gunners would be zeroed in on our landing craft, just waiting to sky through us. Even when our boat had been grounded further out on the sandbar, a few bullets had pinged off our steel boat's ramp. But now, to our great surprise and relief, the anticipated enemy machine gun and small arms fire from shore was non-existent, a situation we could only hope would last. Despite immediately sinking up to my armpits in the frigid 5-foot deep water, I hardly noticed the cold, drenched and chilled as I already was from the sea spray. In fact, the depth of the water greatly aided my efforts to wash off the puke that still clung to my body and clothing. But while glad to have escaped the rolling, crowded, and vomit-filled confines of the landing craft and plant my boots on the sand, I mainly felt relieved to have made it this far. Thank you, God, I prayed as we started the slow trudge through the surf toward the beach. Like everyone else, I wondered about my odds of survival. Lord, please help me get to the beach, I began to repeat silently. Around me, some of the other GIs were joking with one another in an effort to cope with the danger. "Hey guys, we'll be in France in just a few minutes," they exclaimed, making it sound like we were arriving in Normandy for a holiday. In truth, every one of us felt scared to some degree. The only way to overcome fear and its paralyzing effects was simply to find raw courage inside ourselves and rely on our training. Whatever we might face, we all had to do our best to carry out the mission for which we had trained, and pray hard. As we waded closer to shore through a forest of steel, tetrahedral, and log obstacles, German artillery rounds continued to drop into the water around us. However, it was the tragic consequences of the earlier fighting that gripped my attention. Nearby, the bodies of 8 or 10 GIs floated amid the debris of battle in water tinged red with blood in places. As waves carried some of the dead toward the shore, other bodies were dragged out to sea. Lord, please get me to the beach. Lord, get me to the beach. Easy Red Beach, about 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., June 6. Around 6 that evening, we at last made it ashore following our slow slog through the waves. A biting wind whipped against my soaked clothing, but I was deeply grateful to God to have arrived safely on land. At the same time, it was still hard to come to grips with the reality of where I was. This is France. What in the world am I doing here? I asked myself fleetingly, but all of the thousands of us landing here knew we had been given a mission to end the Nazi occupation of Europe. We had to overcome that wicked tyranny. As I looked around the beach, it was clear the battle here was largely over, but the price of our victory had been high. Here and there, the corpses of more dead GIs were stacked like firewood, awaiting a grave's registration detail. The human toll was echoed by the wreckage of knocked-out jeeps, half-tracks, and tanks that littered the sand. Some had been blown apart, while others had flipped onto their sides and were still smoldering. The unbelievable scale of the carnage and waste inscribed an indelible image in my mind. Here is the true face of war, I reflected. But even amid this terrible destruction, the beach was humming with activity. Up and down the shoreline, more tanks, half-tracks, trucks, jeeps, ambulances, and other vehicles were steadily rolling out of large landing craft like the LST we had just seen offloading the doomed tanks further out. Often towing artillery or trailers, most of the vehicles had to motor a short distance through the shallow surf. Coming ashore, the drivers headed for beach exits that led up to the high ground where they could proceed further inland. Already, long queues of vehicles were forming up on the sand. In the absence of German small arms fire, the only incoming fire came from the enemy's artillery, which was lobbing around toward the beach every couple of minutes. Even if the artillery fire was not well aimed, the presence of so many American targets moving across the sand still gave it lethal effect. Meanwhile, more shells whistled loudly through the air overhead as German artillery continued to fire on the incoming landing craft further out in the water. To my astonishment, a mobile crane, perhaps 3 or 4 stories high, was already hard at work clearing the beach. Puzzled how it had reached the beach so fast, I watched as the soldier operating the crane locked the machine's big jaws on the burned-out hulk of an American vehicle. Hoisting it up into the air, he swung the wreck over and dumped it on top of a large heap of wreckage. Alongside the crane, 2 oversized bulldozers were shoving more wreckage into another massive pile. To clear the beach while the enemy was still shelling the area required brave souls. Perhaps as much as any other element of the invasion, the presence of the crane and dozers at such an early moment provided further evidence of the meticulous logistical planning that had gone into the operation. A short distance away, an officer serving as the beach master in this sector was walking back and forth across the sand with a baton, orchestrating the movement of human and vehicular traffic like he was conducting a symphony. "Go this way," he barked through a bullhorn at one group of GIs, ordering them off in one direction. He next turned to greet our boat team. "You guys, come on this way," he shouted, directing our party of 36 or so GIs toward a beach exit. Because our landing had occurred at low tide, we would have to cross a flat 200-yard expanse of sand in order to reach a path that led up to the high ground above the beach. Without attempting to get organized into our units, everyone immediately moved out toward the beach exit at a plodding gait, unable to proceed any faster under the weight of 70 pounds of gear and our waterlogged clothing. Whatever courage drove us toward the battle ahead was reinforced by the absolute certainty there was no way to go back and no safety in remaining where we were. As we went forward, my appeal to God now underwent another revision. "Lord, I've got one more prayer. We're here at the beach. Now I really need to get to the high ground. Please, Lord, I just need you to help me get to the high ground. Help us to get to the high ground." Other than the occasional German artillery round, Our greatest concern was enemy mines. But thanks to the earlier work of mine-clearing teams, there were now safe routes through minefields and barbed wire, marked out by small black and white signs to our right and left that warned of unexploded mines. With our sluggish pace through the cleared passage, presenting an inviting target for any remaining enemy artillery observers, our group spread out and hunched low in order to minimize our vulnerability. Not knowing when a German artillery shell might come whistling down in our direction, we searched the sand in vain for the expected craters where we could dart for cover. Unfortunately, most of the Allied ordnance had targeted the enemy's positions further inland rather than the beach. However, the lack of craters proved inconsequential due to the low intensity of incoming enemy artillery fire by this point in the day, though a dozen or so rounds struck the beach as we crossed the sand. None landed closer than about 50 yards from us. At the end of several long, tense minutes, our boat team reached the beach exit, which was located at the base of a well-worn trail. The path followed a natural ravine up to the high ground near the top of the roughly 150-foot ridge which rose above the beach. To defend the beach exit, the Germans had constructed a concrete bunker for their machine gunners about 6 feet away from the start of the path. Captured by American troops earlier in the day, the bunker now housed a U.S. command post. As we passed it, a half-dozen GIs at its entrance were talking into filled telephones with extra-long antennas to extend the range of their signal. Still sopping wet and feeling the weight of our packs, we immediately began our ascent, cautiously advancing up the gently rising 2-foot-wide path that cut through the green scrub blanketing the hillside. If the roar of our heavy equipment on the beach behind us was reassuring, the staccato noise of rifle and machine gun fire and an occasional whiff of cordite in the air provided a strong reminder that fighting was underway nearby. I kept praying. Now, Lord, I've got one more request. I need a hole to get in, and thank you for protecting us as we come up the pathway. About halfway up the trail, we came upon several dead German soldiers, who lay one on top of the other in a ditch just to the left of the path. While seeing dead American GIs in the water and on the beach had torn my heart out, the sight of these dead Germans did not really register with me. Passing within 3 feet of the bodies, we all greedily eyed and remarked upon the shiny Luger pistol in the hip holster of the dead German whose body lay on top of the others. Each of us was sorely tempted to grab such a highly prized war souvenir, but we had been warned repeatedly that enemy bodies would likely be booby-trapped. No one wanted to risk his life for a pistol. But a GI who came up the trail just behind me had no such apprehension. On reaching the bodies, he bent down, whipped the Luger out of the dead man's holster, and jammed the weapon under his own belt. "That's the way we do it back home," he proudly proclaimed to anyone in earshot. Regretting my overabundance of caution, I vowed not to miss out on any future opportunities to claim an enemy pistol. By this point in our climb, I was starting to believe we would make it up to the high ground without incident. Just at that moment, machine gun fire and then rifle shots rang out from somewhere a little way ahead. Quickening my pace, I hustled forward as fast as I could manage under the weight of my gear. By the time I reached the scene 50 feet further up the trail, the action was all over, but everyone was recounting what had happened. From a concealed position behind some brush to the left of the path, a German soldier had been watching the advance of our group. After the soldiers leading our column had passed him, the Kraut popped up and sprayed them from behind with his burp gun, an MP-40 or Maschinenpistole 40 submachine gun. Almost instantly, another GI in our column drilled the German in his back with a shot from his rifle. Tumbling from the bushes, the enemy soldier's lifeless body had rolled out onto the trail where it now lay before us. He must have been one of the last few Germans still resisting in this sector of Omaha Beach. Sadly, the burst of fire from the German submachine gun had hit a couple of our guys. While one GI had suffered relatively minor arm wounds, The other had a string of bullet wounds stitched down his left arm. Several of these wounds appeared to be less serious, but one bullet had ripped into his shoulder, causing severe bleeding. Looking down at the soldier's shredded arm, it was difficult to believe he would live. Although I barely knew this GI, the sight of his wounds and his suffering really shook me up. Like the other things I had witnessed over the past few hours, it was another part of my initiation to the harsh reality of war. In response to our shots, a couple of medics rushed up to the site from the beach, reaching us within 10 minutes. "Hey, this guy's still alive!" exclaimed the medic who examined him. After gently placing the wounded man on a stretcher, the medics carried him back down to the beach. Several weeks later, we learned he had been evacuated to a hospital ship where Army surgeons were able to save him. On the high ground, about 7 p.m., June 6, 4:30 a.m., June 7. After a slow trek up the roughly 300-yard-long trail, our column finally reached the top of the ridge, about half an hour after setting out. Emerging onto the high ground, we practically stumbled into a network of a dozen abandoned German foxholes, established 10 yards back from the edge of the ridge and extending for about 40 yards. These foxholes had afforded the enemy an excellent spot from which to fire down at our troops on the beach or coming up the trail. Surveying the site, all of us were in awe of the GIs who had earlier seized such a strong position from the Germans. From this location, we had a spectacular vantage point to observe the progress of the invasion. Vessels of all types were arriving to unload their cargoes at the beach. Hundreds of men and vehicles were moving inland, including a stream of jeeps. Every jeep towed a trailer loaded with ammo, grenades, artillery rounds, food ration boxes, and all of the other essentials of war. With each passing hour, our beachhead in France was growing more secure. We did not have much time to enjoy the view. Though the Germans had retreated a short distance inland from the ridge, a counterattack seemed likely. Uncertain of the enemy's present location, and with no other American troops visible atop the high ground, the captain in charge of our boat team immediately directed us to take up a defensive position in the abandoned foxholes and prepare to resist any possible German assault. Dropping into one of these deep holes, I was grateful to finally be in a relatively defensible location if we encountered the enemy. Still wet with a salty mixture of seawater and sweat, I began to assess my equipment. While I had kept my carbine out of the water, my .45 pistol had been completely submerged when I had plunged off the ramp. Firing off a couple of test rounds, I was happy to discover my pistol worked just fine. I felt ready for whatever came next. After maybe an hour, it became apparent a German attack against our position was not imminent. While remaining alert, we now relaxed somewhat. Recovered from our seasickness, all of us were famished and ready for chow. As I broke out the canned sea rations stowed in my pack, my appetite was higher than it had been at any time over the past few days. Hungrily, I dug into my meal of Spam, crackers, and cheese like it was a gourmet feast. Feeling an overwhelming sense of relief to have made it to this point, gratitude to God filled my heart. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for bringing me to the safety of this foxhole. And for this good food. Thank you for giving me protection coming up the path and in the boat. About 10 p.m., just after sunset on that long summer day, we stretched our legs before settling back into our foxholes for the night. Though our part of the 2nd Machine Gun Platoon was separated from the rest of H Company, we were at least largely united at one location. If things went according to plan, we expected to link up with our company near the village of Colville-sur-Mer early the next day. Still lacking any heavy equipment, we were waiting for our assigned jeep and trailer, which hauled the machine guns and other gear for the 2 squads in our section of the platoon. While we knew the jeep and trailer would disembark on the beach, we remained uncertain as to how the driver would locate us. But shortly after 10:30 p.m., as full darkness descended, our jeep and trailer arrived. Naturally, we were all curious how our driver had managed to find us amid the chaos on the beach and in near darkness. The beachmaster pointed in the direction our outfit was supposed to be, and I just drove till I found it," he explained. Excitedly, our two squads from the second section gathered around the Jeep and trailer. Both were jam-packed with our equipment: two .30-caliber water-cooled Browning machine guns, tripods, metal boxes filled with ammo belts, several metal containers, rubber hoses, wooden crates of grenades packed like cartons of eggs, food rations, and other supplies. As each of us collected his designated component of the machine gun and other provisions, almost everyone tossed his heavy gas mask in the trailer in order to lighten his load, having concluded the risk of the Germans using poison gas was low. Immediately afterward, the officer in charge ordered our section to deploy the two machine guns to defend against possible enemy counterattack, still expected all along the line. Our squad's gun was set up in front of my foxhole, while the other squad's gun was posted 40 yards to my right, giving us a cross-cutting field of fire. No sentry duty was assigned, as all of us were awake and ready for action. If the Germans did try to assault our position, we now had the firepower and grenades to hold them off. While we kept watch under a cold drizzle, Allied warships continued to send huge shells arcing through the skies over our heads, maintaining their relentless hammering of German targets further inland. Explosions and gunfire sounded off in the distance. The enemy was out there somewhere, but the anticipated counterattack against our position did not come. Even after my turn on gun duty ended, I remained too keyed up to get much real sleep. As I kept watch for any sign of enemy movement from my foxhole, a GI came crawling through our position. "Does anybody speak German? Does anybody speak German?" he repeated in a voice just loud enough for us to hear. An officer was trying to interrogate captured enemy troops and needed someone who could translate. Unfortunately, neither I nor anyone else around me spoke German. Missing out on this opportunity made me regret not studying German in school. I could have helped question the prisoners to find out the size and location of the enemy's units, their assigned missions, and other vital information. Such intelligence would allow us to determine the type of threats we faced and the best route to advance. At a deeper level, however, my German heritage on my father's side, as well as my outgoing nature, made me especially curious to get to know and understand these German soldiers as human beings. How old were these soldiers, and where were they from? Were they practicing Christians? What motivated them to fight? Did they believe that Germany had the right to control France and other occupied countries? Did they support Hitler and the Nazis? If we could just sit around a campfire and get to know each other, we would get along just fine, I mused. Still, whatever my more positive disposition toward the Germans as individuals, I wholeheartedly believed in the justice of our fight against the brutal Nazi dictatorship that controlled much of Europe. Before long, my thoughts returned to our immediate circumstances. Despite our forces' success in seizing a shallow foothold at Omaha Beach, the position remained tenuous. Like every other Allied soldier in Normandy that night, I was anxious about what lay ahead. God had brought me safely through D-Day, my first day in combat. Trusting in His will, I wondered whether I would live to the end of the war to see my home and family again. Chapter 2. Heading Towards War, July 1923 through July 12, 1943. Our Family Farm, 1923 to 1929. My dad believed his kids should grow up on a farm where they would have the smell of clover fields and freshly cut hay, a barn for horses and cows, a barnyard alive with chickens and ducks, and a muddy pen filled with noisy pigs. So, it was in just such an idyllic setting that I spent the earliest years of my childhood, surrounded by love and happiness. Born in Ohio in 1878, my dad, Ernest Albert was a man of strong Christian belief, high integrity, and clean speech. While our family resided on a farm, he earned a living as a printer. Admired by all who knew him, he was hard-working, dependable, forthright, and honest to a fault. As a father, he balanced his sober side with good-natured humor and a sense of adventure. My mother, Margaret Rebecca Lockwood, was born in 1888 in Pennsylvania and raised in West Virginia and Virginia. Caring, industrious, and outgoing, it was her deep Christian faith that truly defined her and everything she did. An accomplished pianist and piano teacher, she was passionate about music. As a loving mother, she managed to find time for each of her children, keep our house running efficiently, and still cook up wonderful meals. When my parents married in 1914, my 26-year-old mother was a little older than the typical bride of that day, while my 36-year-old father was a good 10 years older than the typical groom. By the time I was born into the family on July 27, 1923, my parents already had 3 other sons, Carl, Don, and Bennett. Christened Ernest Albert Andrews, Jr., I was proud to be named after my father. By 1927, my parents added another son, Bill, and a daughter, Peggy. Our family lived in a large 2-story home on a 13-acre farm located in the rolling hills a little east of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Our barn housed an old tractor, a wagon, and stalls to shelter our several cows and our horse in the winter. Beside the barn was the corn crib, which was built up off the ground to discourage incursions from varmints. Following the harvest of the corn crop, this crib held tons of golden ears of corn shucked from their husks. Naturally, the barn held high fascination for us kids. Its hayloft was home to a multitude of mostly mid-sized rats that made regular forays across the iron pipe above the tractor in order to plunder the chicken feed in the granary. My older brothers and I made it our mission to curtail these rodent raids. Hiding behind barrels in the barn with an arsenal of sticks, we targeted the rats as they scurried along the pipe. When knocked off the pipe, the rats fell into the paws of the cats prowling below. Some days our count would go as high as 20 rats. A mulberry tree on our farm provided another source of entertainment. After its berries ripened in late summer, my brothers and I would climb up the trunk and shake the branches, causing mulberries by the thousands to rain down onto sheets under the tree. My mother would transform the collected berries into countless jars of jellies and mouth-watering pies. Beyond her talents as a cook and a piano instructor, Mom was also a teacher about life. On warm summer nights, my brothers and I would lie down beside her on the lush green grass of our lawn. As we watched the sky for falling stars, she would point out the constellations to us, reflecting on the heavens, helped to open our young minds to the majesty of God's handiwork. By the late 1920s, my father owned and operated a printing company with 52 employees. With business brisk and the future looking bright, he purchased a brand new Ford Model T truck. Unfortunately, this truck came just a week before the stock market crash on October 29, 1929, an event that marked the start of the Great Depression. As the Depression deepened over the ensuing months, Dad often expressed concern as more and more of his customers were unable to pay their printing bills. One night at supper, Dad told us he did not know how he was going to pay for the new truck. Not long after that, he sadly announced he would have to close his business and go to work for another printer. For the first time, he would not be his own boss. Eventually, my dad was reduced to taking a job as a printer that paid only $25 a week, an income below what was needed to support our family. Listening to conversations between our parents about our continually worsening money problems, my brothers and I had little real understanding of what was happening, but sensed the relentless financial pressure as they tried to figure out how our family would survive. By early 1931, my parents' greatest worry was losing the farm, for which they still owed $1,500. Our family discussed how we might raise additional cash by selling off different assets, such as our car. But each option had drawbacks and did not resolve the underlying shortfall in income. A few months later, we were forced to sell our beloved farm, a step that broke my dad's heart. Signal Mountain, Tennessee, 1931 to 1939. Leaving our farm east of Chattanooga, we moved into a rental house in the town of Signal Mountain on the west side of Chattanooga, roughly 30 minutes from the city's downtown. Situated atop one of the low mountains surrounding the city, Signal Mountain was a friendly, close-knit community that provided us with a very different life from what we had known on the farm. Despite our family's ongoing financial struggle, my mother still found a way to prepare something delicious for our meals, often buying eggs, produce, berries, and other items from local farmers who stopped by our house hoping to earn a little cash. When jobless men showed up at our doors seeking food, she was always generous, offering them a small basket of food that came with the spoken assurance that God loved them. Early on many Saturday mornings, Dad would wake me up and several of my brothers to join him for a day of fishing at one of the region's many lakes. At nights, he sometimes took us frog gigging. During these outings, my dad always found a way to teach us a moral lesson. Of course, there were also school lessons. In the fall of 1931, when I was 8 years old, I began second grade at Signal Mountain Grammar School. Most people rightly place great value on education, but I was more the active, outdoor type and just never had much use for schooling. By the spring of 1935, my lack of dedication to academic success caught up with me. Though I had developed a bit of a crush on my very attractive fifth-grade teacher, I was pretty sure she had not come to sing my praises when she showed up at our home to see my mom toward the end of the school year. Ushering my teacher into our living room, my mother invited her to take a seat on our couch where they could talk. Eavesdropping from the kitchen door, I heard every word of the conversation. My teacher got straight to the point. "Mrs. Andrews, Ernest is a really nice boy, but he needs to take the fifth grade over," she bluntly stated. Unfortunately, being held back a year did little to bolster my already poor effort at scholastic achievement. Indeed, playing marbles and milk bottle tops at recess were the highlight of my school days. When summer arrived, my friends and I mowed lawns together. The money we earned was enough to finance the purchase of our annual fishing and hunting licenses. There was even a bit left over to buy a moon pie and RC Cola for lunch and a 5-cent Baby Ruth bar for a snack. At night, my friends and I would often head over to the brow atop Signal Mountain, a bluff that provided an unobstructed vista of the surrounding area. Gathering there in the mid-1930s, we watched huge tractors and bulldozers begin construction of the Chickamauga Dam. At that distance, the huge earth-moving machines appeared to be tiny bugs crawling around in the dirt as they worked through the night under the illumination of brilliant floodlights. From the age of 12, I was an active member of a Boy Scout troop on Signal Mountain. Our favorite night game was Capture the Flag, played out on the fairway of the local golf course. Sneaking up on the keeper of the enemy flag was always the most nerve-wracking moment since you could be spotted or heard at any moment. Learning to detect the slightest sound of movement helped me develop a critical skill that would one day aid me in real nighttime combat. After turning 14, I began serving as a senior patrol leader in the Scouts, learning more invaluable skills that would benefit me throughout my life. Both inside and outside of scouting, my free time was filled with fishing, hunting, hiking, canoeing, and camping. Fishing was my favorite pastime, but squirrel hunting ran a close second. As teenagers, my brothers and I often went on day-long hunting expeditions on Signal Mountain. Mom told us we could bring home all the fish, fowl, and wild game that we wanted as long as these were scaled, skinned, gutted, cleaned, and recleaned before they entered her kitchen. My mother spent much of her day teaching piano and at times had as many as 30 pupils, which supplemented my dad's income as a printer. Beyond helping to meet our family's rent and other expenses, her earnings allowed us to set aside money toward building a new house of our own. Naturally, Mom did everything she could to encourage my siblings and me to develop an interest in music, hoping we would be inspired to learn to play the piano or some other instrument. Despite never acquiring the ability to read music, I gradually learned to play a few songs on the piano by ear, eventually becoming an almost decent pianist. As my mom prophesied, even my limited skill on the instrument proved useful on numerous occasions. Nearly every Sunday, our family worshiped at Signal Mountain Presbyterian Church. If my siblings or I missed the service, It was only on account of sickness, which was much worse than sitting through sermons. Missing church meant swallowing 3 doses of castor oil and staying in bed all day, while the other kids went out to fly kites or ride their bikes after church. The 8 of us in my family pretty well filled up a pew. I loved sitting close to Dad so I could listen to his fantastic baritone as he sung the hymns. Sitting next to my father had another practical advantage, since I was far less likely to develop a case of the giggles in his immediate presence than if I was seated between a couple of my siblings. Anything funny raced up and down our pew like shockwaves, with the laughter all the more difficult to suppress precisely because of the solemnity of the worship service. Even if it was right in the middle of the sermon, any misbehavior was immediately punished. Dad would stand up in the center aisle of the church and aim his long finger at the guilty party, motioning the culprit to join him in a long walk of shame to the back exit under the scornful gaze of the congregation. Following this public humiliation, he would scold the perpetrator. "You've ruined the whole service for a lot of people." Dad would then lead the offender back to our pew, where we would all sit meekly for the rest of that day's service. Our Sunday school class provided Christian education, teaching us stories about Jesus, his disciples, his parables, his deeds, and the importance of knowing him as Lord and Savior. But it was a Thanksgiving Day trip with the class outside of church that taught me the true meaning of sharing and giving. After collecting canned food and fresh vegetables from our homes, we loaded up in 2 big cars and drove out to an isolated rural area. A bumpy dirt road led up to a home, which was a large teepee-like tent with a side room added. The mother and father and their 5 children all lived in this tent. The kids were extremely short and emaciated. Trash was piled in one part of the yard as if put there for a garbage truck that never arrived. All the hardship of the Great Depression seemed to be epitomized in this single family. Such encounters nourished the growth of my own Christian faith. I learned what it meant to love, believe, share, and live for Jesus Christ, God's Son, who is sent to redeem the world from sin. When I was 16 years old, I made the public profession of my faith, accepting Christ as my personal Savior. This decision marked the major turning point in my life. It was a commitment from which I never backed away. My acceptance of Christ instilled in me the belief that God would be with me ever after and would never send me into any trials without giving me the grace to sustain me. Little did I realize that, within a few short years of this, my faith would be severely tested on faraway battlefields. The growing threat from Nazi Germany, 1933 to 1939. A small, round-topped radio in our family's living room was our window to the wider world. Gathered around it, we listened to the important news of the day and public addresses given by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had first been elected in 1933. FDR's folksy fireside chats helped lift our spirits during the difficult years of the Great Depression. Radio networks also covered major sporting events, such as the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin, Germany. We listened with excitement as Jesse Owens won 4 gold medals for the United States in track and field. Those Olympics gave me and many other Americans our first introduction to the Nazi regime that had taken power in Germany at the start of 1933. Boxing was also broadcast over the radio. Dad was crazy about the American boxer Joe Louis and always rooted hard for him. After he got knocked out in a 1936 fight against the German Max Schmeling, Joe was looking for redemption. On the evening of June 22, 1938, an unforgettable second bout was to be held in New York City's Yankee Stadium, a grudge match of the first magnitude. To accompany the event, Mom had fixed a huge platter of sandwiches and a couple of pitchers of delicious fruit juice punch. While we sat hunched around our little radio, the announcer reviewed each heavyweight boxer's weight, height, arm reach, and past victories, indicating that the bout was soon to begin. As if trying to get a better vantage point on the match, Dad moved closer to the radio when the bell rang. The announcer began spouting a rapid-fire blow-by-blow description. All of a sudden, he yelled, Max is down! The crowd's shouting practically made the radio dance on its perch. In 2 minutes, Joe had won a technical knockout. Everybody in the stadium was stunned. Our family was just as astonished. For the next 45 minutes, we rehashed the fight over our food and punch, wondering how poor Max could report back to Germany's Nazi Führer leader Adolf Hitler. As it happened, Schmeling did not see him, as the dictator could not bear talking to a loser. Over the course of the 1930s, we gradually gained a clearer picture of Hitler and the Nazis. At the movie theater, newsreels that ran before the feature film showed the Nazi repression of Germany's Jews and political prisoners. Back at home, my dad, my brothers, and I occasionally tuned into radio broadcasts which included bits of Hitler's speeches to the German people. Though none of us understood German, it was evident the Nazi dictator was a fiery orator. Growing more and more impassioned as he spoke, Hitler would work his German audience into a wild emotional frenzy of cheering and shouting. The first time we heard him, my dad shook his head sadly and warned, "That's the guy you fellas are going to have to go fight." Coming only 2 decades after America had joined the British and French to help defeat Germany in World War I, the idea of another war against Germany was utterly unimaginable to my brothers and me. As Christians, none of us wanted to go fight and kill anyone, but our concern was also shaped by the fact that we were of German ancestry on my dad's side of the family. We all knew his family story well. My dad's parents, Hermann Farber, born in 1841, and Louise Seffel, born in 1838, were both natives of Friesenheim, a municipality in what was then the Grand Duchy of Baden. Located on the border with France, Baden was a small independent German state allied to the Austrian Empire in Austria's mid-century rivalry with Prussia for political dominance in Germany. Sometime in the 1860s, Hermann Farber joined Baden's army as a medic, following Prussia's defeat of Austria in the Austro-Prussian War during the summer of 1866. Baden accepted a military alliance with Prussia that would go on to found the German Empire under the Prussian Kaiser Emperor in 1871. After completing his military service, Hermann married Louise in Friesenheim in 1867. In 1872, the couple and their 3 very young children emigrated from Germany to settle in Cleveland, Ohio. On October 5, 1878, they had another son, Ernest Albert Farber, my father. Sadly, the deaths of Louise and her mother in the early 1800s left Hermann, formerly Hermann Farber, unable to care for his 4 children, which led him to put his youngest child up for adoption. On June 29, 1885, Ambrose and Abby Andrews adopted 6-year-old Ernest Albert, raising him at their home in Hudson, Michigan. In 1912, at age 33, my father moved to Tennessee and met my mom, Margaret, soon after. Although Dad did not feel as deep a connection to Germany as he might have if he had been raised by the Farbers instead of the Andrews, the mounting risk of another war with Germany still weighed on him. Already aged 38 in April 1917, he had been a little old to serve as a soldier when America had declared war on Germany in World War I. If another war against Germany came, however, his American sons would almost certainly be fighting his kinfolk. The war begins August 1939 to June 1940. The war my dad feared arrived just after I turned 16. In the late summer of 1939, Hitler was demanding Poland return territory Germany had been forced to surrender under the Treaty of Versailles, which had ended World War I. On September 1, just after I started 9th grade, Germany attacked Poland. Though the war did not come as a surprise, the speed and violence of the German blitzkrieg, lightning war, left us stunned. The Poles put up a valiant struggle against the military might of the Wehrmacht, but were soon overwhelmed. In a vivid depiction of Nazi aggression, my history teacher unfurled a large map of Europe in which Germany was caricatured as a wolf's head swallowing poor Poland. Shortly after Poland's defeat, I went to see a movie at the theater in downtown Chattanooga. The newsreel before the feature film brought home the dire consequences of the Nazi victory. Watching German soldiers marching thousands of Polish troops toward captivity, I was particularly haunted by the image of a barefoot Pole who seemed to embody the plight of his nation. How long could he march in that condition until his bloody and blistered feet would carry him no farther? What would happen to him if he fell out of line? The cruelty of the smiling German soldiers herding along the defeated Poles made an equally lasting impression on me. More generally, the attack on Poland whipped up popular feeling against Germany, dramatically increasing hostility toward the Nazi regime among Americans. While no one wanted the United States to get involved in another European conflict, everyone supported Britain and France's declaration of war. German aggression had to be stopped. As my 9th grade year was ending, war news again intruded into our lives. In April 1940, Germany conquered Denmark and invaded Norway in another sudden move. In May, Hitler attacked France, Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg. Every night, we tuned into the radio for the latest developments. On an evening in late June, one of the teachers from the local elementary school was visiting my mother when my dad arrived home from work. "I have just learned of the fall of France," he announced soberly. The teacher, a big Francophile, burst into tears. My mother soon joined her. It seemed to me the tears they shed were for more than the French people. They were crying for a world that was collapsing into the brutality of another long, bloody, and uncertain conflagration like World War I. If the American public's reaction to the German invasion of Poland had primarily been one of anger, the response to Germany's victory over France that summer was more one of profound shock. How could France have been conquered so swiftly after successfully resisting German military power for more than 4 years during World War I? In some way, France's defeat felt like a negation of the sacrifice of American lives in that earlier conflict. By the time I turned 17 at the end of July 1940, the Battle of Britain had begun. In the evenings, my family and I would huddle around our radio to listen to live broadcasts from Edward R. Murrow in London, as he reported on the German bombing of British cities and the aerial duels between the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe, German Air Force. I was amazed at the skill, bravery, and fighting spirit of the British airmen. Prime Minister Winston Churchill's stirring and defiant speeches likewise tugged at our hearts. Despite their heroics, the British were really taking a beating. Newsreels showed 5- or 6-story walls collapsing into rubble, providing graphic evidence of the tragic consequences of the German bombing. Everyone I knew believed what Germany was doing was terrible and that the Nazis needed to be stopped. The question was how and what the public would support. Most Americans were sympathetic to Britain and had by now come to see Nazi Germany as a real threat that had to be vigilantly monitored. At the same time, Americans remained overwhelmingly opposed to the United States itself becoming militarily engaged in another European war. The conflict was still viewed as a foreign affair that seemed a long way off over there. There was no real sense that Germany posed an imminent danger to the United States. Meanwhile, millions of mothers and fathers like mine were morally opposed to war on principle. Acknowledging public sentiment, President Roosevelt declared that the United States would remain neutral in the conflict. Even with all the war news in the summer of 1940, I did not spend much time thinking about the situation in Europe or talking about it with my friends. None of us expected the United States would become directly engaged in the war, at least anytime soon. If America did eventually have to fight the Nazis, it would be sometime a long way off in the future. High school, August 1940 to December 1941. In August 1940, I started 10th grade at Central High School in Chattanooga. Though my academic struggles persisted, high school proved to be far more interesting than my previous years of schooling up in Signal Mountain. There were pep rallies, football games, and basketball games. I also joined the Future Farmers of America and orchestra clubs. The courses became more stimulating as well, with a chance to conduct hands-on experimentation in biology lab and do woodworking in shop class. Of course, high school was not just about classes, sports, and clubs. All of a sudden, the girls, all neatly made up and attractively dressed, began to catch my attention in the classroom, in the halls, and in the lunchroom. Never previously one to pay attention to how I looked, I now started caring about my appearance and my clothes. In particular, I wanted to impress one special girl who was in a couple of my classes. On a number of occasions, we made eye contact, but I could never quite muster the courage to speak to her. Meanwhile, Germany's conquest of France and its attack on Britain the previous summer boosted popular support for a buildup of America's small military forces. Perhaps the clearest indication of the shifting mood was the passage of the Selective Service Act in September 1940 that required all men aged 21 to 35 to register for military training. The public supported the Selective Service Act as a means of ensuring America's national defense, rather than as preparation for war against Germany. Increasing numbers of Americans also came to agree that it was in our own national security interest to provide the British with military aid through the new Lend-Lease program. While I personally believed the United States needed to provide Britain with much greater assistance in its struggle against Nazi Germany, I did not favor America's entry into the war in Europe. However, most people I knew still clung to more isolationist views. They fiercely resisted any deeper American involvement in European affairs and thought the Europeans would eventually come through the current crisis on their own. Though President Roosevelt recognized Nazi Germany posed a grave and immediate threat to the United States, he faced a huge challenge in attempting to convince the American public to confront it forcefully. In June 1941, a month before my 18th birthday, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. The speed of the German blitzkrieg caused many people to fear Russia might join the long list of countries already conquered by the Nazis. Whatever the outcome, Germany's latest assault greatly enlarged the scale of the war with all its killing, brutality, and misery. The gigantic significance of this invasion was largely lost on me at the time, but with war news so constant, it was hard to differentiate the most important events. As I began my junior year of high school in the fall of 1941, there were more and more news stories about a sort of undeclared naval war against the German submarines called U-boats, from the German Unterseeboot, that were sinking American ships in the Atlantic. This was particularly ominous, since U-boat attacks had been the main cause for America's entry into World War I. Meanwhile, movies like Sergeant York, about a heroic Tennessean who had fought in World War I, helped fuel a patriotic anti-German mood. Yet the expanding conflict still had little impact on our daily lives, and things went on as normal. Certainly, Nazi Germany, and to a lesser extent Japan, presented dangerous international threats. But most people I knew continued to hope America would stay out of the war. America enters the war, December 7, 1941. Even when we reached our late teens, my mother persisted in her efforts to encourage my siblings and me to develop an appreciation for good music, especially classical music and opera. While my own interest in opera was never high, I tried to oblige her whenever possible. On many Sundays after church and lunch, I sat with her in our family's living room while the New York Philharmonic Orchestra played on our radio. As my mother, Bennett, Bill, Peggy, and I were listening to the musical program on the afternoon of December 7, a radio announcer abruptly broke in. "We interrupt this program to bring you a special report," he declared, switching immediately to a newscaster. "The nation of Japan has bombed Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. President Roosevelt will address the nation this evening," the newscaster announced. Instantly, my mother burst into tears at the news. Her strong emotional reaction was at first incomprehensible to my brothers and me, but we later realized she was sobbing for us, knowing her 5 sons would soon be heading off to war. My own thoughts at this shocking news were more uncertain. What does this attack mean for our country? Surely we will retaliate against Japan, but how? Will I be going to war? The following day, my family and I listened to the radio as FDR asked Congress for a declaration of war against the Japanese Empire. On December 11, Japan's ally Nazi Germany declared war on the United States. Within hours, the United States responded with a declaration of war against Germany. America would be fighting in both the Pacific and Europe, but feelings toward the two enemies were different. The surprise attack at Pearl Harbor had really wounded us, generating popular outrage toward Japan. In contrast, most people thought Germany's declaration of war against the United States was just words on paper that did not amount to much. Personally, I thought Hitler was out of his mind to take such a step, but if war with America was what the Nazis wanted, they now had it. In the ensuing days, weeks, and months, the whole American nation and economy began a full-scale mobilization for the struggle. More than ever, people congregated around their radios to find out what was happening abroad. In the first half of 1942, the war news was bad, as Japan went on the rampage in the Pacific and Germany advanced deeper into the Soviet Union. Back in the States, posters encouraging support for the war effort were soon plastered everywhere. Probably the most popular one, featuring lanky Uncle Sam pointing his long, bony finger at the reader with a caption that proclaimed, "I want you." In reality, the public relations campaign was hardly necessary. Following the Japanese attack, Americans strongly embraced the war effort, completely abandoning their early isolationism. While the anger and even hatred directed toward Japan did not abate, most people recognized Nazi Germany was the greater threat and understood its defeat had to be the nation's top priority. During the preceding years, Germany's conquest in Europe had led my older brothers Carl, Don, and Bennett to discuss the possibility they might be conscripted once they reached 21. After Pearl Harbor, it was clear they were going to enter the armed services, and that my 16-year-old brother Bill and I would not be far behind them. My second oldest brother, Don, was the first to join up. Without informing our family in advance, he volunteered for the U.S. Army paratroopers on January 9, 1942. More gung-ho than the rest of us, Don liked the challenge, ruggedness, and adventure associated with parachuting and fighting behind enemy lines. The spit and polish of the airborne troops and their special cap and boots also appealed to him, as did the prospect of earning a little extra pay for combat duty. A couple of months later, my oldest brother Carl in Colorado volunteered for the Army. When he came home to see us on a brief leave after his basic training, we were thrilled to learn he had been assigned to the rank of second lieutenant. Carl was subsequently stationed at Camp Carson in Colorado, where he served in the quartermaster's office, supplying American troops in the Pacific. Shortly after Carl's entry into the service, Bennett was drafted into the Army from college. A skilled trombonist, he was made company bugler and would later become the jeep driver for his company commander. As my brothers entered the armed forces one by one, the hearts of my father and mother grew heavier and heavier, though their fears for us were matched by their pride. Their experience was shared by countless other families whose sons were headed off to war. At school, America's entry into the war brought the conflict more directly into our classrooms. In our civics class, we received a weekly newsletter that provided war updates and taught us to identify Allied and enemy aircraft by their shapes and silhouettes. The teacher put up maps of Japanese-occupied territory and the many Pacific islands where fighting was taking place. Stories about the war continued to fill the news, but I only had a vague awareness of important military developments, such as the American victory over Japan at Midway in June 1942, the Anglo-American landings in North Africa in November, or the crushing defeat the Soviet Red Army inflicted upon the Germans at Stalingrad in February 1943. When my friends and I talked about the war, it was mostly in the context of what would happen to us after high school. Like just about everybody our age, my buddies and I planned to volunteer for the armed forces, even if we were not drafted. Caught up in the American let's go spirit, we all wanted to serve, believing it was our duty to help defeat Japan and rid Europe of the Nazis. Not everyone was so enthusiastic about joining up. I had one friend from Signal Mountain who was haunted by a premonition of what would happen to him if he went to war. One day at school, he told me, "I ain't going to war. I ain't going because I know I'll get killed." While most guys intended to complete high school before starting their military service, some chose not to wait. The boys who dropped out before graduating usually fell into one of two groups. The first were the more gung-ho types who wanted to volunteer for the paratroopers or Marines and get into action. The second group volunteered for the Navy, Merchant Marine, or Army Air Force to avoid being drafted into the Army, which was seen as less appealing than the other services. Army troops would regularly risk their lives in combat, while also enduring a dismal grind of long marches in all types of weather, inadequate sleep, grubby conditions, and barely digestible food. With America's total mobilization for war, the public was asked to make various sacrifices on the home front to support the ever-growing number of people serving in the armed forces. For example, I knew women in Chattanooga who took jobs in local industries involved in war production to replace male factory workers who had entered military service. Other less drastic adjustments permeated civilian life in ways that affected everyone. Starting in the spring of 1942, every family was issued a monthly U.S. government ration book containing coupons. In order to legally purchase a growing list of items that eventually included gasoline, shoes, sugar, meats, cheese, fats, coffee, and certain other materials and foods required for the war effort, you had to provide the proper ration coupon. Even with a ration coupon, no one could buy a tube of toothpaste at the drugstore unless they had the old empty one to exchange, because aluminum was needed for military equipment. Citizens were constantly exhorted to respect the rationing limits and to avoid paying more than the maximum ceiling prices for retail items as set by the U.S. government. Of course, it was possible to obtain additional amounts of these goods on the black market, if you were willing to pay much higher prices. While such activity was illegal and considered unpatriotic, some people nonetheless resorted to it. However, most people I knew believed rationing was necessary in order to keep the armed forces well supplied, and generally accepted the material constraints on their lives without complaint. Life at home, December 1941 through June 1943. Though the war affected our lives in many large and small ways, things still pretty much went along like they had before Pearl Harbor. Early in 1942, my parents even decided to start building our new house on an empty lot next to our rental home. Despite the wartime shortage of construction materials, Mom knew a contractor who wanted to build the home for her and her family, appreciating the fact that she had several sons who were entering the armed forces. To help our folks pay for the house, my brothers and I each agreed to send a portion of our pay back home once we began our military service. Meanwhile, my academic struggles had not abated, but late in my junior year of high school, in the spring of 1942, an event took place that changed my whole outlook on school. One morning in English class, my teacher, Mrs. Nelson, gave us 15 minutes to write a poem demonstrating meter and rhyme. Upon completing the assignment, we all took turns reading our poems aloud. After I finished a perfunctory reading of what I had written, Mrs. Nelson exclaimed, "Ernest, your poem is near perfect. Please come to the front of the class and read it again, just like you feel it. The mountain waters, clear and cool, held a trout within its pool. I thought if I had hook and line, that trout would surely soon be mine." When my classmates applauded my composition, a feeling of euphoria came over me that I had never before experienced. It was the first time I had ever received praise for any of my academic work. I was on top of the world. Mrs. Nelson's encouragement completely turned my thinking around about education. Whereas I had previously considered dropping out of high school at the end of my junior year to volunteer for military service, I now decided to graduate and possibly go on to college after completing my military service. When not at school, I continued hunting and fishing whenever possible, but also helped my dad at his new print shop, worked a part-time job at a miniature golf course, and mowed yards. Outside of school and work, the youth group at Signal Mountain Presbyterian Church was also a big part of my life. At one of our youth group's regular Saturday night cookouts during the spring term of my senior year in 1943, a beautiful girl named Margaret caught my eye. In talking with her, I learned she had recently moved to the mountain with her family and wanted to meet new people her age. Feeling an immediate connection, I invited Margaret to go with me to the next night's youth group meeting. That marked the start of my first real relationship. From that point, Margaret and I were together at just about every church function and many other social activities. Walking her home in the evenings, we usually detoured to Signal Point, a perfect spot for romance. Our rambling conversations there about church, faith, family, interest, future plans, and all kinds of other things lasted for hours. When the cool night breezes required us to snuggle up, the talking ended and the smooching started. We remained at the point until the big passenger plane came out of the east, which meant it was 11 o'clock and our parents would be expecting us back home. As the blonde bomb of Signal Mountain, and truly miss everything that any guy could want, Margaret had plenty of other boys asking her out, but she always refused them, telling me she wanted us to date exclusively. At the same time, we never spoke of marriage. Even though I was 19 and she was 18, and we were both about to graduate from high school, we recognized we were still much too young to consider getting married. My dad had taught my brothers and me that a man needed 3 things before he became serious about marrying a girl. First, he should get as good an education as he could. Second, he should get as good a job as he could. Third, he should get as nice a home as his income would allow. With my pending entry into military service, all of that remained a long way off. Following the lowering of the draft age to 18 in late 1942, draft notices began to appear in the mailboxes of the guys in my senior class in early 1943. Our local draft board carried out each new induction of military recruits based on registration numbers that had been selected by lottery under the Selective Service Act. Afterward, the local newspaper printed a list of the names of the new draftees, giving the boys and their families a measure of public recognition before their scheduled departure for basic training. Often the long column of names stretched all the way down the page of the paper. My notice from our draft board arrived at the beginning of March in the form of a small postcard, stating that I should report for induction into military service on March 9, 1943. Even though I had anticipated the notification, it was nonetheless an exciting moment. In a short letter to the draft board, I explained I was finishing my senior year of high school and requested a postponement of my induction until my graduation. As was standard practice for all high school students who had not yet graduated, I received a 3-month deferment. About a month before my scheduled induction date, Margaret and I went for one of our romantic moonlit walks to Signal Point. To my utter surprise, she proceeded to inform me of her engagement to another guy she had been seeing. Needless to say, this news brought an abrupt end to our relationship. Once I got past the initial shock of what had happened, I realized I was better off not having a girlfriend to worry about while I was in the service. If she had been two-timing me while I was still at home, she certainly would have done so once I was off in the Army. Induction at Fort Oglethorpe, and my last days at home, June 8 through July 7, 1943. As directed in my deferment, I appeared in front of the Hamilton County Courthouse in downtown Chattanooga early on the morning of Tuesday, June 8, just a week after my graduation from Central High School. About 250 other new graduates from local high schools were there, including just about all my friends. Almost every male in our senior class was a draftee, but then probably 90% or more of boys our age was conscripted for military service in 1943. Now, we're giving you these papers. We want you here again in 2 weeks, and we're going to induct you into the Army, a civilian official announced when everyone had arrived. So, we all headed back home to prepare for our induction. The material issued to us described the threat Japan, Germany, and Italy posed to America. We had been called up for military service to protect our country and preserve its ideals, though very few of us needed any convincing about the justice of the cause for which our nation was fighting. At 1:30 p.m. on the afternoon of Tuesday, June 22, I returned to the courthouse accompanied by my family, who came down from Signal Mountain to see me off. By the time I arrived, most of the other guys were already there with their families. Within an hour, we eagerly boarded a dozen canvas-topped U.S. Army trucks and set off for Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, located about 20 miles south of Chattanooga, just across the state line. Upon our arrival, we received a very basic physical and psychiatric examination to confirm that we met minimal height and weight requirements, had adequate eyesight with correction from glasses, and possessed at least half of our teeth. A prospective soldier also had to be able to read and write and could not have been convicted of a crime. Those of us who met these requirements were fingerprinted before supper. At the conclusion of our first day at Fort Oglethorpe, a sergeant led a group of us to our sleeping quarters in one of the barracks, a wooden building with one long room containing perhaps 20 individual cots. The latrine was located in a separate, block-long building nearby, containing a series of unpartitioned commodes, situated about 18 inches apart. The latrine facilities came as a rude awakening for me. As a more modest person who had never had to use a toilet in public, the sudden comprehension of my total loss of privacy came as the biggest shock of my entry into the Army. Quite some time would have to pass before I got used to this particular aspect of military life. Following breakfast the next morning, we signed our official induction papers, which marked the start of our active military service as GIs. A sergeant then called out our names, as he issued each of us dog tags inscribed with our U.S. Army serial number. Henceforth, I would be identified as 34737645. It was immediately drilled into us that we had to memorize this number and be ready to provide it on request. Afterward, all 250 of us were ushered into a big hall for a short ceremony. "Hold up your right hand," the presiding officer ordered. A solemn mood fell over the room as each of us raised our right hand and repeated in unison the words of the oath of enlistment. "I, Ernest Albert Andrews, Jr., do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. I, Ernest Albert Andrews, Jr., do solemnly swear to bear true allegiance to the United States of America and to serve them honestly and faithfully against all their enemies or opposers whatsoever, and to observe and obey the orders of the President of the United States of America and the orders of the officers appointed over me. Welcome. You are now a soldier in the greatest organization in the world, the United States Army," the officer declared. At that, all of us clapped, hollered, and tossed our caps into the air. We had willingly pledged to defend our country with our lives. Seeing the war as a fight for freedom, we wanted to be a part of it. Our enlistment was for the duration of the war or other emergency, plus 6 months, subject to the discretion of the President or otherwise, according to law. Of course, the Army now had to figure out how best to employ our talents, which inevitably meant lots of paperwork. Taking seats at a table, we filled out a 4-page questionnaire designed to probe into a recruit's background. Upon the form's completion, we were directed to an Army clerk. Seated behind a small table, the soldier reviewed the information we had provided before conducting a brief interview with each of us. "What do you like to do?" he asked me perfunctorily. "Well, I like hunting, fishing, camping, and hiking," I answered without giving the question much thought. "Infantry for you," he declared, scribbling down the information. Although I had requested a photographic unit in the questionnaire, my reply to the clerk's simple question had made my assignment to an infantry unit practically inevitable. However, I felt a sense of pride rather than disappointment on learning I would be a foot soldier. As an outdoorsman who knew how to handle a rifle and longtime Boy Scout, I was confident the infantry would be a good fit for me. At the same time, I could not help speculating where the Army would have placed me if I had indicated sewing, knitting, and cooking as my hobbies. It might have meant a nice ballet with good food, hot water, and fresh seats. When it came to where I would be fighting, I was relieved the Army had granted my request to serve in an outfit destined for the struggle against Nazi Germany in the European theater rather than for the battle against Japan in the Pacific theater. By that time, I had heard too much about the vicious nature of combat against the Japanese. In contrast, my impression was that the German soldier fought hard, but generally respected the basic laws of war, despite the brutalizing influence of Nazi propaganda. At the end of our 2 days of processing into the Army, we were trucked back to Chattanooga for a dozen days of leave with our families. The furlough gave us time to put things in order before reporting back to Fort Oglethorpe. In the mornings, I got up early to have breakfast with my dad. There was not much conversation between us, but I just wanted to spend a little time with him before I left. 2 of those days, I went to work with him at his shop, helping to fold the print jobs and deliver them to his customers around Chattanooga. In the evenings, I enjoyed suppers with my family, where there was lots of discussion of what basic training would be like. For one meal, my mom cooked up squirrel, which I had freshly shot. It would be my last chance to get out in the woods with my gun for a while. Returned to Fort Oglethorpe, July 7 through 12. On the morning of Wednesday, July 7, the other newly minted soldiers and I reassembled at the Hamilton County Courthouse. Loading aboard the waiting Army trucks, we motored back to Fort Oglethorpe in an excited mood. Upon our arrival, we headed to a long barn-like structure where we stood in line to receive our first issue of Army clothing. It included several matching pairs of green shorts and shirts, underwear, socks, and shoes, in which we could exercise and practice marching. A sergeant next herded us directly to the base barber shop, where we queued up like sheep, preparing for a shearing. Our wait was not long. "You got mighty pretty hair, soldier," a barber with a menacing grin observed as I took a seat in his chair. Clearly, he took great pleasure in his work. To his frustration, my extremely thick black hair proved so resistant to his electric clippers that he ended up having to use thinning shears to cut it. However, in less than 5 minutes, my hair was completely shorn, leaving a bristled look just more than stubble. Before we left, I overheard the barber saying he was going to sweep up all the hair on his floor and take it to a wig maker to see if he could sell it. "Red hair, black hair, and brown hair should make good wigs," he quipped. The Army-issued clothing and our new burr-head haircuts made the fact that we were in the Army more real to us. Step by step, the U.S. Army was transforming us from civilians into soldiers. Following lunch, we spent the afternoon of that first day in a small theater at Fort Oglethorpe watching Army training films, which introduced us to a variety of weapons and equipment. Afterward, we headed outside for calisthenics directed by a sergeant standing atop a small platform. When he had finished demonstrating the proper way to conduct each exercise, he led us through them. Invigorated by the calisthenics, we returned to the theater for more training films before supper and an early night's sleep. Our acclimation to the basics of Army life over the next several days included the regimentation of sleeping, meals, and every other aspect of our daily existence. Awakened about 5, just after dawn, we hurriedly dressed. Heading outside, we completed our calisthenics before a quick breakfast. Army chow was not anything special, but we were all so hungry that the food tasted better than it was. This was a good thing since the Army required us to eat everything we put on our plates. Once we had downed our breakfast, shaved, and used the toilet, it was time to learn how to stand erect, salute properly, and march. Our introduction to close order drill initially involved learning to stay in step with the fellow in front of us, with much of our marching taking place in the wide open fields of Chickamauga National Battlefield Park, which abutted Fort Oglethorpe. At first, it felt a bit strange tramping around the old Civil War battlefield where my brothers and I had played soldiers as kids, but I soon grew used to it. After lunch, there was more marching and exercising in the hot, humid summer afternoons. Following a shower and supper in the evening, we watched more training films before getting to sleep, which always came swiftly given our state of exhaustion. On our second or third day back at Fort Oglethorpe, we returned to the tables where we had recently completed the questionnaires, so we could write a letter home to our folks, sharing anything we wanted about the start of our training. The Army recognized that keeping us connected to our families was vital for our morale as well as that of the public. Our training schedule was broken again that Sunday morning when we attended a worship service conducted by the base's Army chaplain. At about this time, we received word we would shortly commence our basic training at Fort McClellan, located just outside of Anniston, Alabama. Now introduced to the essential routines of Army life at Fort Oglethorpe, all of us were anxious to get our real training underway. Chapter 3. Fort McClellan, July 12, early, August 1943. First days at Fort McClellan, July 12 through July 15. On the morning of Monday, July 12, trucks delivered our roughly 250-member training company to a train station near Fort Oglethorpe for the 125-mile rail trip down to Anniston. From the moment we boarded, elderly black porters dressed in white jackets waited on us, providing first-class service. "We're going to stay on this train. We ain't going to war like you," they told us. Upon our arrival in Anniston that afternoon, we transferred back to trucks for the short drive to Fort McClellan. Once there, we immediately assembled for roll call, moving smartly to take our places on a large parade ground. As we all sweltered in the muggy heat, still dressed in our civilian clothes, I surveyed the base where we would be training. Located in Alabama's red clay foothills, Fort McClellan was made up of a mix of large drill fields, a few big buildings, and closely packed rows of small, square, tin-roofed wooden huts elevated a foot or so off the ground. Following roll call, our training company was divided into smaller training platoons of 36 men. While 4 sergeants would oversee our newly created platoon, Sergeant Marbury had the primary responsibility for turning us into soldiers in the ensuing months. If his 5'9" height seemed a bit short for a platoon leader, the sergeant's gravelly tone, barrel chest, and tanned, rugged-looking face made him perfectly cast for the role of drill instructor. After assigning our platoon to a set of 6-man huts, Marbury dismissed us to our quarters to select a cot for ourselves and await further orders. Our hut's Spartan furnishings included 6 cots, a large clothing rack, and footlockers with a latrine in a separate building next door. As air conditioning was still a rare luxury, the hut offered us no real refuge from the summer's oppressive heat and humidity. Fortunately, I was already somewhat acquainted with several of the other recruits belayed in my hut. In addition to a guy who I knew from my high school, I had started to get to know 2 of the other fellows back at Fort Oglethorpe. Wayne Newsom was from Tennessee, and Lincoln Welser was from Ohio. When Sergeant Marbury visited our hut a short time later to check on our progress, he pointed out the broom and dustpan, stressing we had to keep our quarters spick and span. After showing us how to make up the sheets on one of the cots, he took a quarter from his pocket and bounced it off the cot. "That's what I want. The quarter has to bounce," he instructed. With the basics out of the way, he announced he and our training company's commanding officer, Lieutenant Hendren, would make frequent but unannounced inspection visits to our hut. "It damn sure better be neat and clean," Marbury warned. "Okay, stow your gear under your bunk. You've got 1 hour before we call everybody together," he concluded before heading out the door. Following an hour of calisthenics late that afternoon, we showered and marched to the mess hall. Re-energized with a hearty supper of Army chow, we were shepherded to another building to watch a couple of hours of Army training films before returning to our huts. The lights went out shortly after dark. Roused by Sergeant Marbury's whistle just before dawn the next morning, everyone hurriedly dressed and assembled outside for roll call and calisthenics. Afterward, we grabbed a fast shower and shave before breakfast. At the mess hall, We hustled through the chow line to load up on food and all the coffee we could drink. So far, Army chow was proving to be better than advertised. At the end of the hastily consumed meal, our platoon went to get fitted for a uniform and boots at the quartermaster, which was located in a long concrete building. On entering, we were ordered to shed our civilian attire. "We're going to send you through this line and give you Army clothes," Sergeant Marbury informed us as we stood there in our underwear. My first stop on the assembly line made it clear the Army way was to speed the soldier through the process as rapidly as possible. "What shirt size, soldier?" the Army clerk demanded impatiently. "I don't know what size," I replied, unsure of Army sizes. "Well then here," he responded, sliding over several olive drab shirts from the stack of uniforms on the floor behind him. The next clerk inquired, "What size pants you wear?" "You got me," I answered, not knowing what to tell him. "Well, here's a pair for you," he declared after a quick estimation of my measurements. If the uniform did not fit, a soldier simply had to make do. "What size shoe do you need?" the following clerk asked. "I think a 7 or 8, I told him. "All right, I got you close to it. Here you go," he said, passing across a pair of shiny new black leather boots. When another fellow in my platoon complained his boots were not the proper size, the clerk's retort nicely epitomized the Army's SOP. "Well, Mac, these boots may not fit, but they're yours." Over the course of an hour, clerks proceeded to issue us underwear, undershirts, socks, raincoats, jackets, and all the other basic gear for a GI. In contrast with the articles of clothing, the Army's helmet truly came in only one size. Made of steel and manganese, it served as the protective outer shell. A separate hard hat liner inserted inside of the helmet contained an adjustable suspension system that allowed it to be adjusted to the size of a soldier's head, although the helmet, liner, and chin strap weighed about 3 pounds. When I later tried everything on, most of the items fit me reasonably well, with some folding over and tucking of access clothing that I wedged snugly under a belt. I was able to make do until we received better fitting clothing. As soon as we reached the end of the line, we were ordered to take our new uniforms to our huts, strip out of our clothes, and put on our raincoats. Wearing only these raincoats and our underwear, my platoon headed for a large multi-purpose building where the base's medical staff awaited us. Inside, sunlight, shining through high windows, amplified the sultry heat, which large fans did little to relieve. Over the next couple of hours, we experienced a full-scale assault by syringe, enduring 8 injections, with 4 jabs in each shoulder, while the typhus shot took the longest and stung the most. It was the repeated stabbings with needles that made the process so unpleasant. By the end of the inoculations, my shoulders were so sore, I was barely able to raise my arms, although it seemed to me the immunizations against typhus, smallpox, typhoid, tetanus, and a bunch of other terrible-sounding diseases must have left us well protected against just about every conceivable microbe and virus. These were only the first of many rounds of vaccinations we would receive in the months to come. Rather than focus on diseases most likely to affect a particular body of troops heading for a particular area, the Army simply threw the kitchen sink at a problem by requiring inoculations against everything. After the battery of shots, Sergeant Marbury ordered us to strip out of our underwear, put on our raincoats, and queue up for a comprehensive physical inspection that lasted half an hour. When my turn came, I stood there sweating in my raincoat and feeling awkward, while a series of Army doctors probed my privates for venereal disease in a manner that made me feel I was some type of livestock. For good measure, the doctor finished off the exam with 2 injections in my butt, which he administered with an oversized syringe, so that my rear now hurt nearly as much as my shoulders. By the time he was finished, perspiration was dripping off the bottom of my soaked raincoat. With everyone aching from the immunizations, we were spared from exercise and close order drill for the rest of the day. Instead, an officer ordered us to head back to our huts and neatly store our new clothes and other equipment in our footlockers. Following supper at the mess hall and another evening of training films, we settled down for our second night at Fort McClellan. Still sore from the previous day's immunizations, we began our third day at Fort McClellan with roll call, calisthenics, a shower and shave, and breakfast before returning to our quarters. After a rapid cleanup operation, a hulking captain from another training unit conducted a 15-minute hut inspection. Although we had failed to pull the sheets on our cots tight enough for his quarter to bounce, his evaluation was surprisingly positive. We were given a few days to correct the problems in our quarters before the next inspection. "Outside, now!" Sergeant Marbury barked in his booming foghorn voice immediately after the hut inspection ended. As our platoon was assembling, we began speculating and joking quietly about what lay ahead. "Line up and shut up," Marbury ordered in a dire tone that instantly silenced us. About the only thing that could be heard was the dust settling. Now commanding our full attention, the sergeant continued, "Welcome to the United States Army's basic training. The reason we have basic training is because you don't know shit about the Army or being a soldier. And speaking of shit, we're going to teach you when to shit, where to shit, and how to shit." Almost everyone at least snickered at these words, but one of my friends from home and I made the mistake of laughing out loud. Somehow, Marbury heard my laugh, while my friends evaded detection. Stomping over with a threatening grimace, Marbury halted in front of me, getting up right in my face. "You can go start cleaning out the shithouse," he angrily bellowed. Yanking me by the arm, Marbury led me off to the latrine located next door to our hut. Much like the facilities back at Fort Oglethorpe, the latrine at Fort McClellan contained about 100 unpartitioned commodes installed along the walls of a cinder block building at least half the length of a city block. "Why don't you go in there and wipe all the crap off of them?" he instructed before returning to the platoon. I could not believe it. Only my third day on base, and I had been banished to the latrine. My task for the next 3 hours was to clean the white porcelain toilets with a mop, bucket, and brush until they gleamed like ivory thrones. If I learned anything, it was the need to avoid the wrath of Sergeant Marbury. This meant doing everything he ordered, doing it right away, and always doing it with a straight face. When I rejoined the rest of my platoon a few hours later, it was time for lunch. Later that day, another big part of our training was introduced. "We're going on an afternoon hike through a creek. When you come out the other side and get back, your boots will fit better," Marbury explained. Taken to a foot-deep creek, we began stumbling over the uneven stones and mud on the creek bed at a pace somewhere between a walk and jog. After splashing along for 5 miles, Marbury ordered us to exit the creek and hike another 5 miles back to our huts, where we could dry out our boots. By the time we got back, everyone was exhausted, and most of us had developed blisters on our feet due to the poor fit of our boots. Thankfully, medics came to our huts to treat our feet. In the meantime, just as promised, the pliable boot leather had shrunk or stretched to better conform to the shape of our feet. Following supper at the mess hall, we turned out for an evening class on the Browning Model 1917A1, 30 caliber water-cooled machine gun. This was an hour-long introduction to the machine gun that would eventually move to the center of our training. After more training films, we collapsed into our cots back in our hut, utterly spent and savoring the thought of sleep. But a full night's rest was not included in the Army's training manual. "Get your asses out of bed! Get your asses out of bed!" shouted Sergeant Marbury as he strode into the center of our hut in the middle of the night. Alarmed we were under attack, we tumbled from our cots, not knowing what to expect. Hastily tossing on our uniforms and boots, our platoon groggily set off on a 10-mile hike through the darkness, less than half a day after our 5-mile hike. So much for allowing time for our blisters to heal. Class, close order drill, and physical training. The next day initiated a routine that varied little over the ensuing weeks. Every morning, Sergeant Marbury would enter our barracks at 5 o'clock sharp, yelling for us to fall out into the dark for roll call. We then had 5 minutes to form up outside for roll call, which included an inspection of our uniforms once a week. On a few occasions, someone in our platoon would fail to show up. "Johnson, where's Johnson?" Marbury would thunder. Everyone would remain standing at attention until Johnson was located. Needless to say, the sergeant made sure Johnson suffered a bad day to help encourage him to be on time in the future. Roll call was immediately followed by what started off as half an hour of calisthenics, but eventually expanded into a full hour of rigorous morning exercises. Closely scrutinized by Marbury for any slacking, the calisthenics did a good job of waking us up and building a big appetite for breakfast. With our morning exercises done, Marbury gave us 15 minutes to shit, shower, and shave before our platoon breakfast at the mess hall. After half an hour of stuffing our mouths full of chow, most of the rest of the morning was spent either marching at close order drill or learning in the classroom. Although Sergeant Marbury served as the lead drill instructor for our platoon, he managed our training in tandem with a couple of other drill instructors. This group included First Sergeant Whittle, who oversaw the training when all our company's platoons were drilling together. While Sergeant Marbury operated under Whittle's immediate supervision, Marbury was also acting under the watchful eye of Lieutenant Hendren, who had overall command of our training company. A young but sharp officer who was always in good spirits, Hendren stood about 6 feet tall and was a little bit on the heavy side, something that he joked about with us. In his frequent appearances at our morning lineups for roll call, he urged us to perform well and learn as much as we could during our training, stressing we would need these skills when we went into combat. In our class, we were taught the nomenclature of the rifle, pistol, grenade, mortar, and machine gun, and watched more training films on various topics. But the Army also made a special effort to scare the living daylights out of us about sexually transmitted diseases by showing graphic films on gonorrhea and syphilis. The gruesome footage of men and women with these venereal diseases was so disgusting some guys actually puked, while others had to be helped out of the room. Most swore off sex then and there. During our close order drills on Fort McClellan's parade grounds, we continued to learn to march as soldiers. Even if marching in tight cohesion was of no practical utility on the modern battlefield, close order drill instilled important qualities like teamwork, camaraderie, discipline, and soldierly bearing. "Straighten up, pull your stomach in, march," Marbury would shout. Directed through a series of twisting turns, our platoon worked on learning how to march forward in formation, turn right, turn left, march to the rear, and halt on a dime without running into the guy ahead of us. We had a long way to go. The first time we heard the command, "About face," half of us immediately collided with the other half in an ugly tangle of bodies. Correcting our inept execution would not be easy, but it was a challenge for which Marbury seemed exceptionally well suited. Getting right up in our faces, the sergeant would shout at us with the same deafening gusto that he would have used if he had been standing 24 yards away. Even then, Lieutenant Hendren would urge, "Louder, Sergeant, louder!" Hendren's main concern was to keep the cadence steady and our gait lively. Starting as a confused mess, our platoon of 36 men steadily improved and came to view close order drill as one of the most enjoyable aspects of basic training. By the end of the third week, we were already developing a unit pride as we learned to sharpen our step. Of all the officers and NCOs who oversaw close order drill and other aspects of our basic training, Second Lieutenant Aubrey was the one who did the most to make our training fun. A tall, fit, tanned combat veteran of World War I, Aubrey was in charge of all physical exercise and occasionally worked with each platoon to assess its progress in close order drill. Along with an easy-to-follow singing cadence count, Aubrey had a sense of humor and a way with words that made him popular. On one occasion, he marched us right into a wall because he forgot to order, "To the rear, march!" Everybody laughed when he apologized for the mistake by explaining he had sex on his mind. Once all of the platoons in our training company had learned to march together in a single unified formation, our company began competing against other companies in a series of contests that lasted for the duration of our training. In order to help us further enhance our performance, Aubrey invited our company to meet with him on the drill field at midnight for additional practice. While none of us wanted to miss out on sleep, everyone agreed to join the lieutenant for 4 of these midnight drill sessions under the floodlights. Thanks largely to Aubrey's intensive work with our company, we achieved a crisp performance that earned us victories in 2 of the monthly marching competitions against other companies. Our company even won the final competition for marching precision at Fort McClellan, which was held in front of the base commander in early November, just before the end of basic training. While close order drill absorbed 2 or 3 hours of most mornings, the focus always remained on physical training. At least one morning a week, Sergeant Marbury or another non-com led our entire company on a 5-mile hike with all our gear and full packs, conducted under a blazing sun that heated the humid air into a sauna. We trotted and ran most of the route, passing through creeks, larger streams, dense brush, and thickly wooded areas. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, most of us were gasping for air by the time we finished. The sweating never ceased, but our muscles gradually ached less as our endurance improved in the ensuing weeks. Always seeking to challenge us, our drill instructors tested our growing strength with more frequent hikes, some of which went for 10 miles and passed through streams that came up to our knees. The primary objective of our physical training was to make us fit and build up our stamina. Though never much of an athlete, I enjoyed these drills and liked getting into shape. Training also brought out my competitive side, a part of my personality about which I had been unaware. About once a week, our platoon headed to one of McClellan's several obstacle courses after breakfast. The courses were distinct in terms of their specific layout and drills, but generally involved a couple of hours of stepping through tires, crawling through pipes, and jumping over low barbed wire fences to help us prepare for the physical challenges we might face on the battlefield. On a few occasions, Lieutenant Hendren joined us on the obstacle course and our long hikes. Despite his rather large stomach, he was plenty able to keep up. His close involvement with our training, as well as his obvious concern for us, won him our admiration and respect as a leader. Much to my chagrin, there was one part of the obstacle course I failed to master: running up to a vertical 8-foot-high wooden wall. Each soldier was supposed to jump up, grab hold of the top, and pull himself up. Standing only 5 feet and 6 inches, a couple of inches shorter than most guys, my height proved a real disadvantage when I tried to surmount the wall. After I failed to get over the wall that first day, Lieutenant Aubrey pushed me to complete the drill successfully. "Okay, try again," he shouted. "No thanks, I'm going around," I responded, interpreting his words as encouragement rather than an order. He could shoot me for disobedience, but there was no way I would ever be able to climb that wall. Some of the other guys figured out that teamwork was the key to overcoming this obstacle. One man would run up and place his boot into the clasped hands of another soldier waiting at the wall. This boost would lift him high enough to grasp the top of the wall and haul himself up. Once atop the wall, that fellow could then reach down and pull the booster up and over. Somehow, this solution did not occur to me at the time. In multiple tries on several different occasions, I never succeeded in getting over that wall. Weapons training. One morning, about a week and a half after our arrival at Fort McClellan, our company began its weapons training under the supervision of Sergeant Burke. A big, red-faced, tough-as-leather Irishman, Burke was an older NCO who really knew his business. In recognition of his competence and long experience, he had received a promotion from the rank of corporal to field sergeant from Lieutenant Hendren, making him the lieutenant's top field leader among the non-coms. Among the enlisted personnel, Sergeant Burke was famous for a recent fistfight at the base's barbershop that had taken place on a rainy day. Burke had knocked another new sergeant through the shop's door and out into the mud. No one knew the cause of the fight, but everyone knew Burke had won it. Our trip over to the firing range with Burke came sooner than we had anticipated, but most of us were anxious to start. Upon our arrival, each of us was issued a 9.5-pound M1 Garand rifle, which we had to return at the end of the drill. After hunting squirrels and other animals for years, I was an experienced shooter, though that had been with a much lighter shotgun. Ordered to lay on our stomachs and aim at the target, I took up my firing position, looked down over the top of the rifle, and carefully drew a bead on the bullseye at the center of a 4-foot diameter target at the far end of the range. "Fire when ready," Burke called out. Just before I squeezed the trigger, the guy next to me fired his weapon first. Unprepared for the amazingly loud report produced by an Army rifle firing, his shot momentarily scared the life out of me. Quickly growing accustomed to the noise at the range, I again zeroed in on the bullseye and gently squeezed off a round at the target. Attached to a pulley system, a target that had been hit would be lowered by soldiers positioned down in a pit at the far end of the range. When the target popped back up, it would have a red dot marking the spot where the bullet had hit. My first shot struck dead center of the target. "That's pretty good, soldier. Keep going," Sergeant Burke shouted. Increasingly confident, I began blazing away with my rifle, going through one 8-round clip after another. My lifetime of experience with guns had made me a crack shot, so the drill was pure fun for me. Within 10 minutes, Burke came up behind me and kicked my boot heel. "Andrews, you get up and leave. You're too good, and you're using up too much ammo," he barked. If my weakest performance came at the obstacle course's wall, my strongest came during our twice-weekly visits to the firing range. But I was far from alone in my shooting skills. After our first day on the firing range, First Lieutenant Hendren expressed his admiration for our company's marksmanship. "Let me tell you guys something. The reason I'm glad to be head of this outfit is because most of you were squirrel hunters and know how to shoot, and I like leading a company that knows how to shoot." Not surprisingly, our company always did well in subsequent inter-unit shooting competitions. At the end of basic training, about 3/4 of the men in our company were awarded the sharpshooter ribbon. For the first month of training, we continued to shoot Garand rifles. I was fascinated with the size and weight of the 9.5-pound Garand and its accuracy at great distances. In the latter part of our training, I switched to drilling with a lighter 5-pound M1 carbine at the firing range. It was also an excellent weapon, though not quite as accurate as the longer-barreled Garand. About 2 months after our first visit to the firing range, Sergeant Burke issued each of us a Colt .45 pistol. "Take care of it, soldier. It'll save your life someday," he told me as he handed over the Colt. Unfamiliar with pistols, the weapon's 2.5-pound weight, 3 pounds loaded, and the size of bullet surprised me. Following Sergeant Burke's instructions, I shoved a 7-round magazine into the grip, aimed at the life-sized enemy dummy crouched about 20 feet in front of me, and squeezed the trigger. Just 2 feet in front of me, the ground erupted, throwing dirt in every direction. Simultaneously, the force of the pistol's recoil sent my right hand arcing violently back to strike the right side of my face and knock my glasses off. Some of the others laughed at my embarrassing start, but many of them experienced similar trouble mastering the pistol and its recoil. On my second attempt firing the .45, I managed to hit the dummy. What particularly amazed me was the size of the hole the bullet blasted in the concrete wall behind the target. Through several practice sessions with the pistol on the firing range, we learned how to hold the weapon, aim it, fire it, and control its recoil. As I became comfortable with the weapon, my accuracy rapidly improved. While managing the pistol's kick would remain a challenge, I quickly came to appreciate its heft in my hand. In the combat to come, the Colt .45 would prove to be a reliable and powerful killing tool. When a firefight erupted, having a loaded .45 pistol and easy reach on my hip was tremendously reassuring, particularly when we came into close contact with the enemy. Even when the barrel grew hot from repeated firing, the weapon would not jam. While freezing weather might cause misfires in other weapons, the Colt .45 always operated perfectly. At the end of our first month of basic training, our entire training company assembled for an important announcement. "Today is payday. You will enter the commander's office one by one, giving your name, rank, and serial number. But don't forget to salute first. The officer will return your salute. After you are dismissed, return to your hut and prepare for hut inspection. That's all, First Sergeant Whittle declared. Since we were lined up alphabetically, my turn to enter the office and receive my pay soon came. Seated at a desk next to Lieutenant Hendren was another young first lieutenant who I'd not met. Coming to attention, I stood up straight and saluted the officer smartly. 3473-7645, sir, I announced enthusiastically. Very good, soldier, the unfamiliar lieutenant said. Now, would you mind telling me your name? Private Ernest Albert Andrews, Jr., sir. 3473-7645, I replied, trying to hide my embarrassment at neglecting to begin with my name and rank. Very good, Private Andrews. What did you say your full name was? Ernest Albert Andrews, Jr., sir, I repeated. Regarding me, the officer reflected for a moment. Ernest Albert, huh? That's going to be a hell of a name for me to remember. From now on, I'm going to call you Andy. You understand me? Yes, sir. Whatever you say suits me just fine, I responded, thinking that I rather liked the name. Okay, Andy, next man, the lieutenant said as he passed me my pay. Up until that time, everybody had called me Ernest, but my new name stuck. Before long, everyone at Fort McClellan was calling me Andy. Christian faith in the Army. What distinguished me from the other fellows at Fort McClellan was my Christian faith. While perhaps half of the guys would have considered themselves as church-going Christians, only about 1/4 were committed to living out their convictions in a way that really shaped their behavior. During our first week of basic training, an announcement was posted on the company bulletin board that directed all soldiers who wanted to attend church on Sunday to drop by headquarters for an official pass. This printed slip gave us legal permission to be off the base if we ran into an MP, military police. On my arrival, I noticed a box of condoms had been placed at the front of the desk of the officer who was filling out our passes. Here's your pass, Andrews, and take a couple of condoms, he offered. I explained condoms would not be necessary since I had made a commitment to not engage in sexual activity until I was married. He congratulated me on my decision, but stated that Army regulations required a soldier to take at least 2 condoms any time he left the post, even to attend church. So that was that. Many of the other fellows in our training company were unable to understand why those of us who were committed Christians did not cuss, drink, gamble, or engage in sexual promiscuity. They would often ask me, "What's wrong with you?" This gave me a chance to share my Christian faith, but most were not interested in what I had to say. Although my faith separated me from many of the other guys when they were involved in behavior that went against my convictions, those of us training at Fort McClellan actually had a lot in common. Almost all of us were Southern boys who had grown up in the mountains of Tennessee and northern Georgia. Perhaps the most unique members of our training company were 8 recruits from Minnesota. How they got mixed in with a bunch of Southerners was a total mystery, but while these Midwesterners never understood many of our Southern ways nor our Southern slang, we generally managed to get along fine, and there were never any real problems among us. However, these 8 Minnesotans were without a doubt the crudest men who I ever encountered. Every time they opened their mouths, they spewed an incredible number and variety of obscenities, which regularly included taking God's name in vain. Hoping to reach out, I attempted to share the Bible's instruction concerning how people should live, but this was completely foreign to them. When I explained their cursing was a direct violation of one of the 10 Commandments, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain," it made no difference. They had been cursing and swearing their entire lives and knew nothing else. Ironically, 2 of these same Minnesotans declared themselves to be conscientious objectors and refused to take part in weapons training. Acting under the orders of the base commander at Fort McClellan, First Lieutenant Hendren rejected their self-proclaimed conscientious objector status. As punishment for their unwillingness to participate in weapons training, he ordered the 2 men to put on jackets and then pull overcoats over the top of these. Bundled for winter weather and wearing their helmets, the men were directed to dig a large hole in the steamy 100-some-degree summer heat. The base commander apparently believed such measures would convince the 2 to back down, but they refused to alter their stance. Deeply disturbed by their harsh punishment, I felt compelled to do something before they died from heat exhaustion. As they were digging, I approached Lieutenant Hendren. "Lieutenant, do you think I could go to the base commander and ask him if I could take the place of one of those guys to give them a break?" I inquired. "Hell no, I would shoot you first." Changing his tone, he confided, "I appreciate your feelings, Private Andrews. I'm sensitive to that too, but these are the commander's orders." Realizing any further effort to challenge their punishment would risk insubordination, I walked away deeply saddened. It was the only instance where I felt the Army acted unjustly toward the troops. We received no official announcement as to the fate of the two men, but they were eventually removed from our training company, perhaps for reassignment to non-combat duties. Chow and training films. The U.S. Army was not known for its food, but we lucked out because the mess sergeant at Fort McClellan had previously worked as a chef at a big resort. The chow we received during basic training was far better than anything we could have hoped for. In fact, it was absolutely delicious. On top of that, every meal was an all-you-can-eat feast. You just had to make sure you could gulp down everything you put on your plate within the prescribed time limit. Our standard breakfast was a hearty meal of scrambled eggs with bacon or ham, grits, and a couple of large biscuits with jelly, honey, or gravy. Everything tasted like something you would eat in a really fine civilian restaurant. And there was orange juice and lots of coffee to wash it all down and wake us up. Our lunch and suppers sometimes approached gourmet cuisine. For lunch, the mess might serve up a thick, meaty stew with cornbread. Supper was often a choice cut of chicken, pork, or beef, and occasionally even steaks. The meat was typically served with baked or grilled vegetables and white bread. Gorging on such fare assuaged even the biggest appetites. At these suppers, the mess sergeant would always do something special for Lieutenant Hendren. Once, he even crafted a salad for the lieutenant in which the peach in the middle of a bed of lettuce had been artistically sliced to look like a blooming flower. "I can't eat that, it's too pretty," Hendren told him. "You've got to, sir. It's my way of appreciating you," the mess sergeant protested. Listening to this exchange made me wonder just what the mess sergeant hoped to gain. But putting up with such behavior was a small price to pay if it meant the rest of us could continue eating so well. To be fair, the mess sergeant's thoughtfulness was not limited to Lieutenant Hendren. When anybody had a birthday, he would bake a small cake. Everyone in the mess hall would sing the soldier happy birthday, a celebration I experienced myself upon turning 20 on July 27. Though all of us enjoyed the fine food, none of us wanted to serve on KP, kitchen police duty, a punishment meted out to anyone who was late to lining up for morning calisthenics or committing other similar infractions. In one instance, when I failed to polish my boots, I earned KP duty and had to peel potatoes. Between the excellent and abundant chow and the tough exercise regimen, we could feel ourselves growing stronger by the day. Like all the other guys, I took tremendous pride in my improving fitness and stamina. 3 or 4 evenings a week, a couple of hundred of us gathered to watch training films after supper. These covered a wide variety of topics, ranging from basic infantry tactics to the nomenclature of various weapons to the uses and hazards of artillery fire. A few of the films described how German troops trained for combat in order to give us a better understanding of the enemy we would be fighting. While our training films largely ignored the terror, horror, and brutality of warfare, they were still of educational value. In order to drive home particular points, the instructors often followed up the movies with a period for questions and discussion, a dialogue that was at least as valuable as the films. Perhaps once a week, we got the chance to watch a more entertaining Hollywood picture as well as short newsreels. The newsreels gave us a sense of the larger developments in the war during the second half of 1943, including the Allied invasions of Sicily in July and the Italian mainland in September, as well as the progress of the campaign in the Pacific against the Japanese. They also covered the tremendous American effort to ship men and equipment across the Atlantic to Great Britain, always a risky operation because of German U-boats. When we watched these films, the air in the room would usually become so thick with tobacco smoke that it became difficult to breathe. On a few occasions, smoking was prohibited until after the show, but as soon as the film was over, the place turned into a smokehouse. While I never smoked, probably 75% of the guys did, and would light up a cigarette at the first opportunity. It was almost treated as the official way to relax in the Army. Healthier forms of relaxation included games of baseball and basketball, which would spring up in the rare instances where we had any free time for recreation during daylight hours. However, most of our free time came during the hour or so before the lights went out. While some played cards and gambled, just about everyone enjoyed listening to the radio, which played the latest swing music hits, performed by popular big bands like those led by Benny Goodman and Glenn Miller. Once the lights were off, most of us were so dog-tired that sleep came instantly. Assignment to nighttime sentry duty was an honor. Each night, one man from our company was entrusted with guarding one of the entry gates to Fort McClellan. The soldier would challenge anyone who approached by shouting, "Halt!" and demanding that day's password. Thankfully, my turn on sentry duty passed without incident. A big announcement, early August. One evening, about 3 weeks into our training, First Lieutenant Hendren assembled our training company for an important announcement. "Okay, guys, we want to tell you something that's been a secret up till now. All of you fellas are going to be heavy machine gunners," he enthusiastically proclaimed. As he spoke these words, a big picture of a heavy machine gun crew in action was displayed up at the front of the room. Immediately, a spontaneous roar erupted as a couple of hundred guys began clapping, shouting, hooting, howling, and hollering in celebration. Most of us in the company had already heard we were likely to be assigned as machine gunners, but Hendren's announcement made it official. Just out of high school, the prospect of serving as machine gunners with all that awesome firepower struck us as the most thrilling assignment imaginable. Chapter 4. Training as Machine Gunners, early August 1943 to January 17, 1944. Preparation for machine gunner training, early August. The day after our company learned we would be training as machine gunners, all of us had to undergo a battery of vision tests. Unsurprisingly, my attempt to read the eye chart without glasses only confirmed my nearsightedness, though my vision was worse than most. During the subsequent testing, the officer conducting the exam ordered me to keep my glasses on. Seated at the end of a long table, I was directed to observe 2 small pegs. The officer explained he was going to move the pegs back and forth inside 2 slits cut into the table in order to evaluate my depth perception. "I want you to call a halt when these pegs come together," he instructed. Tugging on strings, he slowly moved the pegs closer together in the slits. "Halt," I declared, when it appeared to me the pegs were side by side. The officer informed me the pegs were still at least 3 feet apart, revealing my depth perception was way off. "You'll never pass this test, but you're okay to be a machine gunner," the officer proclaimed with a friendly laugh. Why did I have to do this? It seemed like an utter waste of time to take a test if a poor result made no difference. As I was rapidly learning, the Army simply followed standard operating procedure. Vision testing was a procedural formality for men assigned to train as machine gunners. In wartime, the Army was far less concerned with the practical implications of any results. The next day, our entire company marched out to the main firing range at Fort McClellan. Ordered onto wooden bleachers built into a hillside, we took our seats to watch a demonstration of the firepower of various weapons. "We're going to show you what a water-cooled .30 caliber machine gun will do," First Lieutenant Hendren announced. This would be a more dramatic exhibition of the gun's capability than the initial display we had witnessed a couple of weeks earlier in our training. On cue, a machine gun crew began blazing away, targeting some old refrigerators 80 yards downrange. Their fire was absolutely devastating, especially when they switched to armor-piercing rounds. In seconds, there was almost nothing left of the refrigerators. Since we were about to begin training as machine gunners, the weapon's power made a tremendous impression on us. Before the next display of firepower, one of the instructors reviewed the different types of artillery shells and their uses in combat. Most importantly, he stressed that taking cover below ground could save our lives. While you're in these bleachers, we're going to show you what artillery shells do. The first artillery shell is going to be a standard high explosive round. A minute later, an artillery round whooshed through the air overhead and detonated with a loud explosion 100 yards away, creating a large cloud of dust and flinging small shell fragments out at least 20 yards in every direction. As the shrapnel struck the ground, it spawned a wide arc of smaller gray dust clouds around the central explosion. It was terrible to imagine what would have happened if human bodies had been anywhere near the point of impact. After the first round had gotten our attention, the instructor warned us, "Now the next 3 rounds that come over together are anti-personnel rounds. They're going to detonate about 30 feet above the ground. You'll see the dust and the tightly packed shrapnel hitting the ground." Sounding like a freight train, the incoming shells passed just over our heads. When the 3 rounds burst, countless small clouds of dirt sprung from the ground as shrapnel lacerated an area about 50 yards in diameter. It was stunning, terrifying, and unforgettable, as if 1,000 rifles had simultaneously fired at the ground. The artillery fire ended the exhibition. It had indeed hammered home to us the urgency of digging a foxhole in combat. There was no way to avoid the hailstorm of steel shrapnel if an anti-personnel round detonated directly above your hole, but entrenching gave you the best chance of survival on the battlefield. While the point had been made about the hazards of artillery fire, it might have been useful for us to observe mortar fire as well, given its frequent use in combat, but we never received any training with mortars at Fort McClellan. In fact, I did not even see a mortar during basic training. Machine gun training, early August through mid-November 1943. From this point onward, our training focused on the Browning Model 1917 A1 30 caliber water-cooled machine gun, a vintage weapon that had been introduced during World War I. It would prove to be as good or better than any of its contemporaries. The U.S. Army was determined to make sure we would learn everything there was to know about this weapon, how it worked, how to maintain it, how to fire it, and how to deploy it in combat. For machine gun training, our platoon broke up into separate 7-man squads. It was through these drills that I really came to know 3 members of my machine gun squad who would become long-term buddies of mine. My hut mate Wayne Newsome and I hit it off from the moment we first met back at Fort Oglethorpe. Aside from being a head taller than me, Wayne and I had a lot in common. Lincoln Welser was another member of my squad who I had met back at our induction at Fort Oglethorpe. About my height, Lincoln was a little on the chunky side, but possessed great physical stamina. A good-natured, jovial fellow, he was an optimist about everything, and always knew when to crack a joke to lighten the mood. Hector Gonzalez was the 3rd member of my squad who stood out. With high cheekbones and a tanned, lined face, he had a rugged appearance. Quiet but funny, Hector found many opportunities in the Army to deliver his favorite line, "Who gives a damn?" With the start of our machine gun training, all 7 of us in the squad would be working together much more intensively than in previous drills. Individually, each of us needed to know everything about the machine gun and gain experience firing the weapon. Collectively, the key objective was for us to learn how to work together efficiently as a team. Our machine gun training typically took place in the afternoon following lunch. Welcoming us to our first day of instruction on the weapon, Sergeant Burke did not pull any punches. "Listen up, guys. The reason you're getting this good training is because a machine gunner has an average life expectancy in combat of 7 minutes. As intended, this really got our attention. Until this moment, we had not fully comprehended the extent to which the machine gun's firepower would make us the enemy's primary target in combat. Indeed, it seemed almost as if the Army had issued a death sentence by assigning us as machine gunners. Sergeant Burke began our training with a thorough but rapid demonstration on how to disassemble and reassemble the various components of the Browning Model 1917 A1 machine gun. Over the next few days, our squad repeatedly practiced breaking down and reassembling the machine gun in order to master the procedure. Fully broken down, the machine gun had only a small number of component parts, reflecting a simplicity of design and maintenance that was part of the beauty of the weapon. Upon the conclusion of about 4 days of drilling on the assembly and disassembly of the gun, our squad moved to the firing range. Sergeants Burke and Marbury detailed the Browning machine gun's firing procedure and basic shooting techniques. Marbury showed us how to squat or lay behind the gun so as to present a minimal target to the enemy in combat. We then received a further display of the machine gun's rate of fire, accuracy, and range, which left us even more in awe of its devastating firepower. Following this instruction, our squad began to practice setting up and firing the gun. Before the drill, more than 150 pounds of equipment were laid at our feet. The 33-pound, 3-foot-long machine gun, comprising the receiver housing the firing chamber and the barrel encased in a stovepipe-shaped water jacket, the 53-pound tripod with an attached gun cradle, one 7-pound 6-quarter water chest, and 4 22-pound metal ammo boxes. At the sound of Sergeant Burke's whistle, each member of our squad grabbed his assigned components of a machine gun off the ground and scrambled to assemble the weapon at a spot about 50 yards away. The first soldier sprinted the short distance with the tripod slung over his shoulders, using his hands to grip 2 legs in front of him, while the third longer leg hung down his back. This man lugging the tripod was designated to serve as the gunner. On reaching the specified location, he flipped the tripod over his head and took up position behind it. The next squad member carried the gun. Running up, he jammed the weapon into the socket on the tripod's cradle. As he did so, the gunner pulled back the gun pintle latch lever to secure the machine gun in its cradle atop the tripod. The tripod allowed the gunner to swivel the machine gun right or left, while the cradle allowed him to raise or lower the barrel. As the gun was being locked into place, the guy carrying the water chest dashed up on the right side. The water chest was attached to the gun by a rubber condensing hose that snapped onto the water plug at the end of the water jacket, just under the barrel's muzzle. The water chest was left upright under the barrel. While the hose was being hooked up, the squad member with the ammunition hustled forward to the left side of the gun, attached the ammo box, and flipped its lid open. The gunner raised the receiver's cover with his right hand, grabbed the 250-round ammo belt with his left hand, pulled the belt through the receiver with his right hand, and then closed the cover with his left hand. Pulling back and releasing the bolt, the gunner lodged the first round in the firing chamber. With his left hand on the gun's handle and his right hand on the aiming wheels at the back of the gun cradle, the gunner aimed at the target and squeezed the trigger with his left forefinger. As the machine gun started clattering away, a torrent of bullets poured out of the muzzle, while the spent shell casing spewed out to the right of the gun. During our first firing drill with the machine gun, we all had a chance to shoot the weapon. If drawing down the trigger and seeing that ribbon of fire blazing out of the muzzle was exhilarating, watching the various targets blasted from their supporting stands was just plain inspiring. It was a surefire method of confidence building in our training. Because my pre-Army experience with guns had been limited to taking single shots with hunting rifles, I found the machine gun's power awesome to behold and almost impossible to believe. Using the same .30 caliber bullet as the Garand rifle, its ammo belt filled with these brass-tipped rounds was a thing of shining beauty that belied the gun's formidable capacity to wreak destruction. Firing the standard M2 ammunition, the Browning model 1917 A1 water-cooled machine gun possessed an effective range of about 1,100 yards, or 0.625 miles. It had a maximum range of about 3,000 yards, 2 miles, but was not very accurate beyond 2,000 yards, a little over a mile. The weapon's nominal rate of fire was 450 to 600 rounds per minute, but that rate was not sustainable for a prolonged period. When the machine gun was fired, the 7 pints of water in the water jacket circulated around the barrel, transferring the frictional heat caused by firing to the liquid in order to cool the gun. Even with this cooling system, The barrel would grow hot after only a dozen rounds were fired. To avoid the danger of the barrel ever overheating, we learned to shoot in intermittent bursts. If the machine gun was fired for more than a brief period, some of the water circulating around the hot barrel turned to steam, escaping under pressure through the rubber condensing hose attached to the water plug under the muzzle. The steam traveled down into the water chest, where it cooled back into the water. The condensing system both prevented a cloud of steam that would reveal our machine gun position to the enemy and permitted the recovery of the water that would otherwise be lost to evaporation. If the gunner ceased firing the weapon for an extended period, the steam in the water jacket would cool back into water, creating a vacuum that drew the water back up the hose from the water chest. Alternatively, the water jacket could be refilled manually. In the event the rubber condensing hose was ever severed and too much water escaped from the water jacket as steam, the gun barrel was certain to overheat and warp, even under the most restricted firing of the weapon. If the barrel did warp due to overheating, it could be replaced, but this procedure was not something that could be done safely during combat. This danger made the rubber hose that ran down to the water chest critically important. Unfortunately, we later discovered this hose was highly vulnerable to enemy fire. Over the next couple of weeks, our squad drilled with the machine gun 3 or 4 times a week, which rapidly enhanced our speed and execution. We also watched training films on the weapon dating from World War I, as well as combat footage from that conflict. Despite changes in the machine gun's tactical role, it turned out there was still a lot we could learn from these old movies. In early September, competitions in setting up and firing the machine gun were introduced as a regular part of our training, giving all of us added motivation to enhance our performance. Matched against 4 other machine gun squads at a time, our squad competed against others in our own company, as well as against those from other training companies. With points awarded to squads based on their speed in getting the machine gun into action, everyone in our squad was gung-ho to win these races. Our squad triumphed in the first competition by having the machine gun deployed and firing in 30 seconds. This time was way down from the minute and a half it had taken us on our first attempt 4 weeks earlier, but still left a lot of room for improvement. In a half dozen subsequent contests, our squad came out on top about half of the time. More importantly, we won in the final competition just before the end of basic training, having whittled down the amount of time it took us to ready and fire the machine gun to a mere 10 seconds. Entrenching, camping, and building gun emplacements. If drilling with the machine gun and other firearms was essential in preparing us for combat, learning to properly entrench ourselves was of equal, if not greater importance to our survival. This part of our platoon's training began on a nearby hillside one afternoon, about a month and a half into basic training. After receiving a lesson in entrenching, we practiced digging foxholes with our spades. Its small metal shovel blade was hinged to a sturdy wooden handle about 14 inches long. The entrenching tool also included a separate metal pick, which could be used to loosen hardened soil or break up frozen ground. During our first entrenchment drill, Sergeant Marbury ordered us to get down into our foxholes as soon as we had them dug. While we crouched down in the holes, so our entire bodies were below ground, we began shooting rifle rounds into the dirt just inches above our heads. My initial reaction was intense panic, but I quickly grew accustomed to the gunfire. At the next entrenching drill, a couple of weeks later, Marbury announced a far more severe test of the quality of our foxholes and our nerves. "This afternoon, you will have a tank drive over your foxhole with you in it." Crouching down in our foxholes with bullets whizzing close overhead was serious business, but having a tank come clanking over the top of our small holes was something else altogether. All we could do was dig deep and wait. Huddled as far down toward the bottom of my hole as possible, the awful rumble of the tank's approach caused me to try to hunker down even lower and start wishing I had dug deeper. I was absolutely petrified. A moment later, the tank was passing over the top of my hole, blotting out the sun and inducing a deep sense of claustrophobia. As its treads churned a steady cascade of dirt down on top of me, the bottom of the tank's chassis passed literally inches above my head, bringing the scorching heat of its engine so close I thought it would singe me. The deafening noise and the violent shaking of the ground made it feel as if an earthquake was sweeping through. It was all over in a matter of seconds, but would be one of the most terrifying ordeals we had to endure in our training. However, the experience assured us we could survive if a tank ran over our foxholes in combat. Whatever the danger, a good foxhole could make a life-or-death difference. On 2 or 3 occasions, our platoon went on 3-night campouts, where we learned to construct machine gun emplacements under the guidance of Sergeant Burke. As always, he showed us by doing, in this case, by helping us to build our gun emplacement. While we worked, he gave us reasons for everything that we were doing, whether it was situating the gun's position to provide an optimal field of fire, or constructing the emplacement so as to provide ourselves with a measure of protection from enemy fire. Knowing he spoke from experience, we listened attentively to every word. Naturally, our instructors ordered competitions among the squads to see which of us could build the best gun position, something that turned out to be one of the most fun parts of our training. While 4 of our squad members chopped down small trees, the rest of us used the freshly cut logs to build the walls for our gun emplacement. Employing a skill picked up from my time in the Boy Scouts, I lashed the ends of the logs together with rope to connect the walls. Since none of the guys in the other squads knew how to lash logs, our squad regularly prevailed in these competitions. Although there was not a lot of time to share my knowledge with the other members of my squad at that moment, I later tried to teach them some basic rope lashing techniques. I likewise attempted to pass along other useful skills I'd learned in the Boy Scouts, such as how to build a fire from a pile of small twigs that would create only a minimal amount of smoke. Breaks from our training were few, but I was issued a 3-day pass and later a 4-day pass that allowed me enough leave time to make the 3-hour bus trip from Anniston to Chattanooga and return to base by the following Sunday evening. During these brief visits to Signal Mountain, I could sense my parents' pride, as well as their concern, especially after they learned I was training as a machine gunner. While these 2 short trips home recharged me, I was ready to return to Fort McClellan when my leaves ended. Gas, grenades, and bayonet training. One morning, a couple of months into basic training, our platoon headed out to a weapons range, where Sergeant Burke gave us our first instruction in the art of safely handling and throwing hand grenades. A surprisingly powerful and highly effective infantry weapon, the grenade was a hand-sized, pineapple-shaped oval with a lever on the side and a large ring-shaped wire pin at the top. The lever served as a safety mechanism. Even when the grenade's pin was pulled, the explosive would not be triggered as long as the lever was held down. Once the soldier yanked the pin and released the lever, there would be a popping noise followed by a hiss as a spark raced down a short fuse. A GI had less than 5 seconds to get rid of the grenade before its explosion would spray deadly metal shrapnel in every direction. Okay, there's a great big hole out there. You pull that pin and you throw that grenade in the hole as fast as you can. Let's practice. If you don't throw it far enough, you're going to kill a bunch of us, Burke coolly explained. When the first man in line stepped up to take his turn, he heaved the grenade into the pit 50 feet away where it loudly detonated down in the hole. I was the second man up. Okay, Andrews, here's your grenade. Throw it, Burke commanded. Pulling the pin, I easily hurled it into the pit. For the next few guys, the drill went on uneventfully. About halfway through the queue, a new recruit was up. A late entrant to basic training, this recruit was a timid milquetoast-type fellow. Okay, your turn to throw the grenade, Burke told him. I just don't think I can throw a grenade, he whined. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do, sonny boy, Burke replied. Yanking the pin from a grenade, the sergeant stuck the weapon in the guy's hand. When I turn loose of this, you've got 5 seconds to decide what to do. Overhearing this exchange, the rest of us in line scattered like frightened quail. our fear proved unfounded. Never in my life did I see a grenade go farther. It looked like this fellow was a Major League Baseball pitcher. The grenade actually landed in the secondary pit 50 feet beyond the first hole. Clapping this fellow warmly on the shoulder, a grinning Sergeant Burke congratulated him. "You're going to be fine, soldier. You're going to make a good soldier." No one else had any problems throwing a grenade after that. That same morning, after we finished the first of several drills with hand grenades, Sergeant Marbury oversaw our one and only drill with tear gas. This was designed to prepare us to deal with poison gas, a weapon that had been regularly employed during World War I. For this exercise, each of us was issued a gas mask that had 2 big glass plates through which to see out. Pulling on the ill-fitting, hot, and generally uncomfortable mask, I entered a large gas chamber with 5 or 6 other guys. Within seconds of the drill start, tear gas began to seep under my mask. Immediately, I felt an intense burning sensation in my eyes, mouth, nose, and throat, and headed for the gas chamber door in a panic. By the time I emerged into the fresh air seconds later, I was struggling to breathe and unable to see clearly. Several others also had problems with their masks, causing them to suffer similar ill effects from the gas. Full recovery took about a half an hour. To avoid problems with our gas mask in combat, Marbury directed us to make sure we always fully tightened the straps. But all of us doubted the masks would ever work well. It was alarming to think what might happen if the enemy were to attack us with poisonous gas instead of just tear gas. A little later, we also received 3 sessions of bayonet training at Fort McClellan. Attacking dummies which hung down from poles, we were instructed to aim our rifle bayonets at the stomach. While this skill might be useful to the infantry in certain close combat situations, it seemed to be of limited utility to us as machine gunners. Learning to crawl. One morning soon after our introduction to grenades and gas, Lieutenant Hendren made an announcement before our company marched off for training. "We want you to learn how to crawl with all your pack on." It sounded simple enough, but proved to be our most psychologically demanding drill yet. Wearing our backpacks, we crawled down several long, closely spaced trails that had been laid out in a roughly 100-yard wide field. After this initial 15-minute practice crawl in 3 inches of dust, the rest of the exercise was conducted as a series of competitions among our training company squads in an effort to motivate us to move at maximum speed. On our second crawl, powerful explosive charges started going off all around us without prior warning, simulating what we would experience in combat during an enemy artillery barrage. With detonations as close as 5 yards away, the crawl was an unnerving experience. The choking clouds of dust kicked up into the air quickly coated everyone in a layer of thick rust-colored dirt, leaving us indistinguishable from the surrounding Alabama soil. "Okay, guys, we've got a 20-minute rest," Sergeant Marbury declared after we had repeated this drill 3 times. Enjoying the respite, we paid little attention to the arrival of several water trucks. As the vehicles drove parallel to the trails, sprinklers under their water tanks thoroughly saturated the ground, transforming the dry dust into a thick, gooey sludge. "Now you can learn to crawl through mud," Marbury proclaimed. But that was not all. To go along with the mud and explosive charges, our instructors would add live machine gun fire in order to more closely replicate battlefield conditions. While the detonating charges would be flinging out muck in every direction, 2 machine gunners would be firing bullets just a couple of feet above us. Their field of fire would be marked out by intermittent tracer rounds, which used a brightly burning pyrotechnic material like phosphorus to make the trajectory of the bullets visible. The gauntlet turned out to be even more miserable than I had anticipated. With the machine gun tracer rounds passing just above my backpack, I pressed my body into the soft earth as deeply as I could. Slithering forward like a giant earthworm, I struggled to keep the mud out of my mouth. Meanwhile, the series of explosive detonations hurling muck over us kept splattering a slimy film of mud across the lenses of my glasses. Blinded, I was forced to cease crawling. in an effort to wipe off my lenses as best I could with an already grimy sleeve. Over and over again, I had to stop to clean my glasses, much to the consternation of the men crawling behind me. Had we actually been under fire, such halts in our forward movement would have allowed the enemy to zero in on us as a target. If dealing with my glasses was a headache for me, it could potentially be deadly for everyone else once we got into combat. When our first passage down the muddy trail was completed, we queued up to repeat the crawl a couple more times. In order to ensure the earth remained saturated under the blazing summer sun, the water trucks returned every hour or so to give the trails a generous soaking. Quickly coming to loathe these muddy crawls, we simply looked at the drill as a part of our training that had to be endured. Though everyone was glad we had only one day of the crawling drill at Fort McClellan, it did help prepare us for what lay ahead. Indeed, its close approximation to the reality of the battlefield made it perhaps more valuable than any other exercise. Strangely enough, basic training up to that point had largely been a fun experience, almost like summer camp. There was a sort of collective refusal on our part to come to terms with the fact that we were headed for combat. This state of denial existed despite the constant admonitions of our drill instructors and officers to treat our training as the deadly serious preparation for war it really was, rather than just a bunch of games designed for our amusement. Now, the reason that we're doing this is because you're going to be in combat in a few months. What we're trying to teach you will save your ass, so you better try hard to remember this stuff. It's all important, Lieutenant Hendren kept repeating. You fellas damn sure better get it right in this 17 weeks, because that's all you got. One of our officers, who was of German heritage, employed humor in an effort to make us focus on the vital purpose of our drilling. Mein cousins are waiting for you. They will kill you if you don't get this right, he quipped. For a long time, we had dismissed these warnings as a scare tactic, but as the training became increasingly realistic, our mood grew more serious. Somehow, the war seemed to be coming closer. You know, this is not kid stuff. We must really be going to war, we began to acknowledge. Last days at Fort McClellan, early November through November 13. In early November, a week or so before graduation from basic training, our training company assembled for important news. You are assigned to the 1st Infantry Division, an officer announced. While all of us felt relief at finally receiving our assignment to a unit of the U.S. Army, we were thrilled our assignment was to the 1st Infantry Division, the famed Big Red One. During the past year, the 1st Infantry Division had distinguished itself in the Allied campaign to defeat Germany's Afrika Korps and its Italian Axis partner in North Africa. It had also played a critical role in the invasion of Sicily in July, which had helped force Italy out of the war. Few of us knew much about the Big Red One, but we had heard enough to be greatly honored by our assignment. On reaching the 1st Infantry Division, we would help bring its component units up to full strength after the losses sustained in the earlier fighting. Though it was not public knowledge, the division had just been transferred to England to prepare for the invasion of France, the timing of which remained a closely guarded secret. It would take several weeks for us to ship over there, but all of us immediately had the Big Red One's shoulder patch sewed onto our uniforms, proud to display the large red No. 1 insignia. A short time later, we received more details on our specific unit assignments inside the 1st Infantry Division. Everyone in our training company at Fort McClellan would be dispersed among the division's 3 regiments as replacement machine gunners. All the men in my machine gun platoon were assigned as replacements for H Company in the 2nd Battalion of the Big Red One's 16th Infantry Regiment, while the 2nd Battalion's E, F, and G were rifle companies. H Company was the battalion's heavy weapons company, which included 2 machine gun platoons and a mortar platoon. Upon concluding our 17 weeks of basic training in mid-November, the Army officially declared our company ready for combat. Our graduating class included about 225 men, roughly the same number of raw recruits who had arrived with me at Fort McClellan back on July 12. Our training had provided both essential weapons skills and a rigorous physical and mental toughening to prepare us for combat. A trim but untoned 160 pounds upon my arrival at Fort McClellan, my physique had been transformed into 185 pounds of rock-hard muscle, and I had undergone a psychological hardening inside to match it. Just hours ahead of our graduation ceremony on Saturday, November 13, Lieutenant Hendren delivered a brief address to our company prior to the start of the public proceedings. Congratulating us on our successful completion of the training, he urged us to look out for each other and take care of our weapons. There's one thing we need to tell you guys that we have not shared until now. You're going to assault a beach somewhere in France, and this is what you can expect. Some of you are going to be killed, he warned. A machine gunner's life expectancy in actual combat is 7 minutes, he added, reinforcing Sergeant Burke's stark warning. Do not stop to help the wounded. Keep moving forward. That is the only way a unit can be successful in battle. In contrast to our celebratory reaction to the original announcement of our assignment as machine gunners several months earlier, Hendren's remarks about what lay ahead of us were met with subdued silence. Still, his words seemed more meaningful than his past speeches, as if we had finally earned a candid assessment from him. Whatever dangers awaited us, we believed our training as machine gunners had made us ready for the harsh reality of combat. With our minds sobered, the ceremony got underway. While my parents had not been able to afford the trip to Fort McClellan for my graduation, many of the men's families were sitting in the stands to watch as we marched in crisp precision around the central parade ground, demonstrating our hard-earned proficiency in close-order drill. In a short address, the base commander thanked the parents and all of us for our good effort during basic training. Like most of the other graduates, I was now officially a private first class. Just after the graduation ceremony ended, all the members of our training company received military travel papers and an extended 2-week leave that would last through Thanksgiving. The orders required everyone in the company to report back for duty at Fort Meade, Maryland in late November. A final furlough with my family, November 13 through November 26. Catching a bus in Anniston, I made the now familiar trip back to Chattanooga to see my family on Signal Mountain. Although 3 of my brothers were away from home in the service, I wanted to spend all the time I could with my parents, my sister Peggy, and my younger brother Bill, who was a senior in high school. Concerned he might be drafted into the Army, Bill had already stated his intention to volunteer for the Navy as soon as he graduated. In the mornings and in the afternoons after Bill and Peggy got home from school, my family worked in our vegetable garden, which was sort of a model wartime victory garden in the neighborhood. The freshly harvested carrots, beans, and other produce went straight into that night's supper. Following the meal, we spent the evenings talking together like during earlier days. With a longer break from Army life, I fell back into the routines of civilian life in a way I had not during my brief leaves at home during basic training. I slept late, ate whenever and whatever I felt like, did some fishing, and hiked solely for pleasure, visiting my favorite spots. I also did a little hunting, which provided squirrel meat to further supplement our family's meals. On my 2 Sundays home, our family attended services together at Signal Mountain Presbyterian Church, which allowed me to say my goodbyes. Thanksgiving fell on Thursday, November 25. The holiday gave me the chance to be together with my family one last time before I reported back for duty. While my thoughts naturally drifted to what lay ahead, I did not want to discuss the prospect of combat. I also kept quiet about my imminent departure, not wishing to upset my mother. With 3 other sons serving in the armed forces and another planning to join up, my parents were burdened enough. As I prepared to leave the next morning, the hands of the kitchen clock raced faster than I could ever recall. My dad normally left for his print shop at 6 o'clock, but this Friday morning he opted to catch the 8 o'clock bus in order to see me off. When he had to leave, I walked with him to the door of our house. Giving me a hug, my dad spoke in as strong a voice as he could muster. "Goodbye, son. I may never see you again. May God keep my dear boy." With those parting words, my dad left without looking back. 1,000 times afterward, I wished I had walked the quarter of a mile to the bus stop with him. It was something I should have done, just to be there, just to share some silent companionship, just to wave him goodbye and give him a smiling thumbs up as his bus pulled away. 2 hours later, I hugged my mom goodbye before I caught the bus down to the train station in Chattanooga. Placing her hand on my shoulder, she looked into my eyes. Tears were running softly down her cheeks as she whispered in a voice choked with emotion, "I just want you to remember Psalms 91 verse 7. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee." In the difficult days ahead, I drew great comfort from this scripture, as well as my mother's love and prayers. She would unceasingly ask the Lord to watch over my 4 brothers and me. Just as I was certain her faith in our safe return would never waver, I knew God would indeed keep us all in His care on the distant battlefields ahead. Fort Meade to Camp Shanks, November 26, 1943 to January 17, 1944. Dressed in my uniform, I met up with about 30 other local members of my training company at the train station in downtown Chattanooga late that Friday morning. On boarding our train, we received the same congenial welcome from the white-jacketed black porters as we had enjoyed during our rail journey from Fort Oglethorpe to Fort McClellan back in July. "You guys are getting ready to go to war. We got to take care of you," the porters declared, reflecting the American public's support for the troops. True to their word, they delivered top-notch service throughout our overnight train trip up to Fort Meade in Maryland, located about 550 miles northeast of Chattanooga. Upon reaching Fort Meade on Saturday morning, we were taken to our barracks, which housed about 50 men. Fort Meade itself was a large base with many buildings spread across flat terrain. As the major troop depot on the East Coast, it served as a temporary staging area for replacement troops preparing to ship across the Atlantic to Great Britain. Of course, the Army did not permit us to just sit around at Fort Meade while we were awaiting our departure. A couple of days after our arrival, we commenced an advanced training program under a new cadre of officers and NCOs who replaced those we had left behind at Fort McClellan, designed to tone us up physically with intensive exercise. The new regimen proved to be even more rigorous than our basic training. In the morning, we performed an hour of calisthenics. In the afternoon, there were 5-mile hikes with full packs and all the components of the machine gun, a drill that proved to be of great practical benefit later. Beyond the physical exercise, there was also work with weapons, designed to build upon the skills we had learned during basic training, such as the maintenance and care of the machine gun. Our squad also continued to drill on deploying and firing the machine gun, though we were now expected to do everything faster. About a week after our arrival, a captain explained we would remain at Fort Meade until a troop ship to Britain became available, warning us to refrain from sharing this information with anyone, because we had to be ready to depart Fort Meade on a short notice and needed to keep our orders secret. We would be strictly confined to base. Everyone hoped our stay would not last more than a couple of weeks, but in the meantime, we followed our new training routine. One upside to our time at Fort Meade was the chow, which turned out to be even better and more plentiful than at Fort McClellan. On Christmas Day, the chef served up a real feast, which included turkey with all the trimmings and pumpkin pie with ice cream. Adding to the festive mood, a local choir came to sing us Christmas carols. The next day, the alert order arrived for our company to ship overseas. The first stage would be a 200-mile trip from Fort Meade up to Camp Shanks near Orangetown, New York, close to New York City. After a brief stay at Camp Shanks, we would travel to New York City's harbor to board our troop ship. Before departing Fort Meade, we received what was called a total physical exam to check for any unidentified problems that might prevent a soldier from shipping overseas. During my physical, I complained that my eyeglasses were not a good fit and requested a new pair. After a thorough eye exam, the Army optometrist told me the prescription of my lenses was correct, but that the lenses were not properly fitted into the frame. He wrote out an order to have this problem fixed when we reached Camp Shanks. A short time later, our company caught a train from Fort Meade to Camp Shanks. The following day, we completed the processing required of all troops headed overseas. The first step was an inspection of our uniforms and equipment, which included a check of our personal possessions to determine if there were excess items to be discarded. Next, we all received a laughably cursory physical, which this time consisted of little more than checking whether each GI had the requisite number of eyes, ears, arms, and legs. With these checks out of the way, I visited the optometrist at Camp Shanks to pass along the order for a new eyeglasses frame. After reviewing the information and listening to my description of the problem, the optometrist agreed to my request for another eye exam. Contradicting the optometrist back at Fort Meade, this doctor concluded I needed both a stronger prescription for my lenses as well as a new frame before I could go overseas. Because I had to await their delivery, I was forced to remain behind at Camp Shanks when the rest of the guys from my company boarded trucks to travel to New York City's harbor the next day. Though I was deeply disappointed not to sail to Britain with my company, there was nothing I could do about it. It was just one of the many times my glasses would prove inconvenient, but I would certainly be useless without them. Following their departure, I was sort of left on my own until my glasses arrived. In an effort to stay fit, I exercised and ran around the track at Camp Shanks. In the evenings, I mostly read. To my surprise, the wait for my new glasses ended up lasting a couple of weeks. Fortunately, when I finally received them, the revised prescription improved my vision and the new frame fit well. Upon their delivery, I was temporarily reassigned to a company waiting to ship out for Britain. Though stuck with a bunch of strangers for the trip across the Atlantic, I was just glad to be on my way at last. On the morning of January 16, 1944, an officer announced a 12-hour alert, which signaled we would depart for the harbor later that day. Loaded aboard trucks that evening, we made the 2-hour drive to New York's docks, where we joined more than 10,000 other newly minted GIs who were queued up to board the HMT Ile-de-France, a one-time luxury liner converted into a British troop ship. The gigantic Ile-de-France was among the largest ships afloat. After ascending a long wooden gangplank that extended up from the dock, I stepped aboard and then descended several flights of stairs to the cramped troop quarters below. Settling in for the voyage, everyone appeared to be struck with a mix of excitement and anxiety, as each of us came to terms with an awesome reality. We were sailing for Europe and would soon be in the war. Chapter 5. England, January 17 through June 1, 1944. Ocean crossing, January 17 through January 24. Hoping to evade the notice of any U-boats that might be prowling off the coast, the Ile-de-France slipped out of New York City's harbor shortly after midnight on January 17. As we got underway, loudspeakers were barking a steady stream of instructions about what to do in the event we were torpedoed. Everyone had been issued a life jacket, but the thought of jumping into the frigid waters of the North Atlantic was a nightmarish prospect. All 11,000 of us on board had heard that the ocean was full of German subs. Operating alone and in wolf packs, U-boats had already sunk hundreds of American and British ships, causing the loss of thousands of lives and many thousands of tons of supplies, while most Allied ships sailed in convoys protected by armed escort vessels. We were told our ship would be crossing the Atlantic alone in order to take advantage of her speed. By traveling fast and adopting a zigzagging course, our ship would be able to evade any U-boats that might attempt to track us. This seemed to make sense, but none of us really knew whether sailing alone was the better option. As far as the Ile-de-France's previous service as a luxury liner, no hint of this past opulence was evident down in our dimly lit, austere accommodations. With every available space on the vessel filled to capacity, we were crammed together like sardines. Having claimed an empty berth and a set of bunks stacked 6 high, I was squeezed into a narrow space that left my nose practically rubbing against the bottom of the sagging canvas bunk above me. Despite the best efforts of our British crew to make the voyage comfortable, conditions on the overcrowded ship rapidly deteriorated once we were at sea. An indescribably foul odor emanating from the puke of countless seasick GIs soon permeated the air. The nauseating stench rapidly grew far worse when commodes near our quarters overflowed. Each breath became a barely endurable experience. Mercifully, the company to which I was temporarily assigned received deck duty a couple of days after we sailed, allowing us to escape the noxious conditions below deck. Deck duty involved continually walking the deck as we scanned the ocean's surface for any sign of a U-boat periscope or the bubbles marking a torpedo's trail. This was a challenging task in the rough seas of the North Atlantic, but escort planes flying overhead reassured us a German sub would have a hard time approaching the Ile-de-France without being spotted. In addition to reporting any and all suspicious sightings in the water, our orders also required us to question any soldier found out on deck after dark. At the conclusion of our company's first couple of shifts on deck duty, we had to descend to our foul-smelling quarters to rest. But on the third day, we received sleeping quarters on the ship's top deck closer to our assigned work. Meanwhile, the weather conditions deteriorated. After a few days of beautiful weather, it turned cold and windy, and the seas grew rougher. Whatever the weather and the tedium of deck duty, all of us remained grateful for fresh air. The days were enlivened by regular evacuation drills, as well as by more conventional forms of recreation and entertainment. These included games of badminton and horseshoes, movies shown in one of the ship's several theaters, and concerts given by professional entertainers and some of the more musically talented soldiers aboard. Though I did not gamble, a lot of GIs passed the days playing poker or other card games, something I found interesting to observe. However, most of my free time on the ship went into studying a small Army-issued booklet, which presented information about the English, Scots, and Welsh and their distinct customs. The voyage itself offered an introduction to the English diet, permitting us to sample such unfamiliar fare as kidney stew and cold beef heart. Unlike many of the other guys, I found the chow on board to be pretty decent. Even better, we could buy all the candy bars we wanted. "We are in Scotland," the captain announced when the British coast first came into view. Though we still had a little more sailing to reach our destination, the flat monotony of the preceding 3,200 miles of open ocean was replaced by a spectacular vista of green meadows beneath snow-capped mountains. On the morning of January 24, after 7 days at sea, the Ile-de-France anchored off the neighboring ports of Garrick and Greenock, located on the southern bank of the River Clyde, 24 miles downriver from the city of Glasgow. The ports served as a major disembarkation point for arriving American GIs. I thanked God for our safe voyage and our exit from the ship. Before long, tugboats began pulling up alongside the Ile-de-France to ferry the thousands of troops on board to the harbor. Once ashore, we took trucks to the nearby rail station to board waiting trains for the trip south to our various destinations in England. As pretty female Red Cross workers handed out donuts, coffee, candy, and gum, our train began its journey through magnificent Scottish countryside. Rolling slopes were laced with low stone fences that appeared to trail endlessly up and over hill and dale. In the pastures, sheepdogs enthusiastically raced around herding their flocks under the watchful eye of their shepherds. Observing such peaceful scenes made it hard to believe the world was at war. Bridport, January 24. Following a long 450-mile rail trip down through Scotland and then England, I finally reached my assigned destination sometime late that night. The only light shining in the station illuminated a sign that read Bridport. A small market town of a few thousand people, Bridport is located in the county of Dorset in southern England, roughly 125 miles west-southwest of London. Bridport served both as the base for H Company as well as the headquarters of the 2nd Battalion of the 16th Infantry Regiment. The 2nd Battalion's 3 regular infantry companies were based nearby. The 30 or so of us who disembarked at the train station in Bridport hauled our gear to the areas of the building designated for our specific units. A sergeant named Huber met the dozen of us from H Company and ordered everyone onto an army truck for a short ride through Bridport. Upon arriving at our headquarters in a set of long one-story buildings, Huber ushered us into a large room where each of us chose a cot and stowed our gear. Returning outside, we lined up for roll call and instructions. Huber welcomed us to Bridport and provided directions to the mess hall, the Army commissary, and the building serving as headquarters, facilities that were all confined to a few blocks of the town. The sergeant explained that on most days, H Company would march out to drill at nearby training grounds, but that we would occasionally travel to more distant locations for specialized training. Last, we received a local map and a sheet of paper with Bridport's stores, restaurants, movies, churches, and the like. It also included a few details on English customs, as well as the rules of conduct for our dealings with the civilian population. The next morning, a lieutenant in H Company spoke to all of us who had just arrived as replacements. "We're going to show you how to really train now. We're going to give you combat training." Our severe combat training in England was designed to toughen us to a physical peak, while also improving our handling of weapons and teaching us advanced infantry tactics. Information about the specific target and timing of the coming invasion of France remained top secret, but much was also done to conceal even basic information about the location and movement of military units in England. To hide our unit identity, all newly arrived 1st Infantry Division replacements were instructed to remove all Big Red 1 shoulder patches from our uniforms. To support the training of replacement troops, all units were leavened with 1st Infantry Division veterans who had fought in North Africa and Sicily. Garrisoned in Bridport since early November 1943, H Company's veterans had been conducting regular and specialized training for a couple of months prior to our arrival, exercises which had further honed their combat skills. While veterans may have made up less than half of H Company's roster, after the arrival of all the replacements, they provided most of the officer and NCO cadre. Interspersed throughout the company's platoons, sections, and squads, these veterans shared combat experience that would be invaluable to our training in England. Viewing themselves as members of an elite American infantry outfit, like the paratroopers or the Marines, the 1st Infantry Division's veterans had a pride that made them stand out from other U.S. Army troops. Naturally, these H Company veterans often treated us replacements as if we knew nothing, and they could do everything better. Typically in their mid-20s, the veteran sergeants and junior officers were also a bit older than most of us, which further reinforced their sense of superiority. In short, they could not help looking down on us until we proved ourselves as worthy members of the Big Red 1 in combat. Despite the inevitable tensions between combat veterans and freshly arrived replacements, the rapport between us was actually excellent. Because we looked up to them, we would listen carefully when they applied lessons from their previous battles that helped make our exercises more useful and realistic. Whatever feeling of superiority the veterans possessed, they sincerely wanted to help us to avoid mistakes that would get us killed in combat. Training in Bridport, January 24 through March 6. From day one, we late arriving replacements jumped into the existing training program. In the mornings, a sergeant from H Company rousted us from bed at 5 a.m. with his whistle and shouts, sometimes lifting the end of our cots and then dropping them back to the floor for added urgency. After roll call, we had an hour of calisthenics out in front of our quarters, 30 minutes for breakfast at the mess hall, and 15 minutes for personal hygiene back in our quarters. By 7 a.m., our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon was trucking out to an open area near Bridport. The day's training usually commenced with an hour of bayonet drill, something we had done a little of back at Fort McClellan. After jabbing stuffed dummies, we held out our rifles with the attached bayonet, maintaining that back-breaking pose until our instructors released us. After bayonet drill, we typically carried out some type of strenuous physical exercise before lunch. Usually, this meant one of H Company's sergeants leading us on 5-mile and 10-mile fast hikes. Unlike our hikes during basic training, we always lugged backpacks stuffed full of at least 50 pounds of gear. Occasionally, our hikes lasted several hours and covered closer to 20 miles, more than twice the distance of our longest march at Fort McClellan. With winter temperatures hovering in the 40s, hiking in southern England was a big improvement to exercising in the blazing heat and humidity of an Alabama summer. But we often trekked under cold, drenching rains, through creeks that left us sopping wet, and across a very rough terrain of fields and woods broken up by downed trees. Constantly required to hit the dirt, crawl, get up, walk, run, hit the dirt, get up, walk, and run. We finished muddy, dog-tired, and chilled to the bone. Designed to harden our bodies, build our stamina, and prepare us for combat, these fast, long-distance hikes achieved their purpose. On a few of these hikes, our instructors had each man carry half of the equipment needed to assemble a tent. On reaching our assigned destination, we would pair up with another man and set up a tent for the night. Camping was something I enjoyed, but tents were far too visible a target to risk using them on the front line. Once we were in combat, the only tents I ever saw were those utilized at the company kitchen, first aid stations, and rest areas in the rear. Sometimes the day's physical exercise involved a trip to the obstacle course. Although it included more obstacles and was more difficult than the courses during basic training, I was thrilled to discover there was no flat wall climb, the one feature that had given me so much trouble back at Fort McClellan. To train us how to stay low, one of H Company's veteran sergeants would order us to switch to a crawl on our hands and knees for what was probably 50 yards. It felt like a mile. Get down, he chided throughout the crawl. After learning our names, the sergeant put the information to good use. Whenever a soldier failed to keep his butt down during the crawl, the sergeant liked to lean down close to the offending man's ear to deliver his message. "Andrews, get your ass down!" He barked at me more than once, shouting at a volume that left my ears ringing. Following a brief lunch break for sandwiches, our platoon would usually march over to a firing range for an hour or so of intensive target practice with our carbines and pistols. There were also exercises on the same range with grenades as well as with gas. The tear gas always left us with irritated eyes, despite our best efforts to adjust our masks in order to prevent any seepage. Everyone who had been assigned to one of H Company's 2 machine gun platoons spent most afternoons training on the guns at the weapons range. During these drills, each of us was placed in one of the 7-man machine gun squads in his assigned platoon on a provisional basis. With 2 squads in each of the 15-man sections and 2 sections in each of the 2 36-man machine gun platoons, H Company possessed a total of 8 machine gun squads. However, our permanent assignment to a specific squad was not immediate and only took place over a couple of weeks. As the lieutenant evaluated our performance, he also determined who would best fulfill the various roles, the order of service, within each of the 8-gun squads in the 2 platoons. "Andrews, you are the number 1 gunner in the number 2 squad of the 2nd section of the 2nd platoon," the lieutenant announced one day, a decision based mainly on my accuracy with the machine gun in our firing drills. Before long, everyone was assigned to a spot in one of the machine gun squads. Because replacements from our old training company at Fort McClellan formed the bulk of H Company's 2 machine gun platoons, we already knew a good number of the other members of our new squads. After training together in Alabama, we shared a bond that would have been absent if we had been thrown together with a bunch of strangers. While I knew Wayne Newsom, Lincoln Welser, and Hector Gonzalez from my old machine gun squad at Fort McClellan, our new gun squad included an H Company veteran and a couple of other recently trained replacements who I did not know before arriving in Bridport. However, the 4 of us soon became buddies with the other 3 GIs. My designation as our squad's primary machine gunner meant I would also be the one who would carry the 53-pound tripod. Though excited to be named the main gunner, I knew this would also make me the primary target of enemy fire once we went into combat. None of the other members of my squad complained when I received the assignment. Since Wayne was especially strong, he would lug the 32-pound gun with its stove-piped barrel. Because Lincoln was quick as a flash with the tricky task of securing the rubber condensing hose to the water plug under the barrel's muzzle, he would carry the 7-pound, 6-quart water chest and rubber hose as well as ammunition. With Hector being highly adept at loading the ammo belt into the gun, he would serve as an ammo carrier. Along with 2 other guys, Hector hefted a couple of 22-pound ammo boxes, each of which contained 250 rounds of belted .30 caliber ammunition. The final squad member was assigned as our squad's chauffeur to drive our Jeep, which hauled our supplies in its trailer. While each of us had designated roles in the squad to fit with our individual abilities, we cross-trained in order to be ready to carry out the other tasks as well. In combat, a squad member might need to serve as the tripod carrier and gunner one day, lug the machine gun the next day, carry ammo boxes the following day, and then haul the water chest the day after that. We also had to be ready to operate with fewer than our normal complement of 7 men, though it took a minimum of 4 men to fulfill the squad's critical functions. Our drilling was rigorous. In one exercise, our squad practiced running for 50 or 100 yards with all of our equipment until we heard the sound of machine gun fire. Dashing along with the tripod bouncing on my shoulders, I would flip it over my shoulders and hit the ground at that moment the gunfire sounded. The others would come up an instant later to assemble the gun. To further enhance our speed and performance, our instructors continued to hold occasional contests among squads to determine which of H Company's 8 gun squads could set up the machine gun the fastest and achieve the most hits on short-range and long-range targets. Our squad's regular victories in these contests were a great source of pride that brought us closer together. A couple of times a week, we received instruction in the tactical deployment of the machine gun to maximize the effectiveness of our fire. On several occasions, our 2 machine gun platoons practiced moving with and operating in close support of the 2nd Battalion's rifle companies. This more active training was balanced by regular practice in the disassembly, cleaning, and reassembly of the machine gun, as well as our carbines and pistols. On perhaps half a dozen occasions, all of H Company marched to a steep hillside, some distance from our usual training area. Perforated with numerous holes, the hill appeared to be home to a colony of oversized groundhogs. "You've got 15 minutes to get into a hole before we cover that field with live machine gun fire," the NCO in charge, Sergeant Gentry, shouted when we reached the foot of the hill on our first visit to the site. At the sound of a whistle, we all hollered at the top of our lungs as we charged up the slope to the foxholes 25 yards away. By the time the second whistle blew, everyone was hunkered down deep in a foxhole. When the machine gun began raking live fire, just inches above my foxhole, the bullet striking the sloping ground above me produced a miniature landslide of muddy earth and pebbles that bounced off the top of my helmet. If coming under fire still remained somewhat unnerving, I was gradually getting used to people shooting at me. Several afternoons were reserved for the far more hazardous drill of crawling down trails under live fire. It would be a much more intense version of what we had endured back at Fort McClellan. At a gesture from the officer, the machine gun crews on either side of the field let off a few bursts so we could see what we faced. Just like during basic training, their field of fire passed a couple of feet above the 2 trails, a crossfire marked out by bright tracer rounds that made the trajectory of the bullets visible. "Okay, guys, you're going to crawl under this gunfire. There will also be explosions on your right and left, pretty close to you," the officer announced. "Now listen, I need to tell you something. Most of you guys are going to get wounded. And do you know where you are going to get wounded? You're going to get wounded in the butt because you can't keep it low enough to the ground. So when you go through this mud, I want your butt down." With this warning in mind, our platoon began crawling down the trails, which were left dry for the first couple of passes. While the machine guns swept fire back and forth just above us, explosives were detonated about 30 feet away, providing a good incentive to stay low and finish the drill as fast as possible. After 2 dry runs, an Army truck equipped with a water sprinkler thoroughly doused the trails, transforming them into cold, muddy slime. On our next crawl, the explosives steadily showered muck onto us as we slithered forward down the trail. In the chill of the English winter, crawling through the mud was an even more miserable experience than during basic training in Alabama, where at least we never got cold. When we repeated this same exercise a couple of weeks later, a terrible tragedy occurred in one of the 2nd Battalion's rifle companies as the outfit was training on the 2nd trail a few yards away from us. Apparently unable to cope with the psychological strain of making the crawl with bullets whizzing overhead, 2 GIs suddenly stood up and tried to make a run for it. Caught completely off guard by their impulsive act, the machine gun crews were not able to cease firing in time. The men were cut down before they could take a step. Focused on our own drill, several minutes elapsed before we became aware of what had happened. Only when they carried away the bloody, mangled corpses did we realize what had taken place. Seeing dead men for the first time, I was very saddened that 2 of our fellow soldiers had lost their lives so tragically. But our drill did not halt. Instead, the calamity was used as a warning. "See, guys, this is what you get if you stand up. This is what you get if you don't keep low," declared the officer in charge. With their fate in mind, we strove to keep even lower in our subsequent crawls. Wriggling through the frigid mud like slugs, our bodies literally carved out a trench in the earth. Again and again, I was forced to stop and wipe the accumulated mud from my glasses, delaying my completion of the crawl. Though exasperating, there was nothing I could do but push through the drill. While these live-fire exercises were designed to accustom us to battlefield conditions, it remained impossible for me to truly imagine myself ever coming under hostile fire. Perhaps those who have not ever been in combat can never really conceive what it is like until they experience it firsthand. Our training at Bridport also included new drills not conducted at Fort McClellan. On several afternoons, we traveled to a location about 5 miles from Bridport to practice assaulting a specially built, full-scale mock-up of a French village. Our attacks on this village of about a dozen clapboard houses gave us valuable experience in house-to-house fighting with live ammunition. With our platoon divided into dozen-man assault teams, the instructors kept our groups spread out, so we would not accidentally kill each other. Kicking in the doors, our team burst into a house. Suddenly, an armed dummy soldier in a German uniform would swing down from a hidden opening in the ceiling or spring out at us from closets and kitchen cabinets. Reacting to the threat, we blasted and bayoneted our enemy attacker. Despite his ill treatment, the almost lifelike rubber dummy would still be standing there staring back at us when we ceased shooting and stabbing. It was a bit eerie. Once the structure was cleared, we headed to the next house to repeat the exercise. When confronting a fortified enemy position in a house, dummy grenades were employed to reduce the defenders inside before we attacked. As with all elements of our training, these actions were thoroughly scrutinized and critiqued afterward in order to improve our subsequent performance. "You guys need to be serious about learning all this stuff because we're going to be in combat," our officers continued to warn. If such admonitions had once been dismissed, we grew more serious as our training became more real. Training films, night problems, and amphibious exercises. At the end of a long day of drilling, we headed back to our quarters in Bridport for a quick shower before supper and our evening activities. About every night, H Company assembled to watch training films on various topics. Covering advanced tactics and skills, these films somehow seemed more realistic in their portrayal of combat than the ones shown back at Fort McClellan. Many of the movies were periodically paused for officer-led discussions, which often dealt with the machine gun's tactical employment in combat. Tactics had evolved from those used a quarter century earlier during World War II, when machine gun crews had deployed their weapons in a fixed position. Firing from the security of their entrenchments, gunners had devastated the enemy's infantry when it attacked across the no-man's land separating the trench lines. In the modern war of movement for which we were training, our heavy weapons company would advance right along with the rifle companies. As soon as our outfit met strong German resistance, We would deploy and fight alongside the infantry. Our primary mission was to provide heavy fire support for our attacking troops, but we were also available to help repulse any enemy force that attempted to counterattack. Once discussion on a subject ended, we would resume watching the movie. When the film finished covering a new topic, such as creating a secure gun emplacement, the officer would again turn off the projector to offer advice based on his experience fighting the Germans in North Africa and Sicily. This is a way you can put your machine gun behind dirt. If you've got time, and if you know you're going to be there overnight, you need to protect that gun, so push some dirt up around it or put some logs in front of it. Use something to hide it. A couple of nights later, we might watch a film about a mortar squad in action, a subject very relevant to us since H Company included a mortar platoon with 6 81mm mortars. Dashing to a safe firing position, the mortar crew would plant the weapon in the ground and go into action. If the first mortar rounds were not on target, they would adjust the mortar tube. If the mortar's range needed to be reduced, the crew would remove one of the 4 propellant bags attached to the mortar round's fin assembly. Even though we were H Company machine gunners, our officers wanted all of us to know how to operate a mortar in an emergency, or at least to have a basic understanding of the weapon. However, I never received any hands-on instruction with mortars during my period of training at Bridport. Just as at Fort McClellan, newsreels were screened to keep us abreast of developments in the war. The ones that covered combat in the Pacific against the Japanese always made me glad I had opted for the European theater. On several occasions, a Special Army instructor presented lectures using what could be described as hate tactics. In an effort to inculcate a deep animosity toward the Germans in us, he described the terrible atrocities Nazi Germany had perpetrated against Jews, civilians in occupied territories, and its own political prisoners. Though it was all true, this approach did not appear very successful in persuading American GIs to adopt more hostile attitudes toward our German enemy. Most were young, easygoing types who just did not get worked up about what they had heard. To me, hate tactics were utterly alien and very disturbing. Because my grandfather was German, I did not and could not feel that hatred in my heart. As far as I knew, killing Germans might mean killing family. More fundamentally, my Christian faith commanded me to follow Jesus' teaching to love one's enemy, even if it might be necessary to fight against them. As a result, I never developed any personal feeling of animosity toward the young German soldiers we were preparing to fight. To me, the real enemy was the Nazi regime and its evil ideology, not the German people who were in its grip. While many nights were devoted to watching training films and related discussions, we sometimes engaged in more active training. 3 or 4 times, a group of H Company sergeants burst into our room in the middle of the night. "The enemy's here, let's go!" they shouted, flipping on the lights. Aware that Germans remained safely on the other side of the English Channel, we would happily have gone back to dreaming, but that was not an option. Some nights our rousting from sleep was followed by a midnight hike, a 5-mile or 10-mile trek often conducted under a cold English rain. Other times our mission involved night problems, where our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon practiced infantry operations. Once our scouts discovered an enemy position, flares were fired to illuminate the battle space for a simulated firefight. Using only hand signals, we carried out flanking maneuvers in strict silence. Conducting these exercises in the darkness on little sleep, everything was harder. Our nighttime activities also included more drilling in urban combat at the mock French village. Having absorbed the basics of this type of fighting, we now received training from a pair of American and British instructors in soundlessly approaching enemy positions under the cover of darkness. Sneaking up on dummy sentries from behind, we tightly covered their mouths while slashing their throats with our bayonet knives. Entering the village's clapboard houses, we slit the necks of sleeping dummy troops with surgical precision. Caught by surprise, those poor rubber dummies suffered greatly at our hands. Most of H Company's training took place near Bridport, but our company also participated in a major regimental level exercise outside of Dorset, a couple of weeks after my arrival in England. On the morning of February 8, H Company traveled to the U.S. Army Assault Training Center at Broughton in Devon, located about 70 miles west-northwest of Bridport. From February 9 to 25, the 16th Infantry Regiment practiced beach landings in cold, wet weather, conducted under simulated fire against fortified enemy positions. The landings were meant to be as realistic as possible. In addition to focusing on individual and boat team assault tactics, we also received specialized instruction in clearing mines and the use of demolition charges. Though the amphibious exercises employed LCVPs, landing craft vehicle personnel, Higgins boats, I retained little recollection of this element of our training 4 months later. Over the course of our regular drilling in Bridport and the training exercise at Broughton, we developed a positive impression of H Company's commanding officer, Captain Robert M. Irvine. Standing about 6 feet tall, our captain was a college-educated soldier from Massachusetts in his mid-20s, a tough, no-nonsense veteran of the outfit's earlier battles in North Africa and Sicily. He had already proved himself to be a gutsy and competent commander. Of course, most of our interaction was with our NCOs, the sergeants assigned to oversee our training duties. The most closely involved in our machine gun training at Bridport was Sergeant Gentry, a short guy who always seemed in need of a shave. He was quiet, steady, and very accurate with the machine gun. Having served with H Company since late 1942, Gentry's extensive combat experience gave him a higher-than-usual sense of superiority, but also made him very knowledgeable. He would later be our squad sergeant. Sergeant Carpenter had served in the pre-war Army and worked as a drill instructor before going overseas. Standing about 5 foot 9 inches tall, slender and very agile, he was businesslike but friendly. Heavily involved in our training at Bridport, he would later be one of our platoon NCOs. Working closely with Carpenter, Sergeant Carter was an experienced veteran and former drill instructor who assisted in training our platoon and would later help lead us in combat. Short but muscular, he was highly capable and quick-thinking. Whatever the situation, he always saw the bright side. The only NCO who I got to know outside of those involved in our training was H Company's First Sergeant William Huber, who had met us at the train station when we arrived in Bridport. Serving as the company's quartermaster, he handled all the nitty-gritty bureaucratic paperwork that kept our outfit supplied with equipment and other vital items. Off-duty. During the occasional breaks in our rigorous training regimen, the Army sometimes organized recreation for us, mostly games of football, basketball, and baseball. In addition to playing a little baseball, ping pong, and badminton, I sometimes shot pool with a few of the other guys at an Army club for enlisted men in Bridport. We also took in several intramural boxing bouts arranged by the 16th Infantry Regiment, as well as a few more elite matches in which the fighters were drawn from all 3 regiments of the 1st Infantry Division. On rare occasions, Hollywood feature films were screened to provide us with entertainment. When movies like Tarzan, a Roy Rogers Western, Treasure Island, or Gone with the Wind were shown, there was plenty of audience participation with lots of clapping, yelling, whistling, and booing, depending on the scene. In one of the most memorable events, we saw Jimmy Cagney's Yankee Doodle Dandy show. The USO, United Service Organizations, also sponsored a performance by Gypsy Rose Lee, another star of the day. While her sort of burlesque song and dance routine dazzled many of the men, it failed to captivate me, and I left the show before it ended. Just as at Fort McClellan and Fort Meade, we again lucked out as far as the chow. Thanks to 3 professional chefs who had earlier worked at fine dining establishments back in the States, H Company troops enjoyed truly exceptional cuisine throughout our training in England. While the food served in our earlier training had been excellent, our meals at the mess hall in Bridport were a step above, with attention to small details like an appetizing presentation of the meals. Our chow also seemed more nourishing, with lots of vegetables and less starch. "Eat up, men. The folks back home don't have it this good," our company cook, Steve, often told us, though such encouragement was hardly necessary. Even with the outstanding fare available at the mess hall, most of us still ate out on Friday and Saturday nights when we had the chance. My buddies from the squad and I patronized an English pub in Bridport that served up a big platter of fish and chips that we washed down with tea. Literally dripping with grease, the deep-fried cod and thick French fries were delicious, filling, and cheap. An American dollar went a long way in England. With London only a couple of hours from Bridport, by bus, most GIs used a weekend pass to visit the British capital at least once. Though the city remained a target for sporadic air raids by the Luftwaffe, few of us wanted to miss out on seeing the sights. During my 2 leaves in London, my buddies and I used the time to wander through English shops, try out different restaurants, and take in a movie. One trip included an overnight hotel stay, which allowed me to spend the night in a real bed and sleep late in the morning. Around us, life in wartime London went on at a brisk pace. But I was struck by the piles of rubble from ruined homes and businesses, a sad legacy of the years of German bombing. Back in Bridport, I continued to spend most of my off-duty hours with my buddies from the squad. In comparison with our training company at Fort McClellan, where most of us had been Southerners, H Company included a far broader cross-section of Americans. Naturally, there were some cultural differences as we mixed and mingled with guys from different parts of the states. But these regional distinctions were treated with good humor. Yet, despite the overall harmony, a wide gulf existed when it came to the matter of race relations, specifically on views relating to black troops dating the local girls. While our training left little spare time for regular dating, a few GIs gave it their best effort. Increasingly, I noticed the English girls seemed to prefer and often dated the black American soldiers. It was not uncommon to see these interracial couples together out in public, especially on trips to London. Being from the American South, where such interracial relationships were absolutely taboo, I found the sight extraordinary, but was not bothered by it. As with all matters, my views on race had been deeply shaped by my Christian parents, who possessed a far more tolerant outlook. In contrast, most Southerners were less open-minded, and many were profoundly offended by interracial dating. Whatever their race, a lot of the GIs dating local girls were looking for sex rather than romantic relationships. As the invasion drew closer, many soldiers in my company expressed mystification at my determination to abstain from sex before marriage, when I might soon be killed in combat. However, the approach of combat just made me embrace my Christian faith even more tightly. Meeting the English. Sundays provided our only regular weekly escape from the regimen of military life. While a soldier could do whatever he wished with the day, Captain Irvine constantly encouraged us to attend local churches. Guys, go visit a local church if you want to meet some English families. They are very cordial and would like to host you in their homes. They want you to feel at home away from home. A printed announcement inviting American soldiers to attend local church services and meet English families had caught my eye on my first day in Bridport. For no special reason, I chose to attend services at an Anglican church in Yeovil, Somerset, a town located about 15 miles north of Bridport. Just as back at Fort McClellan, Army regulations required each soldier be issued a pack of condoms every time he received a pass. With my firm commitment to remain celibate until I married, the rule seemed pointless and annoying to me, so I decided to tell the officer in charge how I felt. "Listen, I don't need those things," I objected when I picked up my pass. "I don't give a crap what you don't need. You take 'em," he ordered. "Okay, yes sir, whatever you say." I relented, knowing not to argue. The following morning, a dozen of us who were visiting churches outside Bridport set out aboard an army truck. When the driver let me off in front of the church I was to attend in Yeovil, he told me that someone would return to pick me up at 5 p.m., allowing me to spend the whole day in the town. The Anglican worship service turned out to be a lot different than services at my Presbyterian church back on Signal Mountain, but I enjoyed it. At the end of the service, the pastor announced, "If any U.S. soldier would like to visit a local home, we have families who would like to adopt you. They will be waiting to meet you in the vestibule after the service." Minutes later, a woman came up and introduced herself as Mrs. West. "Would you like to come to my home this afternoon for high tea?" she asked. Despite only having a vague idea what high tea meant, I accepted. After introducing me to her two daughters, Jill and Catherine, Mrs. West added, "My husband is a captain in the British Army and is training for deployment overseas." Even from this brief encounter, it was already apparent the Wests were part of the upper crust of English society. A short trip in the family's car brought us to their home on the outskirts of Yalville at around 1 that afternoon. The dining room table was quickly set with a silver pot of hot tea, milk, sugar cubes, and a plate of freshly made crumpets, bite-sized English muffins that reminded me of small donuts. At my first opportunity, I hungrily dug into the crumpets. Breaking one in half, I dipped a piece in my cup of tea. "Andy, what are you doing?" exclaimed an appalled Mrs. West. "I'm dunking my muffin. This is a custom in America," I explained, hoping to excuse my apparent faux pas. "Well, it isn't a custom in England," she declared. Dunking anything at high tea clearly violated English rules of etiquette. Despite my miscue, we enjoyed a pleasant afternoon, and they invited me back to their home for lunch the next time I was able to attend their church. Before my second Sunday trip to Yalville, H Company's mess sergeant urged those of us who would be visiting English homes to come by the mess hall in order to procure a few items as gifts for our hosts. Due to wartime rationing, even better-off English families were enduring an extremely tight food situation, so this was a chance to share from our abundant stocks to help them out. Stopping off at the mess hall's pantry on Sunday morning, I filled a large canvas sack with cans of beef and gravy, Spam, soups, potatoes, fruit, tomatoes, beans, corn, peas, and pumpkin. I even slipped in a canned ham. By the time I was done, the sack was almost too heavy for me to carry. When I unloaded this bounty at the West home that afternoon, following the church service, the family could hardly believe the quality and quantity of the canned goods. After years of wartime austerity, the food seemed to mesmerize them. Their gratitude was overwhelming. "Oh, this is enough for a week," Mrs. West proclaimed as she dumped the cans into big bowls. Now fully aware how much this additional food meant to them, I planned to bring more on all my future visits to their home. While Mrs. West prepared our meal in the kitchen, I helped set the dining room table and mingled with the daughters. During the ensuing lunch, we conversed about wartime life in Britain, my family back home, our training, politics, and the latest war news. Afterward, Mrs. West served tea and dessert. On a Sunday visit a couple of weeks later, I was finally able to meet Captain West. While his towering height was a little intimidating, it was his personal warmth that stood out. Shaking my hand heartily, he could not have been more gracious, as he thanked me for being in England and helping them in their fight. Like the rest of her family, 17-year-old Jill West was a really wholesome sort of girl with a pretty face and sweet disposition. During our strolls along the narrow country lanes and through the fields of flowers near her home, we developed a friendly mutual interest. Even if there was not time for it to develop into anything more, I still enjoyed our hours alone together. Over the course of a half-dozen visits, the Wests proved to be just the opposite of the aloof and reserved English stereotypes. The family really made me feel at home, like I was their adopted son. Through the same church in Yalville, I was also later invited to visit the home of the Chapman family, which was a bit awkward since Mrs. Chapman turned out to be the full-time servant of Mrs. West. But while the Chapmans might have been several ranks down in the English social hierarchy, the couple and their two kids were the most wonderful, humble people imaginable. The readiness of both of these English families to open their homes and extend me their friendship was a genuine kindness I would never forget. Chaplain's Assistant, March 6 through May 13. On the morning of Monday, March 6, First Sergeant Huber informed me I had been summoned to report to H Company's new chaplain. Why would the chaplain want to see me? Had I done something? Had something happened to one of my brothers or someone in my family? When I arrived at his small office, after a short walk through Bridport from our quarters, the chaplain was sitting behind his desk, obviously impatient for me to appear. Inviting me to take a seat, he got right down to business. "Private Andrews, I see on your poop sheet here that you play the piano." "Not very well, sir," I responded hesitantly, unsure where he was going. "Well, you're a good pianist now. You're going to be my assistant. Do you understand that?" he announced. After noting that he had asked around to confirm I was a committed Christian, he explained I would be playing a portable organ at worship services, doing some typing, and assisting him with other aspects of his work. Yes, sir, but you've got the wrong man here. I don't play the piano very much. I only know about 9 or 10 hymns, I protested, adding that I was unable to read music. I also pointed out my complete lack of any typing skills. Having already concluded that I had little desire to work with this chaplain, I was hoping to disqualify myself from the position, but the chaplain dismissed my reservations, making it clear the issue was not up for further discussion. Since he held the rank of captain, I had no choice in the matter. So, with a handshake, I was reassigned as his assistant. At just that moment, Captain Irvine entered the office. The chaplain and I stood up and saluted. Both men were captains, but Captain Irvine held seniority. As the chaplain stretched out his hand to introduce himself, it became apparent to me that this was the first meeting between the two men. "Glad to meet you," responded Irvine, shaking his hand. "I can tell you're going to get along real good," the chaplain declared. "You're damn right we are, and you're going to do the gettin'," Irvine retorted, setting the record straight without a hint of a smile. Seeing the crestfallen look that came over the chaplain's face, I struggled not to laugh. After Captain Irvine left the room, the chaplain informed me my first task would be to assist him in preparing for a special Easter worship service that would take place a month later on April 9. This service would be held for troops not participating in special training exercises scheduled for that date. When Easter arrived, we had an enthusiastic group of GIs, and everything went off without a hitch. Of course, that was just one of the many worship services in which I assisted the chaplain. My regular duties included helping him plan the scripture reading, prayers, and hymns for worship services, preparing the communion wine and bread, joining him on visits to troops in the hospital. However, my main job was to provide the musical accompaniment for the 2 worship services he conducted each week. In our ministry, we primarily served H Company troops in Bridport, holding worship services for soldiers of any Protestant denomination. However, the chaplain also occasionally helped out other company chaplains by conducting Protestant services for the 2nd Battalion's other 3 companies, and for widely scattered outfits in the 16th Infantry Regiment's other 2 battalions. For each worship service, I took along a lightweight portable organ, which folded up into a sort of oversized suitcase with a wooden handle. Once unfolded, the organ's keyboard was supported by the case's 2 side pieces. Pulling a chair up to the keyboard, I pumped the pedal with my foot, forcing air into the instrument's bellows in order to generate an accordion-like sound at a fairly decent volume. Unfortunately, my inability to read music meant I was playing the same few hymns during all kinds of services, whether it was a celebratory service or a more somber occasion. The chaplain complimented my playing, but I am sure he grew just as tired of hearing those songs as I did. Though I joined the rest of H Company on Bridport's cricket field when General Eisenhower delivered an address and carried out an inspection of our outfit on April 2, my participation in combat training had completely ceased after I started working for the chaplain. Because my assignment as his assistant seemed increasingly likely to be permanent, missing out on these drills caused me no concern. Indeed, I was enjoying a far less strenuous duty. But whatever the advantages of my new assignment, these were balanced by the fact the chaplain turned out to be a real jerk, as well as a very odd duck. While I learned to work with him, his religious convictions remained unclear to me. Based on my conversations with him, it seemed to me he lacked both a basic Christian faith and any spiritual passion. Because his own faith was so ambiguous, it was not surprising his preaching failed to offer spiritual inspiration and moral strength to soldiers preparing to go into battle. Beyond my responsibilities tied to the worship services, the chaplain also attempted to delegate the typing to me, despite my protest that I could not actually type. The work mostly involved typing up detailed reports on the chaplain's activities and 3 letters of condolence to the parents of soldiers who had been killed in various accidents. Lacking any knowledge of shorthand, it took me forever to copy down what he dictated to me. Once that was done, I laboriously pecked out the text of the letters on the typewriter with my 2 index fingers. Unimpressed with my typing, the chaplain eventually informed me he would get another assistant to handle any future correspondence. Even though I was no longer training with H Company, I continued to reside in my original quarters in Bridport and spent much of my limited free time with my old buddies from the machine gun squad and the cook named Steve. I also got to know a fellow named Jesse Beaver, a new H Company replacement from Illinois, who had been assigned to the next room over from me after his arrival at Bridport in April. Standing a little over 5 feet tall, Jesse was even shorter than me, but what most stood out about him was his age. A married man in his early 30s, he had somehow been assigned to the infantry, which was unusual for a GI of his years. More than a decade older than most of us, he naturally caught a hard time for being an old man. But despite the difference in our ages, he and I shared a lot in common and quickly became buddies. Once I began my assignment as the chaplain's assistant, there were few opportunities for me to travel to Yalville, but it finally worked out for me to visit the West family for supper on a Sunday evening in early May. As we were enjoying tea and crumpets after our meal, a siren sounded. This signaled the start of a German air raid, one of a series of Luftwaffe attacks on England carried out that spring during the Baby Blitz. "Let's go down to the basement," Mrs. West directed in a calm voice that indicated a practiced routine. 10 minutes after we reached the basement, an unbelievably loud roar marked the arrival of a fleet of German aircraft. "Andy, you need to go see our girls operating the searchlight," Mrs. West urged. I enthusiastically agreed, excited to get my first look at the enemy. Jill, Catherine, and I walked a block up the street to a spot where we could observe a crew of 3 English girls operating a searchlight. Expertly, they spun the control wheels that oriented the huge light, the face of which measured several feet in diameter. Directing a huge shaft of light up into the night sky, the girls worked with other searchlight crews hunting for German bombers. Momentarily caught in the beams, the planes glistened like giant stars. Despite only intermittent illumination of the bombers, nearby anti-aircraft gun crews relentlessly hounded the enemy through the sky. Their tracer fire leapt up in narrow streams of light that joined the thicker beams of the searchlights in a fantastic visual spectacle, with the thudding guns and the low buzz of the aircraft supplying the auditory accompaniment. Amazingly, only one of the German intruders was hit in the dense barrage of fire. Falling from the sky in a fireball, the plane crashed somewhere off in the distance. No parachutes were visible. When the fleet of enemy aircraft was out of range, we returned to the West's home. 10 or 15 minutes later, booms off in the distance confirmed the German planes had reached their target. Tuning into the radio, we grimly listened to BBC reports on the bombing before I left. My first direct exposure to the war provided a memorable finale to my last visit with the Wests. One morning a week or so later, as I was sitting at my desk in the chaplain's office, he called me over to him. "Andrews, the Army does funny things. This afternoon you are to report back to H Company. They must be getting ready to invade Europe." Though I had thought my assignment as the chaplain's assistant was permanent, the Army was urgently calling back all clerks, assistants, and other GIs who had been assigned to non-essential duties in order to bring infantry units up to full strength before the invasion of France. The order to report back to H Company after a 2-month absence was unexpected, but came as a great relief. In the first place, I'd never wanted to leave my outfit. Serving as the chaplain's assistant had been a lot easier than training, but I felt like I had been drafted to serve in a combat unit and was glad to be rejoining my buddies in the machine gun squad. In the second place, I had never grown comfortable working with the chaplain. Of course, my assignment might have been a bit more enjoyable if I had been a better pianist. Soon after my departure, the chaplain was replaced by another man far better suited to the position. Although my interaction with the former chaplain had not been positive, I would later come to know other chaplains who were very decent men, offering real spiritual comfort to the troops they served. H Company at Camp D8, May 13 through June 1. My return to H Company came just days before all 3 battalions of the 16th Infantry Regiment were repositioned to D camps on May 17. These pre-invasion marshalling camps were located about 15 miles east of Bridport, placing the regiment just a few miles north of the port of Weymouth on the English Channel. H Company was assigned to Camp D8, a marshalling area located at Downwood, just north of the village of Bencombe in Dorset. Only the top Allied brass knew exactly when the invasion would come, but it was no secret the operation was now imminent. 2 days after H Company's arrival at the D Camp on May 17, General Clarence Hubner, the 1st Infantry Division's commander, gave a pep talk to several hundred of us. In a frank address about the invasion, he inspired us to feel like we were truly part of something heroic and historic, while also warning us to keep our butts down. Since I had left combat training to serve as the chaplain's assistant back in March, the daily regimen of intensive physical drilling had grown even more rigorous. After a couple of months on soft duty, these drills at first proved extremely challenging for me, especially the 5-mile fast hikes with full packs. Fortunately, the resumption of regular exercise swiftly restored the muscles of my 5'6", 185-pound body to peak physical condition. In addition to the long hikes, the obstacle course, bayonet practice, and other basic infantry drills, our machine gun squad also trained intensively at the D Camp. Despite my lengthy separation from the squad, I immediately resumed the role of tripod carrier and primary gunner as if I had never left. Our live fire drills with the weapon were limited, but we regularly rehearsed the rapid deployment and disassembly of the machine gun, with a special emphasis on keeping it clean and in perfect working order. Though it did not seem particularly important to me at the moment, my stint with the chaplain had caused me to miss out on most of the 16th Infantry Regiment's amphibious exercises, in which the troops had extensively drilled with landing craft. During loading drills, the men had practiced climbing down the rope scramble nets hung over the side of the troop ship to board the Higgins boats waiting in the sea below. In this crucial element of the forthcoming amphibious operation, I would have no training at all. On May 25, the D camps were sealed off from contact with the outside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Now all of us knew for sure we would be moving to the disembarkation ports for the invasion in no more than a few days. The next day, we received the first of a series of briefings on the plans for the operation, making us privy to the great secret. The D-Day landings in France would take place on the coast of Normandy in less than 2 weeks. Our 16th Infantry Regiment would form a major part of the American spearhead assaulting Omaha Beach, the Allied code name for one of the 5 invasion beaches in Normandy. The other major American landing zone was Utah Beach, to the west of Omaha. Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches to the east of Omaha would be assaulted by Anglo-Canadian forces. Using detailed relief maps of the beaches, aerial surveillance photographs, and recently collected intelligence, Captain Irvine and Sergeant Carpenter explained H Company's mission to our machine gun platoon. Our 2nd Battalion would lead the way onto Easy Red Beach, a sector of Omaha. H Company was slated to land on Easy Red during the assault's first hours. Arriving in the 3rd wave just behind the 2nd Battalion's E, F, and G companies, our company would provide heavy fire support. The 3 battalions of 16th Infantry would be rapidly reinforced by the 18th and 26th Infantry Regiments of the 1st Infantry Division, which formed part of V Corps of the U.S. First Army. The briefings gave us a clear picture of what we would encounter when we hit the beach. On top of the several million landmines and other obstacles planted along the beach and further inland, German troops defending the coast possessed up to 80 machine guns to cover each mile of the beach. We were also shown photographs of huge bunkers with thick concrete walls that protected the enemy's feared 88mm and bigger artillery guns. While such formidable enemy defenses would pose a daunting challenge, our orders were to run for the dunes as soon as our landing craft reached the beach, and then push inland as fast as possible. Do not stop to help the wounded. Keep moving forward. The objective was to expand the beachhead inland as far as possible before the Wehrmacht could bring up reinforcements in an effort to drive us back into the sea. To speed our advance, we were directed to kill as many German troops as possible, and generally discouraged from taking prisoners, though certain other units were assigned to seize prisoners for intelligence purposes. We were told any captured Germans would serve as gravediggers for us, information that did not necessarily provide much encouragement. Among the other replacements and me, there was a sense of pride that we would form part of the invasion spearhead. For our company's veterans who had fought in the invasions of North Africa and Sicily, the prestige of this assignment was balanced by a feeling the Big Red One had been selected for special missions too often. At the end of May, the camp finance officer distributed a small amount of invasion money in French francs to each soldier. Everyone joked that it looked like play money, but we were glad to have a little French currency in our pockets. Some even used American money from their pay to buy more. To aid us in our dealings with the French, the Army also supplied us with a French-language phrasebook and a pocket guide to France, which offered a brief description of the culture and people. Alongside the issuance of such items and the briefings, our drilling persisted without pause through the end of May. Rather than feeling tense, our mood was more matter-of-fact as we prepared for the invasion. Being a pretty quiet bunch, not a lot was said, but each of us wondered how we would handle ourselves in combat. Would we measure up? All of us knew hard fighting and the sacrifice of many lives would be required to win the upcoming battle and the war. But we believed our training and our will to get the job done would see us through. "Okay, guys, we're ready. Let's go. We can do this," was the general feeling. In just days, our confidence in victory would face the ultimate test when we went up against Hitler's battle-hardened troops. Chapter 6. The Battle for Normandy, June 7 through July 27, 1944. Colville, June 7, June 8. As the sun first began to color the thick clouds over Normandy early on the morning of June 7, most of the men around me were already awake, alert for any sign of a possible assault on our position by German troops. None of us had gotten much sleep during the short summer night after D-Day. Following the delayed landing of a large part of our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon on Omaha Beach the previous evening, we had joined the other guys from our Higgins boat for the slow climb up to the high ground above the beach. Claiming abandoned enemy foxholes, we halted for the night, dispersed among a few dozen GIs from a mix of outfits. Our position on the ridge was 100 yards behind the forwardmost posts held by American troops in this sector. When our Jeep and trailer reached us about 3 hours after our arrival, both squads in our section of the platoon had immediately deployed the machine guns. Anticipating an enemy counterattack at any moment, the other members of my squad and I took turns on watching behind the machine gun. With the almost constant whistle of naval artillery shells hurtling through the sky above us, the crackle of gunfire around us, and the rumble of explosions in the distance, it was clear the battle for the beachhead was raging through the night. By the time sunrise came at 4:45 a.m., I had managed only a brief catnap, but adrenaline left me feeling wide awake. Just as I was starting to think about breakfast, a whispered order passed from foxhole to foxhole reached me. "Let's go." A moment later, our squad and the other troops on the ridge began advancing through the morning mist toward the forwardmost American positions with our Jeep and trailer following a short distance behind us. Moving cautiously through territory that had already been taken but not yet secured, we saw nothing of the enemy. In fact, things were calm enough that we were able to snack from our rations as we continued inland. After pushing beyond the forwardmost American positions, we began to move up a gently rising slope of sand and grass. Our objective was a wooded area a half-mile ahead, where intelligence indicated an enemy unit was still encamped. Expecting to come under hostile fire at any moment, everyone spread out to avoid offering German forward observers an inviting target. Despite the absence of enemy shelling or small arms fire, our progress was slowed by the danger of German anti-personnel mines. Before each step, we carefully inspected the ground ahead of us in the dim morning light, looking for any disturbance in the earth or other sign that might hint at an enemy mine. widely dispersed and cleverly concealed throughout Normandy. The most common and feared of these German mines was the treacherous S-mine, better known as the Bouncing Betty. The weight of a soldier's boot would trigger a 3-second fuse on a charge located under the mine. When this charge ignited, it propelled the main explosive canister upward. Detonating 3 to 5 feet in the air, the canister spewed hundreds of deadly ball bearings outward at high velocity for up to 40 yards. Roughly an hour after setting out from our foxholes, we all reached the tree line without incident. Entering the woods, a group of us immediately came upon a small clearing among the trees. In its center, charred wood was smoldering in a fire pit, sending small spirals of smoke drifting upward. On the ground nearby lay an abandoned mess kit with a Nazi swastika imprinted on its canvas covering. The ripe odor of unwashed bodies still hung in the air, a particular smell we soon recognized as distinctive to German soldiers. Surveying the site, it was obvious the enemy had bivouacked here the night before and had just hightailed it out of the place in a big hurry. Like hound dogs, hot on the scent of an escaped convict, everyone's blood was now up, filling us with an overpowering primal urge to chase down our German prey. "Golly, these guys couldn't be very far away. Let's get after them," Lincoln Welser exclaimed, vocalizing the thought on all our minds. It was the first but not the last time war felt more like a game than the lethal business it really was. Just as we were about to set off in pursuit of the Germans, the command came down to hold up where we were. Within an hour, those of us in H Company's 2nd Machine Gun Platoon received new orders. Along with the troops from a rifle company, we were to proceed to the nearby village of Colville-sur-Mer, one of the main D-Day objectives for troops landing at Omaha Beach. Once there, we would link up with H Company. When we reached our outfit later that morning, it had been more than 24 hours since we had last seen the other men aboard the USS Enrico. While our boat team had come under sporadic enemy artillery fire during our delayed landing on Omaha Beach the previous evening, the rest of H Company had a fair rougher time of it. When the company came ashore early on D-Day, operating in support of other elements of the 16th Infantry Regiment pushing inland, they had engaged in bitter fighting against stiff German opposition. By the morning of June 7, Colville had been largely secured. H Company and other troops in the 16th Infantry 2nd Battalion were now tasked with clearing out any German troops still holding out inside the heavily damaged village. Filled with solid stone buildings, it provided the enemy with lots of readily defensible positions. As our section of the platoon entered the outskirts of Colville, the sound of small arms fire ahead put everyone on alert. Making our way down a side street, we came to a junction with another road, one so narrow it would not even accommodate a tank. Suddenly, a shot rang out from nowhere. 10 feet away from me, a guy in our section's other machine gun squad cried out as he spun to the ground with a shoulder wound. Instantly, our squad scrambled for cover behind a wall, while the other squad took refuge in a cemetery located beside the road. Under direct enemy fire, small arms fire for the first time, a momentary wave of fear passed through me. But, thanks to our months of training with live fire exercises, I experienced no sense of mind-numbing panic or terror. As the German continued sniping at us, all of us scrutinized the surrounding buildings to determine his location. Within about 10 minutes, we spotted him in the second-story hayloft of a barn halfway up the street. Operating from a superior position in the cemetery off to our right, the other squad targeted the sniper with heavy machine gun fire, which tracer rounds marked out as brilliant streaks of light. As their gun blazed away, it was hard to imagine anyone surviving such a fusillade. Indeed, the intensity of the gunfire was so great, it looked as if the tracers might ignite a fire inside the barn. Within a couple of minutes, a German helmet tumbled from the window, bouncing noisily off the stone street below. This seemed to indicate the sniper's demise, but we took no chances. After cautiously advancing up the street, one of our guys lobbed a grenade up into the hayloft to make certain he was dead. While most of us started to make our way further up the road to continue clearing the town, a couple of fellows ventured up to the loft. A moment later, they tossed the body of the dead German onto the street. We had been fortunate to escape with only a single wounded man in our initial encounter with an enemy sniper, but it would only be the first of many. After our advance had pushed a little deeper into Colville, we received orders to deploy the machine gun to resist a possible German counterattack. Within 10 seconds, our squad had the gun ready for action. The noise of nearby fighting increased the tension as we waited for the enemy to appear. The anticipated counterattack never came. Instead, we saw a group of about 15 German prisoners being led off to the rear, which signaled that the enemy resistance in the town was ending. Before long, an officer arrived with the all clear and orders for us to move out. Following the completion of our mopping up operation inside Colville, H Company took up a defensive position a half-mile south of the town and roughly a mile and a half inland from the beach. That night, our platoon slept in the basements of local homes, spreading hay on the floor as bedding. On the morning of June 8, we were treated to a hot breakfast of eggs, grits, biscuits, gravy, bacon, and coffee. All of us thanked the kitchen crew for their effort, knowing we would be eating mostly cold rations in the coming days. Resuming our mopping up operations outside Colville, we searched the surrounding farm fields and along the edges of woods, where we encountered 3 small groups of German soldiers. Instead of shooting at us, these troops identified their positions by waving small white surrender flags. Most were teenagers who had never experienced combat and simply wanted to end their part in the war. Happy to oblige them, we took their weapons and sent them to the rear under guard for processing as prisoners. During this time, the 1st Infantry Division's 18th and 26th Infantry Regiments passed through the lines of our 16th Infantry Regiment to take the lead in the division's advance into Normandy. Because our regiment had suffered substantial casualties in spearheading the assault on Omaha Beach, we were now assigned to the Big Red One's Regimental Reserve. The 16th Infantry's 3 battalions would support the attacking 18th and 26th Regiments and secure the division's flanks and rear area, dealing with bypassed German strongpoints and snipers. In this mission and all future operations, H Company's 2 machine gun platoons and mortar platoon would provide heavy fire support for E, F, and G companies, the rifle companies that made up the rest of the 16th Infantry's 2nd Battalion. Of course, down at the level of our 7-man 2nd Machine Gun Squad in the 2nd section of H Company's 2nd Machine Gun Platoon, we knew little about the overall military picture. Our squad was simply one small cog in the vast and expanding Allied military machine in France. Through the hedgerows, June 8 through June 13. On the evening of June 8, our company left its position near Colville and trampled southward a couple of miles to our next objective, where we assumed a secondary defensive position in support of the 18th Infantry Regiment. The following afternoon, we moved out again, advancing with the other squad in our machine gun section in support of a small detachment of riflemen from an infantry company. Strung out in single file, we proceeded warily, having received a warning that enemy rearguard forces were in the vicinity. About an hour after we had set out, bullets suddenly began whizzing through the air. Though most of the rounds passed above our heads, all of us immediately dove for cover. Hitting the ground, I raised my carbine and squeezed off a dozen shots toward the German position, which was located behind a 4-foot-high concrete wall in front of a deserted French home. Recovering from our surprise, our squad quickly readied the machine gun for action. As I waited behind the gun to see whether its firepower would be needed, all of the guys in our 2 machine gun squads began shooting with their carbines, joining the riflemen who were already blazing away at the enemy. The limited return fire coming from the Germans behind the wall indicated we were up against a small rear guard that had been left behind to slow our progress. Though our rifles and carbines were doing a fine job suppressing the enemy's resistance, I decided the machine gun might help deliver a stronger message to the Germans that their situation was hopeless. When I opened up, it felt a little odd to me to be shooting at a wall instead of German soldiers, but my fire soon blew off a chunk of concrete. This seemed to serve as a signal to our section's other machine gun, which now added the weight of its fire to the fight. With the torrent of rounds coming from our 2 machine guns and about 24 rifles and carbines, it sounded like a major battle was underway. Under this relentless fire, the concrete wall crumbled over the next 10 minutes. Realizing the game was up, the Germans hoisted a little white flag attached to a rifle. A moment after we ceased fire, 5 scared soldiers, who must have been around 50 years old, emerged from behind the ruined wall with their hands raised high in the air. Hoping for gentle treatment, one of the Germans told us in broken English they had purposely fired above our heads because they did not want to kill anyone. The age of these troops revealed how desperate Germany must be for manpower, but these middle-aged men certainly looked just as relieved to be out of the war as the surrendering teenage German soldiers had been the day before. As I thanked God none of us had been killed or wounded, it struck me that this small skirmish would have turned out a lot differently if we had run into a larger force of Germans who had been intent on killing us. At the end of our 4-hour advance on the afternoon of June 9, we took up a defensive position close to Tournon-Bessin. This placed us around 5 miles southeast of Calville-sur-Mer and 3 miles west-northwest of the important Norman city of Bayeux. The following day, H Company pushed 3 miles further south, where we assumed a secondary defensive position near Ranchy. On the evening of June 11, we carried out another 3-mile march southwest to La Bretonnière, where we took up a secondary position less than half a mile from the highway linking Bayeux with the city of Saint-Lô to the southwest. Early the following afternoon, our company was again on the move. Trekking about 5 miles in 2.5 hours, we arrived at Saint-Paul-du-Vernay, located 3 miles south-southeast of our previous location at La Bretonnière. Here, we again adopted a defensive posture. As our 16th Infantry Regiment conducted this series of short advances inland, behind the 18th and 26th Infantry Regiments, we entered Normandy's bocage, hedgerows, an extensive network of earthen walls that was as unexpected as it was daunting. Ranging from 6 to 8 feet in height and from 10 to 15 feet in width, these hedgerows flanked the region's network of narrow sunken roads, built up over centuries by generations of French farmers who had piled their plowed-up stones at the boundaries of their property. The hedgerows were now overgrown with dense foliage of bushes, briars, and trees. The root systems of these shrubs and trees reinforced the structure of the earthen banks, making them nearly impenetrable. Meanwhile, the hedgerow's canopy of overhanging trees kept the roads shrouded in dark shade, even in broad daylight. The bocage thus afforded the Germans an extensive network of ramparts, ideal for defensive operations. Beyond providing natural fortifications, the hedgerows also shielded enemy movement from observation and isolated us from our own units, even ones nearby. Lacking any type of specialized training in how to fight in this difficult terrain, it was only through trial and error that we gradually adapted our tactics to respond to this unforeseen obstacle. However, it fast became apparent the Germans had been preparing for a battle in the hedgerows. Although we were on the offensive, it was the enemy who held the tactical initiative in deciding when and where to engage us, while the troops advancing ahead of us in the 18th and 26th Infantry Regiments bore the brunt of the Big Red One's hedgerow fighting. Plenty of concealed German troops remained behind to keep our own regiment busy in its mop-up role. As the Wehrmacht increasingly deployed more battle-hardened troops to confront us, the easy surrenders of the first few days became far less common. During the advance of our 2nd Battalion, 16th Infantry Regiment, each of H Company's 2 machine gun platoons was typically attached to one of the battalion's 3 rifle companies. Normally operating in a 2-squad section rather than in the larger 4-squad 36-man platoon formation, we pushed forward just behind the infantry, moving on foot through the narrow confines of the dark, hedgerow-bound country lanes. The tension in our 2 gun squads was palpable. Eerily, nearby firefights produced an almost continuous din, while remaining invisible to us. Sometimes we would come across the bodies of GIs killed moments earlier when we had been just 40 or 50 feet away. While German infantry hiding in the brush atop the hedgerows posed a danger to us on the road down below, most of our casualties came when we crossed intersections. Concealed enemy machine gunners, snipers, and mortar teams struck with devastating effectiveness, often acting in concert with other nearby German troops to create a murderous crossfire. Adding to our problems, the pockets of enemy resistance were just as likely to be encountered beside or behind us as ahead of us. In many places, the Germans had dug 8 to 10 foot long tunnels inside the hedgerows through which they could sneak around us or fire out at us. As a result, a firefight could erupt at any moment from any direction. In an effort to prevent ambushes, we constantly scrutinized the brush and scouted every road junction. Spotting the enemy's carefully camouflaged positions was almost impossible, especially if our movements took place at night. When confronting the thickest foliage in the hedgerows, we did not even risk investigating it for an enemy position. Instead, we simply threw grenades first and then searched the brush. Often, we found dead Germans who had been preparing to ambush us. At other times, our infantry would be moving along one side of the hedgerow, while the Germans would be shadowing our men on the other side in a sort of deadly game of cat and mouse. Once the enemy's fire exposed their location, our infantry would climb over the hedgerows and cut across the fields in an effort to outflank their position. Even if only a few enemy troops were involved in these skirmishes, the process of clearing them out was a bloody and time-consuming process that relied on grenades, flamethrowers, and firepower. While many Germans were killed in these engagements, others escaped to fight again at the next ambush. Our machine gun squad. In the hedgerows, combat typically involved short, sharp firefights at close range, or even hand-to-hand struggles, where our squad could not effectively bring the machine gun to bear. However, our weapon remained integral to the tactical operations of the rifle companies, and we operated in close support of them during larger or longer engagements. While the riflemen could handle lightly armed enemy position, our heavier firepower was available to deal with the stiffer resistance, such as a German machine gun emplacement or a larger force of a half dozen or more enemy troops. Ready to go into action in support of the infantry at a moment's notice, our 7-man squad advanced close behind them, carrying all the various components of the machine gun. Apart from hauling the gun's components, each of us in the squad also holstered a .45 caliber pistol in our belts. As the designated gunner, I did not regularly carry a carbine, but most of our squad members also had a carbine slung over one shoulder. While we had plenty of gear weighing us down, our burden would have been much greater without the extra storage space provided by our squad's Jeep and its attached trailer. Driven by our squad's designated chauffeur, the Jeep and trailer followed our advance on foot, but stayed back 100 yards or so in the rear. Before long, we nicknamed our Jeep Little Joe, feeling it was practically another member of our outfit. Of course, unlike the rest of us, Little Joe never complained or grew tired. Although there was some trading off among us as far as who would carry the tripod, gun, water canister, and ammo boxes, each of us tended to stick to our routine roles. Perhaps 90% of the time, it was my job to lug the machine gun steel tripod, which meant I was almost always the gunner when we became engaged in combat. While I was glad to serve as our squad's primary gunner, the tripod's 53-pound weight and 3 legs made it an awkward burden. To carry it, I rested the 2 shorter legs of the tripod on my shoulders, with the feet positioned at chest height, where my hands could hold on to them, while the longer leg hung down behind my back. Carrying the tripod in this way became uncomfortable after a while, but this was true of all the gun's components. The man hefting the 32-pound machine gun itself also had to struggle with an unwieldy load, and our squad members who lugged the dead weight of a 22-pound, 250-round ammo box in each hand for a couple of hours did not have it any easier. Strung out in single file, each member of the 2 machine gun squads in our section kept about 20 feet of separation from the man ahead of him in the column in order to reduce our vulnerability if we ran into an ambush or came under artillery or mortar fire. When we were ordered into combat, speed was of the essence. Soldiers who could quickly establish a secure firing position would usually survive the engagement. From our training, all of us were well aware the machine gun's firepower made the man serving as the gunner a priority target for the enemy, just as their machine gunners would be a priority for us. Even when crouching low on my knees behind the machine gun so as to present the minimal possible target, I still remained vulnerable to enemy fire. Naturally, the machine gunner's stated average life expectancy of 7 minutes in combat was something I tried to block from my mind. Even knowing the risk, I loved the weapon. While few of the regular riflemen would have wanted to trade jobs with me, I would never have traded my assignment as a machine gunner to serve in their role. Barely a year out of high school, I found the opportunity to control the machine gun's devastating firepower and blow a target to pieces too alluring and exhilarating. But the gunner was not alone in a firefight. Our squad was a team, and we all depended on one another in combat. Once we had set up the machine gun, I counted on all the other members of the squad to protect my flanks with covering fire from their carbines. I also needed to know there was a squad member ready with another ammo belt close behind me, who would come up and reload the instant I ran out of ammo. Though we were all primed for action, there were few opportunities for us to apply our training during our first days in Normandy. While the 2nd Battalion's rifle companies, to which we were usually attached, were skirmishing with German troops 2 or 3 times a day, our machine gun section only deployed for action in about half of these engagements. But even when our squad deployed the gun, there was seldom a need for me to fire off more than a short burst or two before we were again advancing through the hedgerows. More often, as soon as I had taken up my position behind the gun, we were disassembling it to resume our advance without firing a single round. Setting up the machine gun, waiting to see if we were needed, and disassembling the weapon became our routine. As our section was following an infantry company through a small village several days into our advance through the hedgerows, 2 French farmers approached our column, obviously excited to share some type of intelligence with us. They spoke at a speed we found difficult to comprehend with our limited command of French. But by scratching the number 25 on the dirt road and pointing, the farmers were eventually able to convey to us that a force of 25 to 30 Germans were holed up in a barn about a mile ahead. When we reached the place, the barn turned out to be a long, 2-story stone building with a square opening on the ground floor and 2 rather large square openings on the 2nd floor, spaces that presumably once had held a door and windows. The area around the barn was clear of brush, but the well-worn wagon road leading up to it was bordered by clusters of tall, thick weeds. Suddenly, a German on the barn's 2nd floor opened fire at us with his burp gun, sending everyone darting for cover as submachine gun rounds from the MP-40 kicked up dust and gravel all around us. "That place is full of Germans! Cut it down!" a captain from one of the rifle companies shouted. Instructing our section's 2 squads to deploy the machine guns about 30 yards apart, he directed our gun to target the 2nd floor openings and the other squad to focus its fire on the ground floor opening. The command to go into action triggered an adrenaline rush that heightened all my senses. Finding a spot behind some brush about 40 yards away from the barn, I flipped the tripod off my shoulders as the rest of the squad hustled to help me set up the gun. Assuming my position as gunner, I crouched down low behind the weapon. Within 10 seconds of the captain's order, both of our machine guns began spraying the barn with long bursts of fire. As we raked our fire back and forth across the barn's stone walls, the powerful .30 caliber bullets generated a cloud of dust and debris. With every 5th round in the ammo belt a tracer that blazed a brilliantly lit path to the target, I was able to direct highly accurate fire into the barn's 2nd floor through the openings. Observing the trajectory of my tracer fire, I could see the bullets passing through these openings were glancing off the stone wall in the rear of the building before ricocheting wildly in every direction. On both floors, the barn's interior had become deadly, but the Germans held out. Thinking the barn was likely to be full of dried animal fodder, I continued to target as many rounds as I could through the openings in the second story. If ricocheting pyrotechnic tracer rounds set the hay ablaze, the ensuing conflagration could force the Germans to evacuate the building. Although I failed in my effort to ignite whatever hay was inside, the fire from our two machine guns and our small arms totally suppressed the enemy's ability to shoot back, allowing several of our infantrymen to crawl forward toward the barn. About 20 minutes into the engagement, 3 or 4 GIs crept close enough to toss grenades inside, each of which detonated with a loud thud. A moment later, a German burp gun was tossed out of one of the second-story openings. As it clattered to the ground in front of us, a white flag started waving from the same opening. The other gunner and I both ceased firing instantaneously. The captain with us then shouted for the Germans to come out. Immediately, a number of mostly older enemy soldiers began exiting the barn with their hands up. At final count, we took 32 prisoners. Unfortunately, there were no officers among the surrendering troops, so none of us had a chance to claim one of the prized Luger pistols. The immediate lesson our two machine gun squads drew from this action was that the aid tracer rounds provided in aiming our fire had to be balanced against the fact they also clearly revealed our positions to the enemy, making us easy targets. If we had received heavier return fire during this engagement, our use of tracers might really have endangered us. As a result, our squad decided to remove the tracer rounds from a portion of the ammo belts and replace them with standard .30 caliber ammo. From this time, we normally used ammo belts with tracers during night fighting and for engaging more distant targets, some of which might be as far as 2,000 yards away. When shooting at closer range targets in daylight, tracers were usually unnecessary for directing the gun's fire since the .30 caliber bullets caused easily visible destruction. More broadly, the one-sided firefight at the barn had given our section's 2 squads the first chance to use our machine guns to support an infantry assault as we had been trained. Having experienced our most intense combat since arriving in France, we felt like we had fought in a great battle. Later, we would realize the action had only been a large skirmish. However, this skirmish proved to be our most significant engagement with the enemy during the early fighting in France. From the majority of the time, our squad was simply slogging through the hedgerows in a mop-up roll. One step at a time, we expected to plod forward all the way to Germany. Stalemate in Normandy, July 13 through July 21. Early on June 13, H Company set out southward on a roughly 7-mile foot march from Saint-Paul-de-Vernay toward the village of Les Hauts-de-Gris. Late that hot morning, as our 2 machine gun squads were heading along a dirt trail parallel to the main route of the advance, we crested a hill and saw a small, isolated wooden shack about 30 yards off to the right. Located above the trail, it appeared to be some type of storage shed for a farm and did not at first attract much attention. "Yoo-hoo!" a sweet female voice called down to us from the shack as we were passing below it a few moments later. "Wow, hey, look at that!" one of the guys in my squad hollered excitedly, pointing up toward the shack. To our utter astonishment, there in the doorway stood a topless young woman, dressed only in a skirt and waving enticingly. "Yeah, look at her, but don't go up there," another GI cautioned, suspicious that this seductress was bait intended to lure us up to the shack. Disregarding the warning, the soldier who had first spotted the woman left the trail. Heading straight up towards her, he ignored our shouts to return. Just before he reached the shack, the girl disappeared behind the door. At the same moment, a hail of submachine gun fire from inside tore into the GI, killing him instantly. As all of us hit the ground, the lieutenant in command yelled for our machine gun section to go into action. While most of the men stayed down, our 2 gun squads deployed our weapons and opened up. Under the hail of machine gun fire, boards began ripping away from the shack. But before the demolition had proceeded very far, our tracer rounds caused the structure to burst into flame. We saw no sign of the woman or any Germans, but there was little doubt anyone in the shack would perish in the blaze if they had not already been killed by our guns. When the flames died down a few minutes later, a number of us gathered around our squad member who had fallen into the trap. I had not been too close to this fellow, but the tragic sight of his bullet-riddled corpse still affected me. 2 medics soon took his body back to the rear in our squad's jeep. The episode dramatically reinforced our training about the enemy's use of various tricks to lure us into an ambush. We left the burned shack behind, but the horrible image of the GI's shredded corpse revisited me when I tried to sleep. By the time we reached WWII to take up our new defensive position just after noon on June 13, we were more than 15 miles south of our starting point at Colville. This placed us just a couple of miles northwest of Quimont-Levante, a vital hub in Normandy's road network that had just been seized by other elements of the 1st Infantry Division. During our series of short advances through the hedgerows, all of us in the enlisted ranks were vaguely aware that some military logic was directing our movements, but we remained ignorant of our location on a map and the larger operational strategy behind these shifts in our position. At most, we knew our 16th Infantry Regiment was pushing forward in a mop-up reserve role behind the Big Red One's 18th and 26th Infantry Regiments. After breaking through the tough German beach defenses at Omaha on D-Day, the 1st Infantry Division and other American units had made rapid progress, but that ended in mid-June when higher quality enemy troops appeared. As these German units were digging in, setting up strong points, and planting mines, the worsening weather in the latter half of June limited the use of Allied aircraft, allowing the enemy to bring up additional artillery and reserves. While our company had no contact with the enemy during our 5 days at WWII, German resistance continued to mount ahead of us. By the time we departed our position at WWII on the evening of June 18, the front line was stalemated. As a consequence, our 2-hour, 3-mile march that night was not really an advance, but rather a shift to a frontline defensive position a couple of miles northeast of the small town of Cormolan, a move which placed us about 5 miles north of Quimont. The day after our arrival, a major storm rolled into Normandy, battering the area with high winds that caused the heavy downpours to blow in sideways. Penetrating our raincoats and soaking into our clothing, the water ran down into our boots. Soon, several inches of cold water puddled at the bottom of our foxholes. Drenched and chilled to the bone, we experienced an unwelcome reminder of the trenches in World War I. More disturbingly, we heard that the rough weather was making it difficult for our ships to unload supplies. During these 4 or 5 days of intense storms, we kept our machine gun at the ready and maintained a constant lookout for the enemy. In fact, the pouring rain made our squad even more vigilant, because the storms furnished the enemy with especially good cover to try to sneak up on us undetected. Leaves and branches moving in the wind might well conceal the approach of a small German detachment set forward to reconnoiter our position, or even the vanguard of a large-scale enemy counterattack. On several occasions, small German scouting parties were observed and taken under fire. Meanwhile, our company's mortar platoon also regularly engaged the enemy. Even the worst weather did not stop the war. June 24 brought another shift of our position. All of us were glad to leave our muddy, rain-saturated foxholes and needed to walk a bit in order to give our clothes time to dry. After trekking a couple of miles, we assumed a new defensive position. Though still northeast of Cormolan, we were now a mile or so closer to the small town, a location where we remained until the end of June. On the afternoon of July 1, we moved to a secondary defensive position a couple of miles northeast of Cormolan, placing us close to the spot we had held from June 18 to June 24. In sum, these shifts in our position within the same small area reflected the ongoing deadlock of the military situation in Normandy, with German artillery fire only occasionally targeting us at this new location. We received our first opportunity to bathe since landing in France. To rig up a hot shower, the kitchen crew heated up a large pot of water, which was then dumped into a big waterproof canvas bag. Hung from a 3-pole tripod, the bag had a nozzle with a cutoff valve attached to its bottom. A little water was first released for each of us to soap up. More water was released when we were ready to rinse off. It felt good to get clean, even if the feeling did not last long. On the afternoon of July 6, we carried out a 2.5-mile march to a frontline defensive position, a couple of miles southeast of Kamolin. Our squad was glad to get the order to dig in, since it indicated we would remain posted there for at least that night. Hector Gonzalez and I had our foxhole shoveled out in a couple of hours, though the rocky soil prevented us from digging it as deep as we would have liked. Trying to establish a position amid the hedgerows was a dangerous and often deadly business. As soon as we arrived, H Company began aggressively patrolling the surrounding hedgerows in an effort to gain intelligence and to try to determine the actual location of the front line. With the Germans also conducting patrols, firefights and mortar strikes were frequent. At night, all of us tried to get a little shut-eye down in our foxholes, which were spread along the front line amid trees and brush. It was impossible to ever fully relax with the Germans so close. Warned to remain alert for enemy infiltrators, everyone was extra vigilant during his 2-hour shift on sentry duty. On our 6th night at the position, my turn on watch began at midnight. Roused from my slumber by someone repeatedly shaking my shoulder, I was still feeling a bit groggy when I poked my head out of the foxhole and started scrutinizing the ground ahead of us. No movement was discernible, but that provided little reassurance in the almost pitch-black darkness. A few minutes later, a soft but distinctive noise, like sticks crunching under boots, drew my attention. Misjudging the direction from which the sound had originated, I looked to my left. Almost immediately, noise from movement on my right caused me to turn my gaze in that direction. While my head was still swinging to the right, all at once I saw a muzzle flash and heard the loud report of a rifle shot, and felt a sharp stinging pain at the left corner of my mouth. As I raised my hand toward my mouth to check the wound, I caught sight of the dark silhouette of the enemy infiltrator who had fired the round at me from some bushes a few yards away. Rising up to his full height, the big, tall German started to charge toward me with his rifle's bayonet extended out in front of him like a spear. Reacting instinctively, I reeled backwards down into my foxhole. Before my assailant had even taken a full stride, gunfire cracked. Luckily for me, Hector was patrolling only a couple of dozen yards away when he heard the shot. Spotting the German starting his charge toward my position, Hector fired a bullet into the man's back that passed through his heart. Now mortally wounded, the German still somehow managed to stagger the few strides to my foxhole before his lifeless body tumbled down on top of me. Knocked back to the bottom of my hole under the dead man's weight, I struggled futilely to shift his heavy corpse off of me. "Hey, get this big guy off of me! He's bleeding all over me!" I implored. Laughing at my predicament, Hector, Wayne Newsom, and Lincoln Welser displayed little haste in lifting off the body. "He's too big! He's big and heavy!" my 3 buddies joked as they half-heartedly tugged at the dead German. Only after a long moment did they finally drag the corpse off me. Brushing the dirt from my jacket, I used a handkerchief to try to wipe off the dead man's blood, but it had soaked into my uniform in a couple of places. Though the German's shot had been fired at such close range that it had left a powder burn on my face, the bullet had fortunately just nicked the left corner of my mouth. When a medic examined my face, he concluded the wound was slight and told me to keep pressure on it to stop the bleeding. While the superficial wound radiated a painful sting, it emitted only a slow trickle of blood. Dabbing it with a handkerchief, I thanked God for sparing my life. Turning my face toward the noise on the right at the precise instant I did had probably saved me from taking a bullet in the side of my head. When I thanked Hector for shooting the German before he could bayonet me, he downplayed the action. "What the hell, Andy? You'd do it for me." A couple of nights later, H Company was pulled out of its frontline position southwest of Comilan after another division arrived to relieve our 1st Infantry Division. Boarding trucks, we motored off on a long, slow trip through the darkness. After all our foot slogging in recent weeks, It was a nice change to ride aboard trucks. About 3 a.m. on the morning of July 14, we dismounted in a rest area well to the rear of the front. Located just west of the small village of Colombières, the rest camp was about 15 miles north-northwest of our previous position near Comolan and roughly 8 miles west-southwest of Colville. Over the following week, all of us enjoyed what felt like was a well-deserved period of R&R, rest and relaxation. Belayed in tents, we had a chance to eat hot chow, take showers, wash our clothes, and ride home. There was also time for horseshoes, softball, foot races, and movies. Just about everyone attended church services. On a couple of afternoons, a GI from Texas named Quick Draw McGraw put on a show for us. Amazingly, he could whip out his .45 pistol and hit a target 40 yards away in one rapid motion. We gave him a standing ovation. Of course, we did not totally escape our regular duties. When our squad was in combat, the machine gun was cleaned about once a week. Our downtime at the rest area permitted us to carry out a more thorough cleaning and oiling of the weapon, as well as our pistols and carbines. We also received our first replacements at the rest area. Each of us in the squad spent time showing the new guys our equipment and explaining some of the basics, like how to get the machine gun set up in a hurry. Everyone wanted to make sure these guys were ready for action the next time we saw combat. Toward the end of the week, it became clear an infection had developed at the left corner of my mouth where I had been nicked by the bullet. Though the wound had bled only a little at the time, the spot had never formed a scab, even after I had stuck a small piece of paper over it. With the infection now visibly spreading through the blood vessels in my left cheek, like tendrils of poison ivy, I visited H Company's aid station. After carefully examining my face, a medic issued me a jar of medicinal ointment, telling me to apply it daily and return to see him if the infection grew worse. Our days at the rest area near Colombières passed swiftly. For the 1st Infantry Division as a whole, the break served as an operational pause to reorganize, re-equip, and receive replacements before a new offensive operation. Jumping off from a frontline sector near the city of Saint-Lô in a few days, Operation Cobra was intended to smash southward through the German defensive lines, which had so far bottled up American forces in Normandy, enabling the U.S. military to exploit its armored and mechanized capability. In combination with other planned Allied operations, it was designed to help bring about the destruction or the surrender of Germany's military forces in Normandy. Preparing for Operation Cobra, July 21 through July 26. Shortly after midnight on July 21, our company boarded trucks at our rest camp near Colombières and headed west through rain on another long, slow trip. Arriving at the 2nd Battalion's assembly area late that morning, H Company joined other elements of the 1st Infantry Division, which was one of several American divisions assembling in preparation for Operation Cobra. Located 3/4 of a mile west of the village of La Goucherie, H Company's new position was about 9 miles west-southwest of the rest camp and 9 miles north-northwest of Saint-Lô. Under a persistent downpour, we set up camp and ate a hot meal. At this time, we learned of the failed assassination attempt on Hitler by a group of German officers on July 20. While we were too focused on our own situation to pay much attention to this news, all of us were certainly sorry the effort had failed. Nobody would have minded if the war had ended that day. With heavy rains saturating the ground and thick cloud cover limiting air operations, the military brass postponed the start of the operation by several days. While we waited out the bad weather, our main concern was simply to keep dry inside one of the tents or covered trucks, though hot chow made the situation more bearable. We also used the delay to rearrange and replenish the equipment stored in our Jeep's trailer, loading it up with new crates of grenades and new boxes of ammo belts for the machine gun. To open the way for the breakout of 7 Corps, Operation Cobra would commence with a gigantic air attack against the German forces concentrated on our front in a sector located 3 miles west of Saint-Lô and a little south of the Saint-Lô-Perrier Road. A primary target of the carpet bombing would be a 4-mile stretch of line held by the elite Panzer Lehr Division. After some limited bombing on July 24, the main air assault finally began on the morning of July 25. Down in foxholes at our assembly area a few miles north of the target zone, everyone in H Company stared up at the sky as an armada of more than 1,000 American bombers passed overhead in a spectacle that was even more impressive than what I had witnessed on D-Day. Flying at a low altitude for heavy bombers, the massive formation of aircraft was so large and thick it literally darkened the sky, producing a steady hum that must have been ominous for those enemy troops about to suffer bombardment. Taking it all in, I was thinking that American air power was really going to help our forces on the ground. Despite the continuing cloud cover, we were able to observe much of the ensuing action from our location. Though it was impossible for us to see the bombs dropping from the planes, we saw the smoke rising from their explosions as the ground shook around us. The first couple of waves of bombers ran into furious resistance from German anti-aircraft guns, which filled the sky with flak that burst in puffs of black smoke all around the planes. When hit, a few of the bombers exploded in fireballs from which no one appeared to escape. Several other damaged planes briefly remained in formation, pouring smoke before they broke away and careened wildly down to earth in a blaze of fire and smoke. Luckily, some of the crews managed to bail out after their bombers had been hit. We saw about a dozen white parachutes open as airmen floated down to earth. In a horrific and heart-rending sight, a few of the chutes caught fire from the burning fuel raining down from the damaged planes. Sadly, it turned out most of the parachuting airmen who made it safely to the ground landed in German-occupied territory and were taken prisoner. Once the third wave of bombers arrived, the enemy flak guns were no longer firing. Their gun crews either out of ammunition or dead. When the bombing ended a short time later, the Germans to our front could still fight, but they had suffered severe losses. Tragically, we later found out that some of the bombs had also caused casualties among the forwardmost American troops. The conclusion of the morning's bombing mission signaled the start of Operation Cobra's ground operation by 7 Corps. As other American infantry divisions pushed into the new devastated German lines, the Big Red One readied itself to join the attack the next day, July 26. However, stiff enemy resistance delayed the start of our 2nd Battalion's advance until July 27. Medical evacuation to England, July 27. By now, I had grown extremely concerned about my worsening medical condition. Since my first visit to H Company's aid station about a week earlier, the spidery web of infection had spread aggressively outward from the original wound at the corner of my mouth. It now completely covered the left side of my face, reaching almost up to my eye. It was clear the medical ointment provided by the medic had done nothing to halt the infection's advance. Early on the morning of July 27, as H Company was making its final preparations to join the Operation Cobra offensive, I headed back to H Company's aid station to see the medic who had previously examined me. Shocked by the infection's rapid progress, he did not mince words. "It looks like leprosy to me. We've got to get you back to England." After H Company's platoon sergeants and officers approved the medic's judgment, I was issued the necessary orders for my evacuation to England for medical treatment. "We have arranged a flight for you," an officer informed me. Up until this time, I had fully expected to participate in the coming big offensive, just sort of ignoring the worsening infection in my face in the hope it would improve. Though hating to leave my buddies, just as our part of the operation was getting underway, I now acknowledged the severity of the infection urgently required more advanced medical care. My fear was that once I was healed and ready to return to duty, I would be assigned to another outfit in which I did not know anyone. But there was nothing I could do about that. With my evacuation orders in hand, I was driven by jeep to a field hospital a couple of miles away. In order to conceal the facility from any prowling enemy aircraft, the facility was camouflaged under netting interwoven with cloth strips of multiple earth tone colors. Numerous doctors and nurses were scurrying among the tents where the wounded were being treated. Despite the hectic conditions at the hospital, I was immediately taken to see an Army doctor. Following a 10-minute examination, the physician confirmed the diagnosis of H Company's medic and my evacuation orders. "You need to go back to England. That's where you'll get the best treatment." My fate now determined, I was directed to a large tent about 20 feet square. Smelling strongly of medicine, the tent provided an enclosed space to leave stretchers, while the wounded awaited transportation further to the rear. Nearby, 3 Army ambulances were parked under the spreading branches of young trees to hide them from enemy observation. 3 wet, muddy soldiers with slight arm wounds waited alongside me as medics loaded 2 men on stretchers in the rear of an ambulance, fastening the stretchers onto the side of the vehicle. When the medics were finished, they directed the other 3 men and me to board the ambulance, where we took seats on a wooden bench that folded down from the side of the vehicle opposite the stretchers. Within a half hour of my arrival at the field hospital, we set off in the smelly, stuffy ambulance for a nearby airfield. The 4 of us on the bench in the back held on as best we could as the driver picked his way down what appeared to be a lightly traveled dirt path in a thickly wooded area. When we reached the rudimentary airfield, about an hour later that morning, a large transport plane was waiting on the runway. After the wounded on stretchers had been loaded, the 4 of us who could walk climbed aboard the aircraft, which was already occupied by about 24 other wounded GIs. Placed along both sides of the fuselage, several were laying on stretchers, and many of the guys appeared to be in really bad shape. 3 Army nurses were working to make these men as comfortable as possible before the plane took off. The rest of us were ushered forward to the closely spaced passenger seats at the front of the plane. Even knowing that my infection required urgent medical attention, it was hard for me not to feel a little out of place among these seriously wounded men as I claimed one of the cushioned seats. Leaning back, I instantly fell into a deep slumber before the plane was even off the ground. Though the day's date never crossed my mind, July 27, 1944, marked my 21st birthday. At that moment, a flight back to England for medical treatment was the best gift the Army could have given me. Indeed, the trip might just have saved my life. At that same moment, Operation Cobra was already achieving a breakthrough, ending the weeks of stalemate in Normandy. With the imminent collapse of the Wehrmacht's defensive position in France, its military situation on the Western Front looked hopeless. Nazi Germany's defeat appeared close at hand, but it turned out the war was a long way from over. Chapter 7. Victory in Normandy, July 27 through August 25, 1944. Recovery and return, July 27 through August 2. Fingers gently massaging the left side of my face slowly brought me back to consciousness on board the now airborne plane, even as the sweet aroma of perfume made me wonder if I was dreaming. Opening my eyes, I found myself looking up into the smiling face of a beautiful blonde, blue-eyed Army nurse. With my head cradled in her bosom, she was gently rubbing a medical salve into my infected left cheek. An angel sent by heaven could hardly have performed the task better. "Now you'll be okay, soldier. Just stay right here, and I'll help you get well." Her comforting voice reassured me. If this is what a wound means, I might just go back to the front line and get wounded again, I mused. The length of time that had elapsed since our boarding of the aircraft back in Normandy was unclear to me, but we landed at a military airfield in southern England only a short time after I awoke. Those of us who could walk were directed to an ambulance bound for an American military hospital near London. When we arrived at the facility, I was shepherded into a long room with beds arranged along both walls. Within an hour of claiming one for myself, a couple of doctors came to evaluate me. Expressing deep concern over the spread of my infection, they immediately ordered a nurse to start applying a multitude of specialized ointments to my face. In the meantime, I got busy praying. Under sustained assault from these almost hourly treatments, my condition rapidly began to improve. Within 3 days, the spidery web of infection that had enveloped my left cheek began to disappear. As my face began to heal, I became more aware of the gravely wounded soldiers occupying the beds around me. Many had their heads thickly bound with bandages, while others had arms and legs that had been amputated. During my 3rd day at the hospital, a group of 3 or 4 nurses congregated around the bed of a soldier across the room from me. After examining him with all kinds of instruments for any sign of life, they sorrowfully shook their heads. Pulling the sheet up over his face, the nurses rolled his body away on a gurney to make space for someone else. How horrible! Somebody's mother and dad will be receiving the terrible news of their son's death, I sadly reflected. By the 6th day, my face was fully healed. After evaluating me, a doctor announced, "Okay, soldier, you're well enough. You can go back to combat." On learning of my imminent return to the front, I experienced the same intense foreboding I had felt just prior to D-Day. After several weeks in combat, I found it very hard to think about returning to the battlefield, but my anxiety was outweighed by a deep sense of duty and my hope of reuniting with my buddies. By mid-morning of the next day, August 2, I was flying back across the English Channel on a transport plane packed with troops headed back to Normandy. When it landed at a small airfield around noon, many of us immediately boarded a 2.5-ton Army truck headed for a replacement depot. While most GIs arriving at a replacement depot did not know the unit to which they would be assigned, I had learned I would be returning to my original outfit. No soldier wanted to be put with a bunch of strangers, so the news that I would be rejoining my buddies in H Company came as a big relief. Because the roads between the airfield and the replacement depot were crowded with tanks and other military vehicles motoring toward the front, our trip in the canvas-covered rear of the truck was a slow one. Bouncing down the road with a dozen or so other guys seated on the truck's wooden benches could not be described as a pleasant experience, but it was a lot better than slogging the same distance on foot. During these truck rides, we were at the driver's mercy as far as the timing of the stops for us to relieve ourselves. "Piss call," one of the men would eventually plead, banging on the rear of the cab to get the driver to pull over. The drivers of these unglamorous trucks were black soldiers who had been assigned to service units in the segregated U.S. Army. While racial tension existed among American troops, it was almost completely absent aboard the trucks. On the contrary, we developed a friendly camaraderie and often joshed with our drivers, which helped to lighten everyone's mood. "I'm going to take you guys back to where the Germans are going to shoot you," the driver would shout back at us with a wide grin. "Oh yeah? Well, we'll flatten your tires, so you'll have to stay and fight with us," one of us would respond as we ribbed the driver about how safe and easy he had it. In truth, the skill of these overworked truck drivers never ceased to impress me. They expertly handled the big vehicles in all types of terrain and weather conditions. Whether we were traveling along cratered roads, around boulders and over logs, or across muddy quagmires and swollen creeks. When winter arrived, we learned they were just as proficient driving on roads slickened by ice and through whiteout blizzard conditions. Suddenly, the war intruded into what had so far been an uneventful trip from the airfield to the replacement depot. "Strafer!" our driver yelled as he slammed on the brakes, alerted to the danger of a German fighter overhead. We all hastily spilled out of the rear of the truck and took cover in the drainage ditches that ran beside the road. After a moment, the enemy aircraft flew off. We had been lucky. Despite Allied dominance of the skies, the Luftwaffe remained active. Even a lone German plane carrying out strafing attack upon road traffic could be deadly. Later that evening, just as it was starting to get dark, our truck finally pulled into a replacement depot close to the front line. "All out," the driver hollered. The 6 of us from the 1st Infantry Division, who were returning to duty from medical treatment in England, were met by guys from our various companies. "Welcome back, Andy," a familiar voice called out. Sitting in a Jeep, Sergeant Carpenter was waiting to give me a lift back to the front. Tossing my gear in the back, I swung into the passenger seat. During the short drive up to H Company's position, Carpenter brought me up to speed on the progress of Operation Cobra since my departure. In several days of hard fighting, American forces driving south had broken through the German lines in western Normandy, creating a fluid situation on the front that set the stage for further rapid advances. While Sergeant Carpenter's knowledge was largely limited to our company's immediate situation, wider military developments would shape all of our subsequent moves. Exploiting the Allied breakthrough, a larger follow-on operation was just now getting underway. As the U.S. First Army advanced toward the southeast around the left rear of the German position, the newly activated U.S. Third Army was to swing further eastward through open country. If this thrust by the Third Army succeeded in linking up with an Anglo-Canadian force swinging around behind the Germans from the eastern end of the Normandy beachhead, the Allies had a chance to encircle the entire German Seventh Army. In this operation, the 1st Infantry Division would be on the First Army's right flank, advancing beside the Third Army's left flank. Our 16th Infantry Regiment would serve as the covering force for the 1st Division's right flank at the junction of the 1st and 3rd Armies. As the 16th Infantry Regiment pressed forward, H Company would continue supporting the 2nd Battalion's infantry. We're doing mop-up operations. We lost some good men in the hedgerow country, but thank goodness, we are moving out of that mess into more open country where our tanks can operate, Carpenter told me. But this positive news was balanced by recent intelligence reporting a buildup of German tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery in our sector of the front for anticipated counterattack. Carpenter explained, due to losses suffered by our company's 1st Machine Gun Platoon, our 2nd Platoon had loaned it a couple of men, leaving us a bit short on manpower. With our reduced numbers, I could expect to take a turn on the gun as soon as we arrived at our frontline position. La Petite Salon, August 2-3. By the time Sergeant Carpenter and I reached H Company, about a half an hour after departing the replacement depot, it had already bivouacked for the night. Halted near the village of La Petite Salon, our outfit was now roughly 37 miles south of La Gauchière, the company's assembly area prior to the start of Operation Cobra. After passing company headquarters, Carpenter stopped the Jeep about 100 yards from the front line. Shouldering my pack, I walked the remaining distance to our squad's position, where Wayne Newsom was manning the gun. "About time you came back, Andy. In about 10 minutes, it'll be your turn on the gun. With all the rest you've had, I'm sure you can handle a 2-hour shift," he announced. Hector Gonzalez was next of my buddies to greet me from out of the descending darkness. "Did they get that little spot on your face healed up?" he asked. The other squad members were already asleep beside their foxholes. After setting down my gear and retrieving my .45 pistol, I claimed my old post behind the machine gun and studied our position in the fading daylight. Situated on a slight rise in the ground, our gun emplacement was surrounded by low bushes, making it very difficult for any enemy observers to spot. Out in front of our position lay a somewhat lower open area about 50 yards wide. A clump of bushes off to the right marked the edge of the field of fire for our section's other machine gun. Supported by several riflemen from one of the 2nd Battalion's infantry companies, our 2 machine gun squads held a strong position in the event of an enemy attack. Late in my 2-hour turn on gun duty, a German plane appeared in the night sky. At the sound of its engine, at least half a dozen searchlights popped on and began tracking the intruder. Shimmering in the blue-white beams, the aircraft looked like a silver bug trying to flee into the darkness. Roused by the lights, everyone in our squad got up to watch the spectacle playing out overhead. "Good glory, what a sight!" Lincoln Welser exclaimed. "Somebody sure as hell ought to hit that little guy," commented Hector in his slow southwestern drawl. Abruptly, the still mostly black night became bright as day, as more than a dozen anti-aircraft guns opened up. Like some spectacular fireworks show on the 4th of July, A brilliant barrage filled the horizon as the gunners chased the lone plane across the sky. The noise was no less mind-boggling. The display was all the more amazing to me because I had no idea so many anti-aircraft batteries were stationed around us. The demonstration of our strength was a revelation that instilled a powerful sense of comfort and confidence. Ironically, even with all of our anti-aircraft guns blazing away, the pilot somehow managed to evade the intense fire and buzz off to safety. With the night's entertainment over, everyone else got back to sleep. Early the following morning, I went back on duty behind our gun. Still anticipating a German attack, I instead saw 3 American Sherman tanks come clanking slowly over a little rise about 200 yards in front of our position, moving from right to left. The lead tank had its turret rotated away from our location and began blasting round after round at an enemy target beyond my view. At nearly the same instant, I heard the unmistakable bang-zip of a German 88mm gun. A split second later, one of the Shermans cresting the small hill burst into flames with an ear-splitting blast. Reacting to the threat of the unseen German 88, the 2 other Shermans immediately reversed gear in an attempt to retreat back to the way they had come. But just seconds after the first tank's destruction, an 88 round struck a second Sherman in the side, annihilating the tank in another fiery explosion. Meanwhile, the third American tank managed to race away, escaping certain destruction. Behind it, the wrecks of our 2 Shermans were burning fiercely, emitting thick black clouds of smoke. It was gut-wrenching to think of the poor tank crews. I could only hope they had died instantly. By now, everyone in my squad was staring at the burning tanks. Recovering from our immediate shock at what we had just witnessed, we began scrutinizing the area around us, searching for the source of the devastating fire. To our utter surprise, just 30 yards to the right of our gun placement sat a massive German Tiger tank, with smoke still drifting from the muzzle of its long-barreled 88mm gun. Nestled beneath small trees with low-hanging branches, the tank had been superbly camouflaged, leaving us completely oblivious to its presence during the preceding night. Apparently, the Tiger's crew had not caught sight of us either, as they lay in wait to ambush any American tanks venturing into the area. However, in the daylight, it seemed like the enemy tankers might spot us at any moment. Fortunately, a bazooka man had been assigned to our position for just such an eventuality. With a roughly 5-foot-long metal tube that fired a rocket-propelled cone-shaped projectile, the bazooka mainly served as an anti-tank weapon, and we had a bazooka man who really knew his business. Emerging from a position a couple of dozen yards away from me, the bazooka man and a lieutenant sprinted toward a spot behind the Tiger. When they were about 20 yards from the rear of the tank, the men crouched down on their knees, and the lieutenant loaded a rocket into the back end of the bazooka. Seeing the 2 head for the tank, our entire squad and the nearby infantry charged forward a moment later. Though armed with only pistols, rifles, carbines, and grenade launchers, all of us wanted to help take down the Tiger. But before we could go into action, the bazooka man fired off a rocket that blasted the tank at the base of its turret, right at the juncture where the turret rotates on the hull. While not penetrating the Tiger's thick armor, the explosion produced enough intense heat to melt the metal at this spot, sort of welding the turret in place. Although the tank's crew was now unable to traverse the turret, none of us knew what to expect as we approached the damaged vehicle. But an instant later, a small white flag popped up from the turret hatch, waving back and forth. To our astonishment, the tank's crew was surrendering without a fight. Excited to take the enemy's tankers captive, all of us gathered around the Tiger, among the biggest battle wagons that Germany possessed. The tank commander emerged first, followed by 2 other crewmen, which was fewer than the normal crew of 5. Climbing down from the tank, the 3 men kept their hands high in the air. All were neatly attired in clean battle dress uniforms, adorned with Nazi shoulder emblems and other insignia. Speaking excellent English, the tank commander politely requested permission to remove his Luger pistol from his belt, which he presented to the lieutenant. While this act demonstrated a fine respect for military protocol, it was a disappointment to the rest of us who would have loved to have claimed that beautiful pistol for ourselves. Military courtesies out of the way, the tank commander proceeded to inform us his crew had been watching as our squad had set up the machine gun the previous day. Rather than firing on our position, he instead decided to lie in wait for a larger target, which he had found when the 3 American Shermans had arrived on the scene that morning. The commander next explained why he had decided to surrender to us without putting up a fight. First, in addition to having his turret disabled by the bazooka round, his tank had run out of fuel and could not move. Second, he told us he had experienced enough killing and simply wanted out of the war. The German officer went on to share a little more about his background and how he had acquired his language skills. A 24-year-old from the port city of Hamburg, he had studied English in high school and college. Afterward, he had taken a job as a high school English teacher before entering military service. At this moment, a second, much smaller German tank cranked up its engine and emerged from concealment about 40 yards from us. Incredibly, we had remained totally ignorant of the presence of this enemy tank as well. Once again, our bazooka man and the lieutenant sprung into action, running across the field to take up a position behind the fleeing German tank. As the rest of us looked on, the bazooka man crouched on one knee and took careful aim as the officer reloaded the weapon. A second later, the bazooka man fired a rocket smack into the tank's left tread. With its tread blown off, all the tank could do was to drive around helplessly in a circle. After spinning around a couple of times, the tank's crew shut off their engine. When the 2 German tankers climbed out of the turret hatch with their hands up, they looked really scared. Although neither man spoke English, they relayed their thanks to us for not blowing them up. By this point, Captain Irvine, H Company's commanding officer, arrived in his jeep to see what the commotion was all about. The destruction of the 2 Shermans was shocking, but 2 enemy tanks had also been knocked out, and we had captured their crews. A lot had happened in a short time. After the 5 Germans were sent to the rear for processing as prisoners of war, we had a chance to study the Tiger up close, which was a sight I'd never forget. Examining the heavily armored monster, I was amazed there could be an engine powerful enough to carry a vehicle of this size and weight at a decent speed. As we had witnessed firsthand, the Tiger also possessed a deadly 88mm cannon that was capable of punching a hole right through the armor of a Sherman. With its thick armor and powerful main gun, a Tiger completely outmatched a Sherman in any direct engagement. But whatever the relative advantages of the best German tanks versus an American Sherman, our side made up the difference in numbers. The trouble with the Americans is that every time we knock out one of your tanks, 7 more come over the hill, one captured German told us. With the number of American tanks growing fast, we were beginning to win the day. However, on this morning, our bazooka man was the hero. His fast action and skilled handling of his weapon had made the difference. Of course, not all bazooka men were so competent. On another occasion, a German tank appeared nearby just as our machine gun squad was moving into a new position. During the encounter, I was close enough to the GI with the bazooka and the officer in command to overhear their conversation. "Kill that tank with your bazooka," the officer shouted at the soldier. "I don't know how to work it," he replied. "There's a little gizmo that you pull," the officer instructed. When the soldier finally managed to fire his bazooka, the rocket sailed right over the top of the German tank. Fearing he would be targeted by the tank after he missed, the bazooka man took off running. Even if a bazooka man succeeded in hitting a German tank, its thick armor often protected the vehicle from any significant damage. We had indeed been very lucky that morning to have a bazooka man with us who really knew how to handle his weapon. Juvini, August 3 through August 6. Later that day, we began cleaning our gear in preparation for the next mission. In the first phase, the Big Red One was given the assignment of seizing the commanding high ground near the Key Road Junction at Mortain. For the 16th Infantry Regiment's part of this operation, the 2nd Battalion attached our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon to E Company. Our specific objective was to secure an area near the just-captured town of Juvigny-le-Tetre, located about 4 miles west-northwest of Mortagne and about 9 miles east of our current position at Le Petit-Salland. While having no knowledge of these larger operational details or even the name of our next objective, we had heard that our intelligence on German troop strength in that sector was poor. However, the speed of the enemy's retreat from Normandy caused us to expect a little in the way of significant opposition. As our squad loaded our machine gun, tripod, ammo, and other gear into Little Joe's trailer that afternoon, we were excitedly anticipating the trip to the next town. To save our strength, a tank commander had invited a portion of our 2nd machine gun platoon to ride aboard 3 Shermans waiting in a wooded area nearby. Though no enemy contact was anticipated, we slung our carbines over our shoulders and grabbed a few grenades from a crate in the trailer. A dozen infantrymen from E Company had already claimed spots on board the lead tank, so those of us from the 2nd machine gun platoon and the remaining riflemen began boarding the other 2 tanks. Climbing up on a bigger-than-life Sherman is not the easiest thing to do, but we managed it with a boost from the guys still on the ground and a tug from our buddies already aboard. Late that afternoon, the 3 Shermans moved out, with all of us clinging on for dear life. Leaving the wooded area, the tanks followed a slightly worn path through a gravel road about 50 yards away, where they turned east. As I surveyed our small column from my vantage point on the 3rd tank, the thought hit me that we offered a perfect target for an enemy anti-tank gunner. With the racket the engines and tracks were making, any Germans positioned along our route would certainly hear us coming. While we had to struggle a bit to hold on as the tanks sped down the bumpy, narrow roads, the exhilaration of riding along in the open air made it easy to forget about any possible danger. That complacency was soon shattered. Just as the lead Sherman reached a road junction, there was a sudden blinding flash of an explosion that hurled bodies in every direction. As the other 2 tanks jerked to a stop, all of us riding on board slid down from the vehicles and darted for whatever cover we could find. None of us wanted to meet the fate of the other GIs as we looked in horror at the blood and body parts scattered on and around the lead tank, which was emitting smoke. When everyone had dismounted, the 2 remaining Shermans sped forward to the road junction. From here, the tank commanders quickly spotted a German 88mm artillery gun among the trees ahead. In quick succession, the Shermans blasted 4 rounds at the enemy position, killing the gun's 3-man crew and flipping the gun on its side. In the meantime, my squad and I grabbed our machine gun from the Jeep trailer and deployed it at the intersection to handle any German follow-up attack. Once it became clear no attack was coming, we helped our medic with the grim task of collecting and stacking the bodies of more than a dozen men who had been riding atop the lead Sherman. Meanwhile, a crew member from one of the undamaged tanks managed to put out a blaze inside of that tank with a fire extinguisher. Miraculously, only 2 of its 5-man crew had been killed. Later, a somber bunch of soldiers listened as Captain Irvine warned us we should never again ride on board a tank. As far as I know, no one in H Company ever did. When the column of trucks carrying the rest of H Company reached the battered town of Juvigny, about 11 p.m., the 2nd Battalion moved into position for a night attack near the town, with our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon supporting E Company, the 1st Machine Gun Platoon supporting F Company, and the Mortar Platoon operating with G Company. Other than enemy mortar rounds falling to our front, there was not much opposition at first. However, following our advance on foot to a location about a half-mile north of Juvigny, we came under German small arms and machine gun fire. As my squad deployed our machine gun in the darkness, I asked our gun carrier, Wayne Newsom, to stay close to me and be prepared to change locations quickly, as directed by Sergeant Gentry, our squad's NCO. With fires in Juvigny lighting up the horizon behind us, our squad had to keep down to avoid the enemy bullets whizzing through the air, especially each of the 3 times that we had to reposition our gun during the course of that night's brief but sharp firefight. By early that morning, our 2nd Battalion's initial objectives were achieved, but fighting against scattered pockets of enemy resistance persisted over the rest of August 4. Throughout the day, the German artillery periodically targeted our positions in and around Juvigny. Meanwhile, our mortar platoon fired on a detachment of enemy troops and vehicles that was spotted on the move. In the midst of that day's operations to secure the area around Juvigny, I had my first chance to observe a Sherman tank that had been modified with a sort of plow. Because standard Shermans could make little dent in the thick hedgerow walls, the Army had introduced what it called the Cullen hedgerow cutter in July. Fitted with what resembled a fixed bulldozer blade mounted on the front of the hull, a Sherman could punch a gap in the hedgerow with repeated ramming, allowing other tanks and infantry to get off the dangerous roads. When we observed these modified Shermans, it was apparent just how sturdy these hedgerows could be. Even with a steel blade up front, a charging Sherman would sometimes still bounce off a hedgerow's earthen walls, which was a pretty funny sight. However, by repeatedly running its blade sideways along the edge of the hedgerow, the tank could scrape away some of the outer layer of earth, rocks, and roots. After a few passes, the Sherman had gnawed away enough material to allow it to successfully smash through the hedgerow. As the sun was setting that evening, Lieutenant Sutton informed our gun section that just collected intelligence indicated German infiltrators would attempt to break through our lines in a particular sector. A good leader who knew his business, Sutton immediately pointed out 2 spots on high ground where he wanted our section's 2 machine guns mounted. Located about 40 yards apart, the assigned posts on the crest of a hedgerow would give each gunner an ideal vantage point from which to keep watch over the area's only open ground, a small field bounded by dense woods. Darkness was fast descending as our 2 machine gun squads moved into position. Once our guns were anchored amid the brush atop the hedgerow, the other gunner and I zeroed in our field of fire by shooting off a 30-second burst. In the darkness, we opted to use tracer rounds, which showed our fire crisscrossing 50 or so yards ahead. From our elevated gun positions, we could see the other members of our squads down in foxholes, where they could also take any enemy force under fire. Nearby, at least a dozen riflemen from E Company provided further support for our position. We had a perfect defensive setup. With orders to let the lead fly if we saw any movement whatsoever, everyone remained on high alert as the night fell faster and darker than usual. Gradually, a fog rolled in to shroud the landscape, making us even more apprehensive. Staring into the darkness, we imagined movements and sounds that were not there. My finger rested on the trigger, ready to squeeze off a burst. Perhaps a half hour after we had taken up our post, the shrill, unmistakable voice of a German soldier began repeatedly shouting the word, "Kamerad," an obvious ruse he hoped would make us hold our fire. Instead, all of us instantly opened up, with our machine guns delivering a withering stream of bullets from 2 angles. As our tracer fire crisscrossed, it illuminated the field to the extent that we could see enemy troops darting to the right and left, falling to the ground. Others fell back into the thick woods. Little return fire came our way. In a few minutes, it was all over, though the rancid smell of cordite still hung heavy in the air. My first experience working with another gunner to hold off an enemy attack had happened fast and ended quickly. Despite the absence of any sound from the spot where the Germans had come, everyone remained awake, vigilant for another attempt to break through our lines. But the enemy must have recognized our sector as well defended and made no further effort. When daylight finally came, 2 medics accompanied by 2 volunteers walked into the field to check for any survivors. 15 German troops had been killed, perhaps half of those who had carried out the attack. On receiving this news, I felt no remorse for the enemy dead. Our mission had been a success. Though German artillery continued to shell our positions in and around Juvigny on the morning of August 5, the firefight at the hedgerow turned out to be our last engagement near the town. Ordered to pull back from our frontline position to the vicinity of H Company's main command post, we wolfed down a hot meal and waited to redeploy to another part of the battlefield that was rapidly widening as American forces pushed out of Normandy. By 6 that evening, our company was motoring slowly southward in a convoy of trucks. In every French village along the way, overjoyed civilians were enthusiastically celebrating the end of the Nazi occupation. After a couple of hours, we reached the 16th Infantry Regiment's assembly area near the just liberated town of WWII, roughly 11 miles south of Juvigny-le-Tetre. Our orders to shift southward proved fateful. If the 1st Infantry Division not been ordered out of the Juvigny-Mortain area, we would have been right in the teeth of a major German counterattack toward Avraches, which jumped off on August 7. In fact, the 30th Infantry Division, which had just relieved us, would play a critical role in the quick defeat of this enemy counterattack. The Big Red One had an important mission of its own to complete, as 7 Corps pressed southeast into the left rear of the enemy position in Normandy. Mayenne, August 6 through August 13. When H Company set out for WWII for its next objective on the morning of August 6, we rolled up the canvas side curtains of our truck, not wanting to miss out on the joyous revelry in the newly liberated French communities along our route. As we waved at the residents of these towns and villages, they cheered and threw flowers. Our passage through these communities was brief, but the festive welcomes were emotional, thrilling, and unforgettable. Following a 35-mile, 4-hour trip, we arrived at the town of Mayenne, roughly 22 miles southeast of WWII. Situated astride the Mayenne River, the town had been taken by another American outfit the previous day. Crossing the river, the 16th Infantry Regiment established a defensive perimeter east of Mayenne, placing the 3rd Battalion in the north, the 1st Battalion in the center, and our 2nd Battalion on the south side of a semicircle. With the Germans holding the town of Eran, just 3 miles east of Mayenne, our regiment faced the danger of a counterattack from an enemy force seeking to regain lost ground. Attached to F Company, our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon and part of the Mortar Platoon took up a position east of Mayenne. Soon afterward, a couple of German tanks opened fire on our troops nearby. We could not see the action from our location, but we certainly heard it. We did see 2 American aircraft swoop down to tree level and release a couple of bombs. Later, we found out the bombs and an American tank destroyer had finished off the enemy attack. Throughout our time at Mayenne, the Wehrmacht's intention in our sector remained uncertain. The Germans hit our front line with intermittent mortar and artillery fire, and our artillery retaliated. The enemy also sent out patrols that attempted to penetrate our lines, while our patrols similarly probed their positions. However, intelligence reports about enemy troops and tanks concentrating for a large-scale assault, as well as the frequent alerts for German paratroopers and infiltrators, turned out not to amount to much. Yet there was occasional excitement on the front line. On August 10th, a German smoke shell landed on our 2nd Platoon's position. Figuring the shell might have been targeted to mark our location for an imminent enemy artillery barrage, we immediately pulled back a short distance. When nothing happened for an hour or so, we returned to resume our original positions. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe raids at night accomplished little. Though a few of the bombs landed in the vicinity of our position near Mayenne, these enemy sorties were more of a nuisance than a real threat, thanks to the protection we received from the hard-working crews manning our anti-aircraft batteries. But a special sort of anxiety came over us whenever our ears picked up the distinctive sound of the unmanned pulse jet-propelled German V-1, Vengeance Weapon 1, missiles, which made an odd noise like a sputtering engine. Commonly known as buzz bombs, these were part of Hitler's so-called wonder weapons. We had first heard of the V-1 in the second half of June, but at first had no real idea of the destructive power of its warhead. Launched from inside German-occupied France, a couple of dozen of these buzz bombs had flown over us as they traveled toward England. Packed with a ton of explosives, a V-1 would plunge to the earth when it ran out of fuel, reaping destruction on some random location in London or another city in southern England, targets big enough for the highly inaccurate weapon to hit. On really clear days, we could observe the buzz bombs up in the sky, but most passed over our lines at night. If a V-1's sputtering motor stopped because it had prematurely run out of fuel or experienced some type of malfunction, the anxiety produced by the weapon turned into real fear. One night in mid-August, a buzz bomb's motor cut off almost right over our position, causing a mad scramble for cover in any hole available. Its subsequent explosion a mile or so away was as loud as anything I ever heard. The next morning, several of us obtained permission to borrow our squad's Jeep Little Joe to search for the spot where the V-1 had struck. It did not take us long to locate a smoking crater, perhaps 50 feet or more across, with an even larger blast radius. The French living nearby told us the explosion had destroyed a farmhouse, killing everybody inside. The obliteration was so complete that no recognizable debris from the home remained visible. Climax of the Battle of the Falaise Pocket, August 13 through August 18. By August 12, the German troops in Iran were withdrawing. While we had maintained a defensive posture during the week-long standoff near Mayenne, events elsewhere were moving fast. After racing eastward toward Paris, the U.S. Third Army had swung northeast toward Argenteuil. Meanwhile, British and Canadian units were driving southward toward Falaise, a dozen miles northwest of Argenteuil. This steadily narrowing gap between the two Allied forces provided the Wehrmacht's only escape route to the east. As part of the U.S. First Army 7 Corps, the 1st Infantry Division would now press north-northeast behind American tank units, moving parallel to the advance of the Third Army further east. Within this larger operation, the objective for the 16th Infantry Regiment would be the high ground near the village of La Sauvagère, located about 24 miles north of Mayenne. As always, we knew next to nothing about the big picture when H Company departed our position near Mayenne early on the morning of August 13. Less than 2 hours later, our truck convoy halted a half-dozen miles north-northwest of Mayenne at a location near the town of Oisseau, where we were given an opportunity to rest and wash. After a hot supper that evening, we boarded trucks for a further 15-mile, 3.5-hour ride toward our objective before halting for the night. On the ensuing evening of August 14, our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon loaded aboard trucks with E Company, while the 1st Platoon traveled with G Company. After motoring another 11 miles, we disembarked a little north of the town of La Ferté-Macé, and then proceeded northeast on foot for another 3 miles. By 9 p.m. that night, we reached our initial objective a couple of hundred yards southeast of La Sauvagère, a town taken earlier that same day. On August 15, our 2nd Platoon pressed forward a bit further with the infantry before halting. After supper, we boarded jeeps and drove the last couple of miles to our assigned frontline position, which we reached a little later that night. Now roughly 18 miles south-southeast of Falaise and 18 miles east-southeast of Argenteuil, we were posted at the southwestern edge of the Falaise Pocket, from which the Germans were attempting to break out to the east. When the 2nd Battalion's assault kicked off early on the morning of August 16, our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon advanced in support of E Company, with only limited and disorganized enemy resistance to our front. We pushed forward rapidly, but claimed only a few German prisoners in the process. Within a short time, our battalion seized the attack's main objective, the small town of Les Mesnil-de-Brios, located 3.5 miles north of La Sauvagère. On August 17, as German artillery and mortar shells continued dropping around us, British units coming down from the north reached our lines as part of the link-up of Allied forces. That afternoon, a small party of British soldiers halted on the side of the road just yards from our squad's gun position. "I say there, Yanks, we're having a spot of tea. Come on over," one of the men shouted across to us. Strolling over, we joined half a dozen Brits in a small circle, savoring the freshly brewed tea. Amazingly, these fellows had even scrounged up a few of the delicious, muffin-like crumpets to make it a proper English tea. Despite the German artillery rounds exploding nearby and enemy aircraft buzzing overhead, The British troops retained their relaxed, carefree manner. During the next several hours, we inspected each other's weapons, swapped battle stories, and talked of home. It almost seemed like a victory celebration. Fighting in the area had not completely ended, but our part of the Battle of the Falaise Pocket concluded on August 18, though many of the retreating Germans had managed to escape to the east before the pocket was sealed. The Wehrmacht 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army had been shattered. Beyond the tens of thousands of German troops killed or taken prisoner, an enormous quantity of enemy equipment had been destroyed or abandoned. With little organized German resistance left, France was now there for the taking. But our great triumph in Normandy had come at a terrible price in Allied and civilian casualties. The fighting had also forced thousands of French refugees onto the roads, elderly men and women, babies cradled in the arms of a parent, crippled children barely able to walk, and sick people transported in wheelbarrows flowed away from the battlefield like a swollen river. Because many of the young children were too tired to walk, but too heavy to carry, their parents had to tug them along by an arm or hand as their heels dragged in the dirt. Utter exhaustion and despair marked every face. How would these refugees keep warm? What would they eat? Where would they find shelter? Their plight was heartbreaking. Hundreds would likely die. Thousands would never go back home. If they did eventually attempt to return home, many would find only ruins in the wake of the fighting. War left a bleak scene of utter desolation. The huge artillery barrages and aerial bombardments had reaped horrible devastation upon the French countryside, obliterating houses, barns, fences, trees, and every other landmark. Sometimes the fires ignited by these barrages were still burning days later when we passed what had been farmhouses and villages. Solitary chimneys, collapsed walls, and piles of brick offered the only evidence of prior human habitation. The battlefield was littered with bloated corpses of unburied German bodies and still smoldering smashed vehicles and equipment. The erect legs of toppled cattle and swollen horse carcasses stood out above the flat wasteland. Rotting in the summer heat, the dead exuded a nauseating stench, worse than anything I had ever imagined. The tragic, grisly aftermath of the fighting reinforced the urgency of bringing the war to a victorious end. Rest area near Le Mesnil-des-Brieux's, August 18 through August 25. On August 18, with the fighting in our sector over, the 3 regiments of the Big Red One received a week-long break from combat operations. Arriving at H Company's bivouac area just east of the newly won town of Le Mesnil-des-Brieux's, we took up temporary quarters in tents. At 2 that afternoon, our company's paymaster began shelling out each GI's monthly salary from the stacks of American currency piled beside him. During combat, we would be ordered to the rear a few at a time to receive our money. But the absence of any fighting meant everyone queued up to get paid. It was a fun time with lots of joking about what we would do with our money. As an unmarried private first class serving overseas, my annual salary while in combat was $900, which meant a monthly paycheck of about $75. However, because I had directed that a portion of my money be sent home to my parents on Signal Mountain to help them out financially, I received a smaller amount of cash on paydays. Quite a few GIs wanted their full pay so they would have cash to gamble or spend in other ways. But I did not gamble. Most of the time, I only carried around a few bucks. Indeed, I had my D-Day invasion money stuffed in my pocket for months. War souvenirs were about the only items on which I was tempted to spend my cash. In particular, I was very interested in buying 3 mint-condition, 16-inch long daggers from a guy in our platoon who had liberated them from captured German troops. With beautiful ribbon-wrapped handles and an engraving of Hitler's signature, they were a really unique war trophy. The soldier refused to sell his prized daggers, but soon lost them in a game of poker. "Well, how much would you charge for them?" I inquired. "I'll give them to you for $100 apiece," the GI responded. His price was steep, but my desire to acquire the 3 daggers led me to agree to an amount equal to 4 months of my combat pay before deductions. I also had to toss in a large carton of cigarettes, which was easy for me since I did not smoke. After the distribution of our pay, most of the rest of August 18 and the next morning were spent putting our equipment in apple pie order for a weapons inspection at 11 a.m. on August 9. Once that was over, a ration of champagne was issued to each man in honor of our victory in Normandy. The war might not yet be won, but we all celebrated like the hard part was already over. Not a drinker myself, I happily sold my glass and made a quick $5. Following a surprisingly large turnout for an outdoor worship service on Sunday, August 20, the remainder of our week of R&R included a mix of training and leisure. Our morning and afternoon drills mainly involved physical exercise to keep us fit for a return to action. During this period, I interacted with a couple of teenaged kids who had been assigned to H Company's other machine gun platoon just prior to the start of Operation Cobra. Though I had only turned 21 less than a month earlier, these younger replacements jokingly called me Pop, which made me sound like some old grizzled veteran. For the rest of the war, that remained my name among the younger guys in our outfit. As soon as we had free time, bathing in makeshift showers was the first priority, but washing our clothes ran a close second. After laundering items in large Army-issued wash tubs, we hung everything out to dry, which took a while since sunshine was in short supply. Rain kept us stuck in our tents for part of the week, but that gave us the chance to catch up on much-needed sleep. For recreation, I competed against some of the other men in horseshoes and watched movies. If we wanted something to eat outside of our regular Army chow, the Red Cross was on hand with donuts, coffee, and small chocolates. On an outing from our rest area near Le Mesnil-de-Brioze, a group of us from H Company ran across a large party of soldiers from a Canadian armored outfit. We approached them just as they were preparing to chop down a big tree for use in a construction project back at their encampment some distance away. To carry out the task, one of their officers selected a short but tough-as-iron former lumberjack. Picking up an axe, the soldier cautioned the other troops, "You fellas better move your equipment. You just need to move your equipment a little, because this tree's going to fall about 5 feet from where you're sitting. As soon as I fell this tree, I'll have a beer," he announced. While we looked on in amazement, the guy proceeded to chop through the foot-thick trunk in a matter of perhaps 60 seconds. His well-aimed blows toppled the tree exactly where he had indicated. "Hey, Mac, you want that beer?" one of the Canadians asked afterward. "I believe I'll have a glass," the soldier responded, happy to quaff down a small reward for what seemed like an almost superhuman feat. In the meantime, several of the Canadian soldiers speedily stripped the branches off the fallen tree and hefted the trunk up onto the side of a bulldozer to haul it back to their camp. With the show over, we headed back to our rest area. Our brief encounters with the British and Canadian troops left me with a positive impression of our allies, who possessed a military professionalism equal to our own. Likewise, I did not observe any distinctions in the fighting quality of American soldiers from different parts of the United States. Most GIs were fighters, and in it to win, even as their units suffered casualties. As we were preparing to return to action at the end of that week, BBC radio reports of Allied advances boosted everyone's spirits. The Wehrmacht was now in rapid general retreat eastward through France toward Germany. Believing we faced a largely beaten enemy, it seemed all that remained was a sort of giant mopping-up operation. Anxious to get on with the big drive toward final victory, we were as eager and optimistic as any soldiers could be. If everything went as hoped, the war might even be over before Christmas. Chapter 8. The Race Across France, August 25 to September 7, 1944. Chasing the Germans, August 25 to September 3. Early on the morning of August 25, H Company motored out of our rest area near Le Mesnil-de-Brioze in a column of trucks. As we traveled eastward, our initial enthusiasm, sparked by the rumor we were headed for Paris, was quickly replaced by a mounting impatience to get the trip over. Jammed together in the canvas-covered truck bed, we soon began sweating heavily in the summer heat. Far worse were the exhaust fumes and constant dust that severely irritated our eyes and throats and left all of us feeling half sick. The end finally came 11 hours and 162 road miles later when we reached the 1st Infantry Division's assembly area that evening. Located about a mile north of the town of Larde, our new bivouac area was roughly 120 miles east of Les Mesnil-de-Brioze and 24 miles south of the center of Paris. After that long, hard-fought slog through Normandy, we had leaped a third of the way across France in just a single day's drive. As we downed a hot supper after setting up camp, all of us were convinced our outfit would be the first into Paris. Despite our expectations of a difficult battle for the French capital, there was a lot of excitement at the prospect of seeing the famous city. Naturally, everyone was upset to learn we would not be entering Paris, which had, in fact, been liberated the same day. While we continued to remain ignorant of the larger military developments, our arrival south of the city was one small part of a gigantic shift eastward by the Allies. With Wehrmacht units in the west in disorganized retreat, Allied forces were preparing to advance on a broad front across eastern France and Belgium. The new campaign's objective was to breach the West Wall defensive fortifications running along Germany's western border and push to the Rhine beyond. In this offensive, the U.S. First Army would drive northeastward from its position south of Paris, with the dual mission of intercepting German troops retreating through northern France and preventing the establishment of a Meuse River defense line by the enemy. The 1st Army 7 Corps would advance with the fast-moving 3rd Armored Division out front, the 9th Infantry Division on the right, and the 1st Infantry Division's 3 regiments on the left, operating on the far left of the Big Red One at the boundary between the 1st Army 7 Corps and 5 Corps. Our 16th Infantry Regiment's assignment was to push forward as fast as possible, mopping up any pockets of German resistance bypassed by our armor. Leaving our position near Larde late on the afternoon of August 26, H Company set out on a 10-mile trek in the sweltering heat. With sweat stinging our eyes and soaking our clothing, a lot of guys were grumbling and cussing, while some struggled to keep up. 4 hours later, we reached our assigned objective, roughly 9 miles northeast of our jumping-off point and about 17 miles south of the center of Paris. 3 miles to the east of our new position was the town of Corbeil, a vital crossing point on the Seine. The following afternoon, our 2nd platoon moved out aboard jeeps, advancing in support of G Company. Though trucks typically conveyed us over longer distances, jeeps were our preferred mode of transportation since they allowed us to ride in the fresh air. While men from our platoon's 4 machine gun squads could cram into the 4 jeeps assigned to our squads, these jeeps also had to pull trailers. With the limited space on our existing complement of jeeps, additional vehicles were required in order to transport the entire platoon. Crossing the Seine, we sped north, covering 23 road miles in 3 hours. We reached our objective that evening without encountering enemy opposition, halting a couple of miles north of the town Le Queue-en-Brie. We were about 16 miles north-northeast of our last position and less than a dozen miles east-southeast of the center of Paris. Led by tanks, the 2nd Battalion resumed its rapid drive northeast early on the afternoon of August 28, with E and G companies and our company's 2 machine gun platoons flanking the advance. On reaching the outskirts of Annette-sur-Marne, 10 miles northeast of our last position, a portion of our platoon entered the town and was ambushed by at least a couple of hundred enemy troops. The encircled men were rescued when the 2nd Battalion's infantry and supporting tanks punched a gap through the German lines. But the episode was a sharp reminder of the ongoing danger posed by the enemy. Proceeding another 5 miles northeast from Annette-sur-Marne, we halted for the evening in the village of WWII, located roughly 15 miles north-northeast of that day's starting point at Le Queue-en-Brie. Despite little sign of the enemy, we dug out foxholes for the night. This was probably a good decision, as a couple of German tanks were reported to be in our vicinity on the morning of August 29. By noon that same day, we were advancing northeastward. Covering about 15 miles on foot and aboard vehicles, we arrived at Marcilly, a town on an important east-west highway. Situated about 5.5 miles northeast of WWII, we were now 27 miles east-northeast of the center of Paris. Getting back on the road early on the morning of August 30, we made a further big leap, with our 2nd machine gun platoon attached to F Company. A couple of hours later, we reached the town of Villers-Cotterêts, an important crossroads located roughly 18 miles northeast of Marcilly. Searching the forest around Villers-Cotterêts, we came across a sprawling enemy supply dump that must have been one of the Wehrmacht's major depots for the Western Front. Gear and ammo had been stockpiled in what seemed to be an endless number of wooden storage huts, constructed along a network of narrow access roads concealed in the woods. During the middle of the night, a series of explosions erupted in the forest. We discovered the storage units had been systematically obliterated by German demolition experts. Only rows of craters remained. Later that same morning, on August 31, H Company was again on the move. As we rode through the Soissons area, on our way to our next objective, we were reminded that the 1st Infantry Division had fought in this same spot in 1918 during World War I. The contrast between our own rapid advance and their bitter struggle for every inch of ground could not have been starker. After motoring some 35 miles, we halted late that afternoon at Anisy-le-Château, located roughly 24 miles northeast of our previous position at Villers-Cotterêts, and some 67 miles northeast of the center of Paris. Following the series of big leaps over the preceding 5 days that had carried us some 85 miles northeast of our starting point at Lardy, southeast of Paris, we bivouacked at Anisy-le-Château for a couple of nights, which permitted us to enjoy a brief rest. Campaigning through France. Each day of the 3 months since D-Day was different in its details, but every day seemed much like the last, so that days and times largely lost their meaning for us. Every aspect of our lives was dictated by the Army: when we slept, when we woke, and when and what we ate. We simply followed orders, moving when directed, and fighting where we ran into the enemy. Though we had spent a lot more time advancing on board jeeps and trucks since leaving Normandy, most of the past 3 months had involved us trudging forward on foot, strung out in columns, with 2 men abreast on either side of a road. We were foot sloggers, and no name better described life in the infantry. Often advancing miles on foot for several days in a row with little sleep, we halted only for brief breaks every couple of hours. No matter what the weather that summer, there was no let-up in our advance whenever the enemy was in retreat. With the sun beating down on us, maintaining a swift pace was a real trial. Perspiration ran into our bleary, sleep-deprived eyes and poured down our backs. The heat sapped our strength, magnifying the weight of our gear. At times, the steel legs of the 53-pound tripod I lugged on my shoulders caused my sweat-soaked jacket to chafe against my neck until the skin was raw. When rain fell, our dusty treks turned into slogs. Eventually, I grew inured to the sensation of water oozing between my toes inside my waterlogged leather boots. If we had to cross muddy ground, I chided the guys carrying the gun and ammo to make sure to protect their equipment, fearing that failure to do so might cause the machine gun to jam the next time we went into action. During a rapid advance on foot, it was hard to find a spare moment for even the most basic task, whether that was retying my laces before a boot became too loose, clearing the stinging sweat from around my eyes, or wiping the fogged-up lenses of my glasses, something that was a constant problem for me. Mounting exhaustion left my muscles and bones screaming for a longer rest that would allow me to put down the tripod for even a few minutes. Even a simple misstep by just one soldier could throw off the pace of the entire squad. Trying to regain your balance after stumbling on a rock or root required a lot more energy because of our heavy gear. Yet whether our pace temporarily slowed to a stumble or our sheer fatigue, there was no stopping outside of the 20-minute rest breaks, which were all too rare and all too short compared to the hours of marching. These halts gave me only a moment to relieve myself and try to wipe the dust or mud from my glasses with grimy hands and fingers. In no time, we were on our feet striding forward again. Each day now took us through a succession of French villages and towns that erupted in spontaneous celebrations when we arrived. Emerging from the cellars, jubilant and boisterous residents poured into the streets, loudly singing France's national anthem, the Marseillaise. Weeping with joy and wearing big smiles, everyone shouted in English, "Thank you, thank you!" Several in the ecstatic crowds even waved small American flags they had somehow acquired. When we were on foot, adults and children would trot alongside our column, often throwing flowers at us. Occasionally, the women and kids would press forward to insert flowers into our jacket pockets, plant a kiss on our cheeks, or throw their arms around us, an embrace which we awkwardly accommodated, encumbered as we were with all our gear. Accepting their gifts of homemade cookies, pastries, and other tasty delicacies particularly tested my dexterity, since I had to keep my hands clenched around the front legs of the machine gun's tripod, balanced on my shoulders. Realizing my difficulty, one elderly lady with tears streaming down her face slipped a little loaf of cinnamon bread into my jacket pocket, saying, "Thank you," in my ear as she did so. Though the residents offered us food or wine, their own condition was often as miserable as that of the refugees who filled the roads. But the preceding years of hardship under German rule seemed only to swell their outpouring of gratitude. These emotional spectacles left me with a deep affection for the French, and later the Belgian people. Of course, such a sentiment comes easily when people are shouting their gratitude, throwing flowers at you, hugging you, and generally lauding you as a hero. Surprisingly, before the start of our campaign in Europe, we had not really thought of ourselves as liberators or anticipated the response we would receive from people who had suffered under 4 long years of Nazi occupation. Our focus was on defeating the Germans, but the unbounded joy displayed so passionately and eloquently in the faces, words, and tears of the liberated made a lasting impression on us. The experience imparted real meaning to freedom and reaffirmed the justice of our cause in a way nothing else could have. Leaving behind a French village, we continued to plod forward in an endless, wearying series of advances. Our extreme exhaustion and discomfort made our progress through the gauntlet of minefields, snipers, enemy machine gun nests, and mortar and artillery fire all the more grueling and treacherous. By distracting us, our wariness caused us to pay inadequate heed to the enemy, who were well hidden in the bush or in earthen dugouts. The mind-numbing fatigue left me apathetic to what might be happening around me, even when we came under enemy fire. In this dog-tired state, I experienced the true exhilaration of real war, the high-stakes game of it all. It was us against the enemy, with no one knowing when his number was up. Feeling the contest and competition, I fell into sort of a fearless fatalism. To hell with the whiz and zing of enemy bullets flying near my head. To hell with hitting the ground, getting up, and hitting the ground again and again to avoid bullets and shell shrapnel. Encountering the enemy. Trekking along the path to one small French village, we passed the lifeless body of an American infantryman, lying face down where he had been shot. Still wearing his glasses, he looked fresh and alive. The rifle gripped in his hands made it appear as if he was awaiting orders to go into action. He served as another reminder that, despite the speed of our advance and the German retreat, we were still in a war. If you take ground, somebody pays for it with his life. Though many soldiers fell victim to cleverly planted enemy mines, the German snipers were the most dreaded foe and killed many an American GI. Combat always triggered a certain level of fear, but nothing provoked as much anxiety as our encounters with a well-hidden enemy sharpshooter. Ever since our first run-in with the sniper back in Colville, a particular trepidation would descend upon us whenever we entered a recently captured village, town, or city. The fear produced by an invisible marksman who could deliver death with such precision was worse than what we experienced when confronting a tank. On hearing the creaking approach of a tank, you could hide or even try to ambush it. A sniper usually only made his presence known when someone in our outfit was hit. That first shot marked the start of our hunt for the sharpshooter. Whether he was concealed up in a hayloft or a barn, behind the shattered window of a building, or amid the foliage of a tree, this single soldier could potentially stall our advance for an hour or more. If we were lucky, one of our guys would eventually spot a wisp of smoke rising from the muzzle of his rifle. However, most of the time, the German snipers remained undetectable. In this situation, our tremendous advantage in firepower was of limited utility. We could only saturate the most likely enemy positions with heavy fire and hope to see a lifeless body appear or some other evidence of the sharpshooter's elimination. Attached to the 2nd Battalion's rifle companies, we often joined in sweeps of villages for enemy troops. Though rarely encountering significant opposition during these searches, we always had to remain alert. In a flash, a routine inspection of a home could abruptly break out into a skirmish. At times, our advance ran headlong into a rear guard of a dozen or so enemy troops, bringing on sharp engagement. In other instances, we unknowingly bypassed a hidden enemy force, which would then ambush us from the rear. Ordered into action, our section's 2-gun squads would come together from our strung-out column of march. As we deployed our machine guns to support the infantry, the size of the enemy force confronting us was rarely clear. Whatever the number of troops, the Germans typically put up a hard fight. Sergeant Gentry would direct each of our 2 squads where to place our guns, posting us behind brush, rocks, or whatever nearby cover was at hand. By coordinating our positions at right angles about 40 yards apart, we achieved crisscrossing fields of fire over a large zone. Throughout the firefight, Gentry would move continuously between our guns, hollering commands and ordering us to shift to a new firing position as necessary. We respected this willingness of our NCOs to be right there with us in the thick of combat, likewise exposing themselves to enemy fire. While Germany rear guards or even localized counterattacks took a small but deadly toll on us, most of these skirmishes did not involve a heavy exchange of fire and lasted less than 30 seconds. Once the enemy had retreated, surrendered, or been eliminated, our infantry would resume advancing. If our company's machine guns and mortars were unable to overcome the German resistance, we would request artillery fire to destroy the enemy's position. In one instance, G2 intelligence informed us a particular swath of trees concealed a German rear guard. "Set up these 2 machine guns and tear those woods apart," the sergeant ordered. As soon as our guns were deployed, we blasted the thick foliage. Within a couple of minutes, the Germans came out with their arms raised in surrender. Another time, Captain Irvine directed us into action after receiving word an entire company of German troops was assembling in a boulder-strewn field a couple of 100 yards from our position, opening fire with both of our section's machine guns. We could see our tracer rounds glancing off the huge boulders the Germans were hiding behind. At 200 yards, it was difficult for us to observe the enemy troops, which allowed them to crawl among the boulders and escape to the rear. Though we were not organized for an attack to take advantage of their retreat, the threat had at least been driven off. Occasionally, the Germans engaged us with their own famous machine gun, the MG-42, Maschinengewehr 42. With a sound that resembled a greatly amplified ripping of paper, the rate of fire of the MG-42 was so high, it was impossible to distinguish the individual rounds. It was a real terrorizer that would undoubtedly cut a man in 2 if he was caught in front of it. Though our M1917A1 30 caliber water-cooled machine gun possessed a rate of fire less than half of that MG-42, our weapon was extremely accurate and utilized a powerful bullet. Perhaps it is normal that a soldier comes to believe his weapon is the most wonderful piece of equipment in existence, since he depends on it. but even captured Germans told us they considered our machine gun to be a harder-hitting weapon. They also stated our bullets were more durable than their own, enabling our rounds to hold together longer without fragmenting. If we targeted a dozen rounds into an area concealing the enemy, we were confident our gun would wipe out the target. In one incident, Captain Irvine received a report that a German machine gun unit, very similar to ours, was concealed among a cluster of small trees very near where we had halted for the night. Quickly assembling our Sections 2 machine guns, we began blazing away at the forest. Our bullets struck the trunks about 3 feet from the ground, speedily felling the trees with chainsaw-like precision. After about 5 minutes, the Germans raised a white flag to give up. Our prisoners told us they'd been lying on the ground awaiting the signal to attack, but were glad to surrender after coming under heavy fire. On yet another occasion, we learned that a group of Germans were gathered behind a small frame house. As soon as I had claimed my spot behind the gun, a German Kubelwagen, the Wehrmacht's equivalent of a Jeep, appeared behind the house, where the driver parked the vehicle so that its front half was visible from our position. Opening up my gun, I targeted the exposed portion with 3 or 4 long bursts. As the hood of the Kubelwagen flew up in the air, the engine caught fire and both front tires were blown out, leaving the vehicle a total wreck. My machine gun fire must have caused the Germans inside the house to retreat, since we saw no further sign of them afterward. Of course, the threat posed by our firepower always made the machine gun a top target for the enemy. Beyond a concern for my own physical safety, my chief apprehension was for the rubber condensing hose, which led down to the water chest. If the hose was severed by a bullet or shrapnel and I continued to fire, the water circulating inside the barrel's water jacket would rapidly evaporate away, producing a cloud of steam that would reveal our gun position to the enemy. More importantly, the gun would quickly overheat without water, possibly warping the barrel and rendering the weapon useless. German fire severed the hose once in France and a couple more times later in the war. When this happened, I was forced to cease firing almost immediately. Within a minute, another member of our squad crawled forward to attach a replacement hose. Because I was unable to fire our machine gun, the enemy's fire on our position was always exceptionally heavy during this interval, making the installation of a new hose an especially terrifying ordeal. Even with the water circulating properly, the machine gun could still overheat if the gunner failed to monitor the weapon carefully. Just squeezing off 3 long 30-round bursts would cause the water inside the gun's jacket to begin boiling noisily. But we had learned how to cope with this danger during our training in Alabama and England. By tapping the gun's trigger in 3 to 5 second bursts, the gunner could minimize the threat of the weapon overheating as well as conserve ammo. These short bursts of fire allowed the gun a few seconds to cool, while still forcing enemy troops to keep their heads down. This firing technique was standard practice, unless the fighting grew extremely intense, which was seldom the case in France. While we occasionally ran into German tanks in France after leaving Normandy, they did not generate the same degree of terror as they had during our first encounters. Tanks were fearsome machines, but once they had fired and exposed their location, we could take evasive action and request artillery support to counter them, assuming we survived that first round. While our artillery provided most of the heavy fire support for our infantry operations, the speed of the recent phase of our campaign across France did not always allow the gun crews adequate time to set up their batteries. In this situation, our forward observers could call in close air support, which would arrive swiftly when the sky was clear. Within minutes, several P-38 Lightnings, P-47 Thunderbolts, or P-51 Mustangs would sweep in low to wreak terrible havoc on enemy troop concentrations and strong points with bombs, rockets, and strafing, sometimes hitting targets just 50 yards ahead of us. Because of the dominance of Allied air power, the Luftwaffe possessed only a very limited ability to threaten us in the same way, but the German artillery presented a real and ever-present danger. After the first few weeks in combat, I developed a knack for deciphering the various noises of the battlefield, staying particularly alert for the thump of artillery firing in the distance. Within a couple of seconds, the whistle of an incoming round became audible. If the whistle grew louder, I automatically darted for cover in the ditches beside the road or a natural furrow in the ground. If an artillery barrage caught us out in the open where there was no cover, I threw myself flat against the ground, pressing my body into the earth. If the initial round struck somewhere in the distance, I figured I was safe. If the first shell landed within 30 yards of me, I knew I would be in danger if further rounds followed, and they usually did. On more than one occasion, members of our machine gun platoon were killed by artillery fire. But, like all aspects of combat, artillery fire was something to which we grew accustomed, though the fear of getting killed never disappeared. War meant digging in just as much as it meant attacking. Anytime we came under artillery fire or mortar fire, or a firefight was anticipated, everyone entrenched. We quickly learned how to dig a foxhole while lying on our stomachs under fire. Shoveling out one hole after another along our route of advance, we came to know more about European soils than any agricultural agent in America would ever learn about the local soils back home. That summer, we were often digging in under a driving rain that turned the earth into a muddy quagmire. But the weather did not matter. Our exhaustion did not matter. Whatever the difficulties, a soldier does anything he can to escape below ground when bullets or shrapnel are whizzing through the air. Your survival often depended on digging out a foxhole that was large enough and deep enough to offer you a measure of protection. A foot slogger's life. Death usually came suddenly. A moment before, we had been cheerfully joking together about our shared hardships. An instant later, the other guy was gone, his blood mixing with the ground under his body. Whether a close buddy or a stranger, the death of a fellow GI affected all of us powerfully, perhaps because we knew it could just as easily have been our turn. The loss of a man in our squad was always deeply felt, but there was little time for us to mourn. Our squad would usually receive a replacement within a few days, but even with the steady arrival of replacements, there were many times that we had to operate at less than our full strength of 7 men. Most of the time, our squad had been between 4 to 6 men, though sometimes we got down to just 3. As fast as new men joined the squad, they were often killed or wounded after only a few days in combat. Whatever prior training these new replacements had received, their inexperience left them far more vulnerable than the veteran members of our squad, or the experienced replacements who transferred in from another outfit. Because the green troops got killed and wounded so fast, I never really made much of an effort to get to know them, while their high casualty rate made it difficult, if not impossible, to develop a deep bond with any of the replacements. We generally had a good working relationship with everyone assigned to our squad and called each other by our first names. Our limited relationship with these replacements contrasted with the close camaraderie among those of us in the squad who had fought together since Normandy. We cared about and looked out for each other. Still, even among us veterans, there was a certain purposeful distance in our relationships. We were fully aware any of us might be wounded or killed in the next engagement. Wayne Newsom, Hector Gonzalez, and Lincoln Welser remained my 3 closest buddies in the squad. My best friend, Wayne, continued to carry the machine gun most of the time. A tough soldier, he was always alert, always ready for action, and always in the middle of the fight. When we went into combat, he looked out for me. Though Hector possessed a relaxed demeanor, his dark eyes always remained vigilant, and he was quick to notice the slightest movement around us. As soon as he finished helping to load the ammo into the machine gun, he took up a position protecting my left flank with his carbine. Like Wayne, Hector was always in the thick of the action and had a real talent for killing the enemy. Lincoln Welser also proved to be reliable in combat. Despite carrying a few extra pounds, he never seemed to grow tired of lugging the water chest and an ammo box during our long slogs, even as the rest of us were dragging our feet. In combat, his normal job was to watch the hose that ran down from the gun barrel to the water chest. But whenever our squad's Jeep's regular chauffeur was unavailable, Welser loved to get behind the wheel of Little Joe. Our squad's Jeep and trailer always stayed as close to the action as was safe, so we had ready access to critical supplies. These included our backup machine gun, carbines, extra boxes of machine gun, carbine, and pistol ammo, spare rubber hoses, crates of grenades, a mortar, and extra water chests, in case the existing one was pierced by an enemy bullet. In addition to these combat supplies, the Jeep and trailer also held our food rations, a length of rope, and a canvas tarpaulin, which we used to camouflage our gun emplacement, as well as to cover it in the event of rain. At rare times when the risk of combat was minimal, we temporarily dumped the tripod, gun, ammo boxes, and other gear in the Jeep or trailer and advanced largely unburdened. We also used the Jeep and trailer to haul various other items we collected along the way. On several occasions, when our guys found bicycles abandoned beside the road or on the porches of empty homes along our route, they stored them in the trailer to ride later when it was safe to do so. Anytime a stream, a well, or other relatively safe source of drinking water was available, we always filled up our canteens, so thirst was rarely a problem. While there may have been a risk of imbibing some waterborne disease, the battery of immunizations we had endured at the start of basic training seemed to protect us from just about everything. When winter weather later arrived, I became convinced these shots even acted as a sort of human antifreeze, somehow preserving us against the icy cold. As we advanced, all of us looked out for opportunities to supplement our regular rations with fresher fare. Though most wild game had cleared out ahead of our passage through an area, we seized any chance we had to shoot at nearby pheasants and rabbits with our pistols. In a couple of instances, when we halted near a stream, I used the opportunity to fish, but failed to catch much. The most common means of augmenting our rations involved foraging on abandoned farms, either during a halt or by briefly breaking away from the advance. Typically, foraging meant chasing down chickens, which is harder than it sounds. When one of us captured a bird, we would bind its feet together and toss it into the trailer. The next time we halted out of sight of enemy observers, we roasted our freshly killed wild game, fish, or foraged chickens on an open fire. Because I knew how to build a small fire that would not produce a lot of smoke from my time in the Boy Scouts, it often fell to me to prepare the cooking fire. While we occasionally supplemented our regular chow with fresh meat and vegetables acquired along the way, we were never short of Army-issued rations. Our standard C ration meals consisted of one 12-ounce can that contained a meat entree and one 12-ounce can that included several dense crackers and items like jam, a packet filled with coffee or some other powdered beverage, and a chocolate bar for dessert. More interesting to me were our meals on the run, K rations, which came packed in 3-pound cardboard boxes. Looking inside the K ration box reminded me of a kid opening a new box of Cracker Jacks, anxious to see what the surprise would be. In truth, there was no real surprise, since the K rations contained a basic set of foods. The main component of both C rations and K rations was a can of meat, which might be mixed with beans, vegetables, or noodles. Just as with the second can of our C rations, the K ration box also typically contained a package of 3 thick crackers, as well as a 3-inch chocolate bar, a bar of processed cheese, and a thin round tin of jam, usually orange marmalade. The jam in our rations might be best described as a sort of revolting orange slime. Other standard K ration items included an envelope of soup, 4 bouillon cubes, a bag of peas, packets of salt and pepper, a couple of pieces of candy, a cough drop, a salve for hands, a candle, and a box of matches. The K ration box also sometimes held 3 cigarettes, which I always traded away for an additional chocolate bar. Our supper K rations were pretty much identical to the breakfast or dinner lunch versions, which would have a different kind of canned meat. However, the supper ration contained a box of raisins or prunes, or a bar made of compressed raisins and peanuts, while the cheese and chocolate bars at breakfast and lunch would act to help clog our bowels up so we could walk during the day. The raisins and prunes at supper helped free things up in the evening to keep us regular. The Army was thoughtful that way. Perhaps half of the time we got to eat chow cooked by H Company's kitchen crew, who somehow managed to keep up with us and prepare meals. Whenever our squad halted for any length of time, we would take turns on gun duty at our frontline position, while the other squad members would hurry a mile or so back to the rear for a hasty hot meal, perhaps stew and cornbread washed down with a mug of coffee. If there was a longer lull in battle, or we had a stationary defensive position, the kitchen crew would cook up a really good meal. This might be beef, chicken, or pork, mashed potatoes and gravy, green beans, biscuits, and usually applesauce or apple pie. Proud of his culinary creations, our company cook Steve would break out in a big smile whenever anyone complimented his efforts. Following the 1st Infantry Division's passage through the Soissons area, we had a rare opportunity to sample captured German rations. H Company's kitchen served up real ham, noodles, and a very hard bread with jelly. "You're eating Heinchow, fellas," one of the mess sergeants informed us. The supply did not last long, but we appreciated any break in our routine diet. When ordered to halt for the night, we usually dug our foxholes just off the road. After a quickly eaten supper, sleep came the instant I shut my eyes. In good weather and mild temperatures, a few hours of rest curled up in our field jackets down in our foxholes was not too bad, but a cold wind or rain, and later snow, prevented anything like a good night's rest. If the rain was heavy, we simply got drenched to the bone and froze, though I said a prayer of thanks that my blessed helmet at least kept me dry. "That's okay, you'll walk it off, you'll get warm," Sergeant Carpenter would inform us in the morning when we awoke stiff and chilled. He was right. Every now and then, we sheltered for the night in a barn or the ruins of a home, which seemed like a real luxury after sleeping out in the open. But although such accommodations promised a relatively good night's rest, we were always a little skittish about entering buildings, aware that an enemy machine gun nest might be waiting inside to greet us. Eventually, a brave soul among us would venture into the structure to conduct a search. Even if he found nothing, we remained apprehensive that some German armed with a burp gun remained hidden inside, waiting to ambush us once we let our guard down. In a wrecked home, it was safest to sleep under a supporting arch in the cellar. Rubble from the collapsed floors above also helped offer protection in case of an enemy artillery strike. The downside of sleeping in a barn or home in whatever condition was that any structure presented a more obvious target. While a good night's sleep was as prized as a hot meal, it was rarer. Despite our complete exhaustion, few of us ever had more than about 4 hours of sleep a night, which was typically broken up by a turn on gun duty. I soon grew accustomed to waking up half-slept and feeling tired all day. When the order came to resume the advance, an almost hopeless feeling often came over me. Even if I was chilled to the bone and miserable down in a foxhole filled with 3 inches of cold, muddy water, it was still safer than the alternative. Advancing always meant putting one's life in jeopardy. The Battle of Maubeuge-Mons, September 2 through 5. If a soldier almost never feels completely safe from danger, none of us anticipated a major engagement lay just ahead. When H Company set out from Anisy-le-Château on the morning of September 2 after a 2-day halt, at the end of a long 35-mile, 9-hour trip back by truck, we pulled into the village of Poissy, some 30 miles northeast of Anisy-le-Château. As usual, H Company's machine gun platoons were supporting the 2nd Battalion's infantry companies, with our 2nd Platoon attached to G Company. There was not much in the way of enemy activity that night, but that was about to change. While we had been racing northeast through France from just south of Paris, the Wehrmacht was in rapid retreat eastward toward the West Wall, Germany's extensive frontier fortifications, more commonly known as the Siegfried Line. On the last day of August, the U.S. First Army's 7 and 5 Corps received the mission of cutting off the retreat of the German 5th Panzer Army in the corridor between the cities of Maubeuge, France, and Mons, Belgium. In this operation, 7 Corps' 3rd Armored Division thrust forward and entered Mons on September 2, with the 1st Infantry Division arriving close behind. Leading the Big Red One into action, the 18th and 26th Regiments collided with and engaged large numbers of enemy troops. as our 16th Infantry Regiment came up behind the other two regiments. It was not expected we would encounter a significant enemy force when we reached the area. On the morning of September 3, H Company departed Poissy aboard a convoy of trucks headed north-northeast toward Maubeuge, about 28 miles away. Following our arrival that afternoon, part of the 2nd Battalion proceeded north toward Mons with the 16th Regiment's 3rd Battalion. The rest of our 2nd Battalion was to check for the enemy in the sector northwest of Maubeuge. Continuing forward cautiously, our convoy soon approached France's border with Belgium near the village of Gournay-Chaussée, located 4 miles north of Maubeuge and 8 miles south of Mons. Just ahead of us, perhaps 24 American P-47 Thunderbolt fighters were swarming through the sky, swooping down toward German targets on the Bavay and Givry highway that ran east-northeast along the Franco-Belgian border. Moments later, we heard the explosions of bombs and rockets and the chilling staccato fire of their strafing. Contrary to our earlier intelligence, it was now clear a significant German force was present in this sector. Ordered to take up a blocking position on the highway where it ran through the Bois, Wood, de Laniers, Gournay-Chaussée, our machine gun platoon moved forward through the woods, advancing with G Company and armor from the 745th Tank Battalion. When we reached a point about 500 yards short of the highway, the American fighter planes flew off, enabling us to proceed safely. Dismounting from our trucks, we advanced on foot, down a tree-lined service road for the last couple of hundred yards. Armed with our carbines and pistols, none of us knew what to anticipate when we reached the highway. Emerging from the trees, our eyes took in a truly hellish spectacle of devastation. Mind-boggling in scale, the carnage almost defied description. Around us lay mounds of shattered German military equipment, much of it still burning. There were gutted trucks, overturned tanks, and upended half-tracks. Kubelwagens and command cars riddled with bullets had flipped over. The destruction of the enemy column created a giant roadblock that stretched along the 4 lanes of the highway for several hundred yards. Among the most pitiful sights were the dead horses, still harnessed to their wagons, which carried small bales of hay, water cans, boxes of German army rations, ammunition, and first aid kits. Despite having grown accustomed to seeing dead and swollen cattle in pastures, this was the first time I had witnessed beautiful horses with 50 caliber bullet holes extending along the length of their bodies. Already, some of the animals had bloated to half again their original size. Yet more horrible still was the condition of the German dead. Some of the men had been blown apart, their bodies ripped open and still spilling blood. Adding to the vile, uncomfortable odor of death, cordite from all the expended ammo hung over the air like a malevolent pall. While it was shocking to look upon the vast swath of desolation, my reaction to death and destruction had hardened over time. Maybe a soldier's desensitization is inevitable and even necessary if he is to maintain his sanity in the midst of such killing, but it also eats away at his soul. A moment later, I was yanked away from my contemplation of this terrible panorama by the renewed sound of strafing as a P-47 started another pass down the highway. Knowing that bullets do not discriminate between enemy and friendly troops, I reflexively lunged for cover. Like a baseball player sliding for a base, I skidded across the pavement on my side toward the drainage ditch that ran alongside the highway. Coming to a halt in the ditch, I was shaken to find myself staring straight into the face of a dead German. Beneath a helmet that remained tightly strapped under his chin, the man's eyes and mouth were wide open, as if he was screaming in pain. His badly burned clothing gave evidence of an agonizing death, as did the sickening stench of his charred flesh. Never had war's terrible reality confronted me so intimately. Only the strafing on the highway above prevented me from instantly fleeing from the drainage ditch. Instead, I was forced to remain in this horrifying position, trying to stay motionless in order to avoid drawing fire. By now, the sound of the P-47 strafing had merged into the wider noise of combat. All along the highway, sharp firefights were erupting as GIs began encountering German troops in the undamaged portion of the enemy column. After about 5 or 10 minutes, my ears picked up the distinctive rumble of an approaching motorcycle coming from further down the highway. The sound of its engine grew louder and louder until the vehicle was passing almost directly above my location down in the ditch. Probably seeking to escape the area by weaving through the wreckage, this lone motorcyclist apparently had no idea a thunderbolt was still prowling above in search of new targets. The abrupt return of the plane, an instant later, spelled a certain doom for the German. A short burst of machine gun fire from the P-47 was followed by a deafening explosion just above me. Hunkered down in the drainage ditch, I felt a wave of intense heat and a sharp change in air pressure that stung my ears. Once the strafing finally ended a few minutes later, I cautiously raised myself up enough to peer out onto the highway. Just 10 feet away, a German soldier sat upright on his motorcycle, with his hands still clutching the handlebars. Caught in this riding position, the motorcycle's charred, still smoking body had literally been roasted in place, as if incinerated by a flamethrower. I could not be sure the cause of the explosion, but it seemed likely a bullet from the P-47 had penetrated the gas tank and ignited the fuel. This grotesque monument served as a further grim testament to the horror of war and the suddenness of death. While this gruesome image of the motorcyclist, as well as the ghastly screaming face of the soldier in the ditch, stood out for me among the enormous carnage on that highway, the whole terrible scene would remain indelibly etched into my mind. When I rejoined my squad a few minutes later, as it was growing dark, they were setting up our machine gun position among the trees of the Bois de Lanier, locating it within sight of the highway. At first, there was still some small arms fire in the vicinity as our troops continued to engage the dispersed and thoroughly disorganized German troops, but the shooting soon died down. Throughout a mostly quiet night, we remained alert, listening for the approach of enemy soldiers who wandered into the woods from the highway. As small groups of frightened and utterly dispirited Germans reached our position, we simply motioned them to toss their weapons into a pile and sit down. By night's end, our squad had taken 24 enemy prisoners. With nobody immediately available to accept custody of them, they sat and waited. However unfortunate their circumstances, they were just lucky to be alive. Around sunrise, the remaining German forces in our sector accepted a general capitulation, apparently oblivious to the fact that these thousands of troops confronted only a battalion-sized American force. To carry out this surrender, German officers were assigned the task of conducting their troops to the temporary prisoner of war pens in the rear of our battalion. Since the officers retained their sidearms until they reached the rear, it marked yet another lost opportunity for me to acquire a Luger pistol. Following that morning's surrender, our machine gun platoon spent the rest of September 4 helping the riflemen clear the Bois de Lanier of Germans who had not yet given up. The next day, H Company was relieved by another unit and shifted just across the Franco-Belgian border to the small community of Bonnet, Belgium, located about a mile and a half northeast of Cognies-Chaussée and a half-dozen miles south of Mons. Although we were still conducting patrols and operating roadblocks, the situation rapidly calmed down after the German surrender. Later, we learned our 2nd Battalion had captured more than 3,000 Germans during the engagement in the Bois de Lanier. As a whole, the 1st Infantry Division claimed several thousand prisoners, suffering only very slight casualties in the process. In the end, the wider Battle of Maubeuge-Mons achieved the destruction of almost 5 Wehrmacht divisions, troops Germany would not be able to use to man its Siegfried Line fortifications. Whatever challenge Germany's West Wall defenses might pose to our advance, our morale was sky high at the end of our week-long race across northeastern France and the total rout of the retreating enemy forces on the Franco-Belgian border. The surrender of thousands of German soldiers who had lost the will to fight reinforced our belief we were winning the war, further boosting our hopes that final victory might come by Christmas. Chapter 9. To the German Frontier, September 7 through 14, 1944. Crossing Belgium, September 7 through 12. After a couple of days spent regrouping and resupplying in the vicinity of Mons, Belgium, the Big Red One resumed the offensive on September 7, pivoting from its previous northeasterly route through France. The U.S. First Army 7 Corps now headed due east directly toward Aachen, the westernmost city in Germany. In this advance, our 1st Infantry Division would push forward on the northern left flank of the 7 Corps, while the 3rd Armored Division occupied the center, and the 9th Infantry Division proceeded on the southern right flank. As always, we knew nothing of the larger operational picture when H Company and the rest of the division's 16th Infantry Regiment set out aboard trucks for a long leap eastward through the Belgian cities of Charleroi and Namur toward the town of WWII. In each community along our route, the newly liberated citizens greeted us with the now familiar boisterous reception. In contrast with our prior experience, though, the Belgian crowds welcoming us also often included members of the local underground, anti-German resistant forces who had rarely been on hand during the liberation celebrations back in France. On finally reaching our destination just north of WWII, H Company took up a defensive position some 57 miles east-northeast of our jumping-off point back at Bonnet, south of Mons, with almost no German opposition to check our progress through Belgium. Logistical issues proved to be the biggest obstacle to our advance. Since the victory in Normandy, the speed of the Allied campaign and the ever-growing distance from the coastal ports had made it increasingly difficult to maintain a steady flow of supplies, particularly gasoline. When the fuel shortage reached a crisis at WWII, there was little for us to do but wait. Passing through the beautiful Belgian countryside on the way to WWII, we had been impressed with the neatly maintained farmhouses and barns and the carefully marked out property boundaries, features that had been less visible on French farms. Stables on these farms often housed huge Clydesdale-sized horses, which were considerably larger than the horses we had seen back in France. Many of the Belgian farms also contained large pens in which chickens foraged for food. At one such farm near our stopping point, the chickens were ranging quite far from the farmhouse. After many days of consuming regular army fare, an irrepressible urge for a hot chicken supper came over me. Spying a rather fat hen, I started chasing her around the yard, unprepared for the long pursuit that ensued. Squawking loudly and flapping her wings like a wounded goose, the hen repeatedly darted away. By the time she finally gave up, both of us were thoroughly winded and had our tongues hanging out. Soon after my successful capture of our squad supper, the first sergeant announced that Captain Irvine wanted to see me. Excited to have earned his notice, I anticipated a special assignment. Instead, the captain informed me that a local farmer had sought him out in his squad car, complaining a GI from our outfit had chased down and killed one of his prized chickens. The farmer's description of the chicken thief fit me to a T. My special assignment was to go see the farmer, apologize, and pay him $5 in U.S. currency for the hen. In truth, I felt a little ashamed about what I had done and was happy to make amends. Fortunately, the farmer was thrilled to receive American money as compensation. Pleased with the matter's positive resolution, Captain Irvine joined our squad for a hot chicken supper. By the end of our 3rd day at WWII, a prodigious effort had delivered us enough gasoline to enable another leap eastward. Setting out on September 10, our convoy soon passed through the Belgian city of Liège, where we received an especially rapturous reception. Welcoming crowds with faces radiating joy rushed into the street to kiss us and hang flower garlands around our necks. Women pushed forward to ply us with cookies and cakes. Along the street, small ensembles of musicians gathered spontaneously to offer instrumental accompaniment for the ongoing celebration. Other locals who lived in the buildings along the street were hanging out of 2nd and 3rd story windows, frantically waving Belgian and American flags. It was a wonderful time to be a soldier, but such warm welcomes were about to come to an end. Once past Liège, forces at the vanguard of our advance encountered the first German resistance since Mons. Though the enemy's defensive screen was rapidly pushed back, our easy drive to the east was over. Our company's new bivouac in the Belgian village of Les Bruyères lay some 25 miles east-northeast of our previous location at WWII, a mile or so south of the 16th Infantry Regiment's headquarters in the town of Herve, and 3.5 miles northeast of the 2nd Battalion's headquarters in the city of Verviers. More significantly, Les Bruyères was only 16 miles southwest of the center of Aachen and about 55 miles from the Rhine. This put us at the western boundary of New Germany, a disputed border region that lay between Belgium and Germany. Following Germany's victory in 1940, the Nazi regime had annexed this strip of land to the Reich Empire, a portion of which was former German territory that had been awarded to Belgium after World War I in the 1919 Treaty of Versailles. Just beyond this narrow strip of New Germany lay the Siegfried Line fortifications that ran along the pre-1940 Belgian-German border. Although the Wehrmacht lacked adequate troops to fully man its concrete pillboxes and other defenses, the Siegfried Line still posed a barrier to our advance into Germany. Even if it proved possible to breach the outer belt of the line along the border that protected the city of Aachen, the Scharnhorst Line, we would still have to deal with the main inner belt of Siegfried Line fortifications just east of Aachen, the Schill Line. Taking a German village, September 12. The 1st Infantry Division's probing attack through New Germany toward the Scharnhorst Line got underway on the morning of September 12, led by the 1st Battalion of the 16th Infantry Regiment on the right southern flank and 1 battalion of the 18th Infantry Regiment on the left northern flank. When this force ran into German opposition, our 2nd Battalion received orders to join the 16th Infantry Regiment's attack that afternoon. With the resumption of combat operations, H Company proceeded on foot from Les Bruyères, deployed for action. By this time, a new lieutenant had been put in charge of our 2nd Machine Gun Platoon. Called a damn Yankee by some of my fellow Southerners in H Company, this roughly 30-year-old Midwesterner had been assigned to replace Lieutenant Sutton just after our victory in Normandy. Rather than identify our platoon's new commanding officer by name, I will hereafter refer to him as Lieutenant Yankee. In general, we considered our junior officers and NCOs to be capable leaders who commanded our respect. In command, these junior officers and sergeants were right up front with us, getting killed and wounded, suffering about as high a casualty rate as we did in the enlisted ranks. But this high regard for our junior officers did not extend to Lieutenant Yankee. From the moment he took command of our platoon, we knew it portended nothing good for us. Perhaps Lieutenant Yankee's poor reputation was partly due to his lack of military bearing. Short in stature, he was regularly unshaven and unkempt, an impression reinforced by the frequent presence of straw in the netting of his helmet. Because the lieutenant carried all kinds of non-essential items in his overstuffed backpack, a lot more than any GI needed, he bore the look of a pack rat, reinforcing his shabby, unsoldierly appearance. Far more concerning was Lieutenant Yankee's recklessness. The field telephone was normally carried by an enlisted man in our platoon, but the lieutenant decided to carry the phone himself. He then turned it off to avoid receiving Captain Irvine's instructions so that he could act as he wished, displaying his insubordinate attitude toward his superiors. This lack of respect for authority was especially dangerous since the lieutenant lacked sound tactical judgment, which he exhibited in his ill-judged placement of our machine guns and in other ways. With his obvious lack of fitness for command, it was a great mystery to us how such a jackass had ever become an officer. Given our deep mistrust of Lieutenant Yankee, I immediately experienced a sense of foreboding when he called me over to his jeep a short time after we had set out on foot from Les Bruyères. "Andrews, get in the jeep. We're going to take a town," he ordered. "Don't we need a platoon to take a town, sir?" I protested, wondering what crazy scheme he had concocted. "No, you and I will be all right," he responded without explaining his plans. While his reassurance did little to diminish my unease, I had no choice but to climb into the Jeep's passenger seat and hope for the best. After traveling down the road for some distance without encountering either German or American troops, we entered a small German farming village and drove to the central square, stopping at the foot of a set of stairs that led up to a large stone monument commemorating the soldiers killed in World War I. Grabbing a carbine from the back of the Jeep, the lieutenant handed it to me. "You get out and sit on those steps with your carbine. I'll be back soon." "Well, what are you going to do?" I anxiously inquired. "I'm going back and check my map, and I'm bringing up the rest of the platoon," he answered. I was not at all thrilled with his plan to leave me behind. When the lieutenant sped off, a wave of apprehension passed through me as I pondered waiting alone for the arrival of the rest of my unit. Still, for the moment, I did not particularly sense I was in any danger, as the village appeared to be completely deserted. Not even a stray dog was in sight. As my eyes wandered across the buildings around the square in search of some sign of the community's inhabitants, a small face appeared in a basement window of one of the homes. After we had gazed at each other for a long moment, another face popped up behind the same window. A minute later, yet another face showed up in a different window of the home. Only then did I realize these faces belonged to children. Our staring contest went on for a long time. Setting my carbine aside, I began smiling and waving at the children. After a couple more minutes, I gestured to the kids to come outside. Perhaps feeling afraid, the children ducked out of sight, but their faces soon reappeared. Finally, the basement door of the house opened. 3 little kids stepped outside, clinging to each other for mutual security. Their curiosity about this foreign stranger was clearly in close competition with their trepidation. As these 3 children stood there, studying me with wide eyes, several more kids emerged from other homes around the square, all of them ranging from about 5 to 7 years in age. After looking at each other and at me, the small crowd of children collectively started toward me, advancing right up to the bottom of the stairs where I sat. "Guten Tag," I said in my best German, offering my warmest smile. Uncertain grins appeared in response. "Kommen Sie her," I invited, patting the steps beside me. Growing a bit more confident, the children congregated around me in a small semicircle at the foot of the stairs. "Was ist dein Name?" I inquired in my rudimentary German, nodding my head toward one of the boys. "Heinz," he shyly replied. "What ist dein name?" I asked another boy. "Henri." The first thing I knew, the boys and girls were coming up the steps. Claiming seats around me, they packed in tightly. One little girl boldly plopped down in my lap, announcing that her name was Heidi. Smiling ear to ear, the other children began telling me their names and talking all at once. Children are the same everywhere, I mused, wishing I had a pocket full of candy to pass out. It is hard to express how deeply moving it was to have these German kids around me after months of fighting German soldiers. Within 10 minutes, their parents and the other adult residents of the village started to filter into the square. Soon, a group of 24 or more people had gathered around me, comprised mostly of elderly men and women, a few younger females, and the children. While my very limited German made real communication impossible, everyone was trying to engage me in friendly conversation and ask me questions. At that moment, my eyes caught sight of a wire protruding out of the ground, abruptly jolting me out of my carefree mood. Fearful that it was some type of explosive device, I panicked and yelled, "Look out! Look out! Look out!" Though no one in the crowd understood me, they all comprehended that there was some sort of danger. Tension filled the air. Then one elderly man casually reached down and pulled up the wire. Nothing happened. Everyone laughed and I shouted, "Boom!" "Nine, nine, nine!" the crowd lightheartedly responded. With the cordial atmosphere restored, our muddled babble of words and gestures resumed. Several of these men seemed to be trying to tell me their sons were also soldiers. After perhaps half an hour, someone thoughtfully brought me a glass of water, which I gladly drank. While I was thoroughly enjoying myself, my inability to speak German was immensely frustrating. I knew if we could really talk with each other about our lives, we could make a deeper connection. The people of this village were the salt of the earth, just like the good folks of Signal Mountain were where I had grown up. About 3 hours after he had dropped me off, Lieutenant Yankee reappeared motoring up to our little assembly at the War Monument in a column of 3 jeeps filled with men from my platoon. "I see you've taken the town," he observed in a congratulatory tone. "I sure have, and I love all these people," I announced. "What are you talking about?" he objected, apparently unable to view the Germans as anything other than the enemy. "I love these people," I declared, meaning every word. "Andrews, you're a case, boy. Get in the jeep." As we departed the village to continue our advance, the residents were waving me goodbye like I was an old friend. It was a heartwarming scene, a remarkable moment, made all the more powerful because it took place amid the war's brutality, death, and tragedy. My Christian faith and German heritage had given me a different attitude toward German people than that held by most of my buddies, but my encounter with these friendly German villagers had firmly cemented my belief people everywhere are pretty much alike if they are free. Tragically, much of the German population had fallen under Hitler's spell, forging a bond that had yet to be broken. Driven by an evil ideology, the Nazis had led Germany into its ruthless attempt to conquer and enslave Europe. While I loathed the Nazi dictatorship and its teachings, I never felt hatred toward individual Germans or the German people as a whole. Misled into disaster, September 12. Advancing on foot late that same afternoon, our 2 machine gun platoons came to the edge of a wood where Captain Irvine ordered a halt. Beyond the line of trees lay a wide pasture, and past that, a farm at the outskirts of a village. Arriving at this spot near Schmalgraf, in New Germany, we were now roughly 10 miles east-northeast of our jumping-off point at La Bruyères, and just over a half-dozen miles south-southwest of the center of Aachen. By this time, those of us who had joined H Company back in England had seen plenty of our company commander in action, a gutsy officer who always led from the front. Captain Robert Irvine was well regarded by everyone and had a good working relationship with the other officers in our unit. However, it was apparent to us that the captain may have shared some of our misgivings about Lieutenant Yankee as he issued instructions to our 2 platoons. "Okay, guys, now listen up. I'm going to take the 1st machine gun platoon across this open field to that farm and reconnoiter the area. The enemy's observers are going to see us, so don't you all follow till I radio back to you," Irvine ordered, looking directly at Lieutenant Yankee as he spoke. While the captain's scouting party stood a fair chance of making it across the meadow without drawing the enemy's fire, he knew their arrival at the farm would make the Germans aware of their presence. Once alerted, the enemy's forward observers would be primed to target any further movement across the field with their artillery. Until Irvine notified us of the withdrawal of the German rearguard, it would be too risky for the rest of us to follow him to the farm. His orders delivered, the captain headed off with more than a dozen guys from the 1st machine gun platoon, leaving behind about 24 of us, mostly men from my 2nd machine gun platoon. After 15 minutes with no word from the captain, Lieutenant Yankee became visibly agitated, obviously chomping at the bit to get into action. "Come on, let's go," he finally declared, too impatient to wait any longer. All of us knew the captain had still not radioed back on the field telephone to authorize our advance, but it fell to an NCO to point this out. "The captain hasn't called us yet," Sergeant Carter objected. "That's all right. I'm saying let's go," Lieutenant Yankee responded. While he was blatantly disregarding the captain's explicit orders, we had no way to challenge his decision. He was now in command, and orders were orders. Leaving our concealed position in the woods, all 24 of us set off at a trot across a flat pasture in which a few cows were grazing. Although the farm lay only a couple of hundred yards away, Everyone knew we stood little chance of making it safely across the field if the enemy's forward observers spotted our movement. Yet, despite my desperation to get to the farm, the weight of the tripod on my shoulders prevented me from proceeding with any real speed. At each stride, my pace grew slower as my load seemed to grow heavier. Less than halfway across the field, my legs involuntarily slowed to a walk. With sweat from the exertion stinging my eyes like some kind of acid, I glanced around me and discovered the other guys had quit running too. After expending all the energy we had, a passive resignation had set in. To hell with it, we're just gonna walk. We can't run any farther, seemed to be our shared attitude. Not for the first time, war felt like a game of chance. Your fate is not in your hands, so you almost become indifferent. Once fired, bullets and shells inflict injury and death with a random mindlessness. If your name is on one, you will get it. If not, you will survive. As our party reached the middle of the pasture 100 yards from the farm, an eerie silence fell over the whole area. A quiet broken only by our heavy footfalls, deep breathing, and racing heartbeats. At that moment, when we were most vulnerable, the faint boom of artillery resounded from somewhere ahead of us. Throwing myself flat against the ground, I pressed my body into the spongy earth as my ears tracked the spine-chilling whine of the incoming shells. The few seconds that elapsed between the firing of the artillery rounds and their arrival were agonizing. Almost simultaneously, 3 shells detonated 20 yards away from me, their explosions hurling jagged shards of lethal shrapnel through the air in every direction. In the ensuing moment, I wondered whether any of my buddies had been killed. Even if we had all survived the first volley, I knew the German artillery had now zeroed in on us. We were not safe yet. Less than a minute later, the German guns boomed another 3 times. A salvo I heard and felt as the ground trembled under me. Once more, incoming rounds whistled toward us for terrifyingly long seconds. Even with my body pressed deeply into the soft surface of the field, death seemed imminent. Please God, cause that artillery crew to stop firing, I prayed aloud. With tremendous force, the 3 shells exploded only 10 yards away. The enemy artillery fire then ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Sensing it was over, we rose to our feet and headed toward the farm at as fast a pace as we could manage. During our trek across the field, the initial euphoria we felt at our own survival soon turned to sorrow. Of the 24 of us who had departed the woods, 3 men had been killed. Though I did not know any of them well, 2 were from my section of our platoon. Based on the short duration of the enemy's artillery fire, it was painfully clear to us the German rearguard had just fired off a few parting rounds to hold us back as they completed their retreat from the farm. If we had only waited in the woods another 5 minutes, the Germans would have finished pulling out, and Captain Irvine would have signaled that it was safe for us to advance. Instead, 3 of our buddies lay dead because of Lieutenant Yankee's impatience. The fury we felt toward this incompetent officer for his rash decision to lead us into the open field against orders was beyond words. After we reached the farm, Captain Irvine rebuked the lieutenant for disobeying orders, but it fell to my buddy Wayne Newsome to give him the chewing out he truly deserved. Seeing with grief and rage over a friend he had just lost in the field, Newsome stomped right up to the lieutenant. With the rest of our squad standing behind him, Newsome got up in the officer's face and proceeded to cuss him out in some of the most crude and abusive language I had ever heard. "Why the hell did you take us into that open field against the captain's orders, you worthless son of a bitch?" Newsome exploded. Staring blankly at his accuser, the lieutenant remained mute. For a moment, I really thought that Newsome might shoot him then and there. A brief pause ensued as Newsome seemed to be weighing his final words. "You'd better keep a sharp eye out over your shoulder. One of these days, one of us might put a bullet through your no-good ass," he warned. Lieutenant Yankee never said a word. Though it was probably a court-martial offense for an enlisted man to direct that kind of language toward an officer, the lieutenant knew what he had done was utterly indefensible. Even if I would never have threatened an officer, I felt no sympathy for him. His impulsive disobedience to the captain's orders had gotten good men killed. A long night, September 12 and 13. With our objectives secured and dusk now falling, we halted at the farm for the evening. After supper, Captain Irvine instructed 15 of us to find a place to sleep in a one-story cinder block cattle barn located on the edge of the property. On entering the barn, Sergeant Carter proclaimed his satisfaction with our accommodations. He particularly appreciated the foot-thick layer of fresh straw on the floor, which promised our most comfortable night's rest in weeks. Stripping off our battle jackets, ammo belts, grenades, and boots, and stacking our weapons in the corner, all of us quickly settled down to sleep. Despite the emotional burden of the loss of our buddies, sheer exhaustion caused everyone to drop off into a deep slumber almost instantly. Before I drifted off, my attention was drawn to the barn's lone kerosene lamp. Sitting atop a small barrel in the corner next to the spot where I had bedded down, the lamp still blazed brightly, emitting a thick, smelly smoke. Fearing a stray spark could ignite the straw, I decided to lower the flame in the lamp before going to sleep. As I reduced the length of the burning wick exposed to oxygen, I expected the flame to diminish or be snuffed out. Instead, the flame followed the wick down into the lamp's small glass reservoir that stored the kerosene. A split second after a barely audible pop, the glass reservoir shattered, showering burning oil onto the surrounding straw. In a flash, the flames began fanning across the barn's floor in a widening arc. "Fire!" I blurted automatically. Instantly, the other guys came awake, though still in a confused, drowsy stupor. They all instinctively grabbed their weapons before stumbling after me toward the door in a panicked haste. All of us managed to make it outside without injury, but the flames were hard on our heels. Gathering a dozen or so yards from the barn, we watched as the fire blazed up into a real inferno, causing our rifle bullets inside to begin going off like popcorn. Everyone just stood there with mystified expressions on their faces. Only a couple had retrieved their boots, so most were dressed only in their shirt, pants, and socks. Nobody had their battle jackets or their helmets, and no one had managed to get any sleep. We were a sorry sight. At that moment, Henry Spahn, a member of the other gun squad in our section, realized he had forgotten something more valuable than his boots. "Hey, I left my billfold in there, and I got $500 in it. Someone give me a gas mask," he urgently pleaded. Even though that amount of money represented a small fortune, the rest of us thought Spahn was nuts to go back into the burning barn. Nonetheless, one fellow who always carried his gas mask handed it over to Spahn. Yanking the gas mask down over his face, Spahn darted back through the door into the blaze. With all of us fearing that one of the grenades left inside would go off at any second, tense seconds ticked by. Just when it seemed he was not going to make it back out alive, Spahn bolted out of the barn, clenching his prized billfold. As we applauded his dramatic escape, he collapsed to the ground on his hands and knees. Gulping in fresh air, he coughed harshly, trying to clear out the smoke that had entered his lungs as a result of the poorly fitted gas mask he had hastily donned. Spahn got out just in time. At almost the same moment he exited the barn, the grenades inside began to detonate, forcing us to move further away from the structure. Meanwhile, the men around me began wondering aloud how far away the Germans were and whether they might mount a counterattack. With the blaze now lighting up the night sky, Captain Irvine suddenly appeared from out of nowhere with a puzzled, exasperated look on his face. "This is the most amazing thing that I've ever seen," he announced despondently as he shook his head in disbelief. "How the hell did this happen?" The captain asked no one in particular as he gestured toward the fire. "Somebody tell me how this happened," he demanded. Nobody spoke. Every GI's face bore a grave expression. How the hell could this tragedy happen and no one know a damn thing about it? Irvine angrily repeated. Andrews, you're the only one wearing a jacket. What the hell happened? Sir, I think an oil lamp was accidentally turned over, I explained, not wanting to admit my culpability unless the captain asked me a direct question. Shit, was all Captain Irvine could say on hearing my explanation. Speaking into his field telephone, the captain began requisitioning a long list of items to replace the gear we had lost. I want 15 pairs of boots, 15 battle jackets, 15 helmets, and a crate full of grenades. A momentary silence ensued as the captain listened to someone's response on the other end. What? I don't give a damn what size, just get him up here in a hurry, he roared into the mouthpiece. Despite the circumstances, it was impossible for us not to chuckle at the captain's exchange with the quartermaster. It was even more amusing when we later tried to sort out the boots according to foot size. Many of the guys had to take a pair that did not fit well and would be limping around for a while. As the captain turned to get into his Jeep, I overheard him muttering, "How the hell could such a disaster happen and nobody know a damn thing about it?" Observing the captain's agitation, I decided it was wiser to say nothing else. After his departure, all of us claimed a spot on the ground to sleep, but no one got the comfortable night's rest that had been anticipated. Nazi desperation, September 13. During our company's advance to Schmalgraf on September 12, the probing attack into New Germany by the 1st Army 7 Corps had managed to reach the Siegfried Line's outer Scharnhorst Line fortifications running along the pre-1940 Belgian-German frontier. On September 13, the push up to the Scharnhorst Line resumed with the 16th Infantry's 2nd and 3rd Battalions, assigned to the northern flank of the 3rd Armored Division. As part of this larger operation, our 1st and 2nd machine gun platoons moved out of Schmalgraf in support of the 2nd Battalion's E and F companies early that morning. A little later that day, as the GIs at the front of our column were coming over the crest of a low hill, heavy machine gun fire suddenly erupted, sweeping back and forth across the road. Forced to pull back behind the hill, we searched the thick brush ahead for the source of the enemy fire, but it took some time before we pinpointed the location of the German machine gun emplacement. Waving me over, Captain Irvine explained the plan to deal with it. Andrews, why don't you go around there through the woods and put a grenade in that machine gun nest, he directed in what sounded as much a suggestion as an order. Proud of my selection for the assignment, I enthusiastically set out through the dense surrounding woods. Making a wide loop, I reached a spot on the right rear flank of the German machine gun position about 15 minutes later. As I stealthily crept forward through the brush in a low crouch, the machine gun was steadily rattling away. But the weapon and the gun crew were hidden from my view by dirt piled up around the gun emplacement. When I had come within 10 yards of the machine gun nest, as close as I dared, I grabbed a grenade from my belt. Just as I cocked my arm and hooked my finger in the ring to pull the pin, the gunfire abruptly ceased. For a split second, a wave of fear raced through me, as I thought the gun crew had heard me. Then strangely, the unmistakable sound of children crying reached my ears, though it was hard for me to determine its origin. Keeping my grenade at the ready, I crept a few feet closer. As I approached the gun emplacement, it became clear the crying was coming from down inside the hole. Moving up to the edge of the position, I reached a spot where it was just possible for me to peer down over the rim into the 4-foot-deep dugout. To my utter astonishment, 3 young German boys sat at the bottom whimpering. Outfitted in military-type uniforms, with the Hitler-Jugend Hitler Youth insignia, they were tugging up and down on a rope that was rigged to the machine gun through a pulley system. As they yanked on the rope, the now empty gun repeatedly swiveled from left to right on its pivot. Shuddering with horror, I realized that only the timely exhaustion of the weapon's ammo had prevented me from killing these children with my grenade. When the boys noticed me gazing down at them, a look of sheer terror came over their faces. Overwhelmed with compassion, I knew I had to get the kids to safety. Jumping into the hole, I tried to calm them and win their trust. "Was ist dein name?" I asked, speaking to each boy in a gentle tone. "Henrik," one boy responded, choking back his tears. "Hans," said another, drawing courage from the first. The third kid remained too scared to speak. With only a single stick of chewing gum to offer, I tore it into 3 parts and presented each boy a little piece. Immediately, smiles lit up their faces, and the tension lessened. When the other men from H Company reached the gun emplacement after I had signaled them it was safe to come forward, I handed the kids up to them one by one and then climbed out of that awful hole. Over the next few minutes, a German-speaking member of our company interviewed the boys, translating for the rest of us. The kids told us they were all 7 years old and lived nearby. Someone in authority had recruited them for this assignment, ordering them to keep the machine guns' fire sweeping back and forth on the road as soon as enemy forces appeared. How could anybody do this? How could children be trained to do this? I angrily demanded. The rest of the guys were just as incredulous and disgusted. It was simply incomprehensible to us that even the most desperate enemy would cowardly sacrifice the lives of innocent young children to cover their own retreat. The heartless exploitation of these boys did not make me hate the German people, but it did fuel my loathing of the Nazis. They had created a truly wicked regime that lacked any semblance of morality or humanity. A short time later, a local German civilian was brought to the scene. Captain Irvine asked the man to take the children to Bürgermeister, the mayor of the nearest village. Later, I heard that the Bürgermeister immediately recognized the boys and returned them to their parents. My encounter with these boy soldiers profoundly touched my heart, even more than my visit with the German children the previous day. Together, these 2 incidents had a lasting impact on my life, reinforcing my long-held inclination to devote my life to Christian ministry. They helped me clarify how I wanted to serve. Not long afterward, I wrote a letter to the East Tennessee Presbytery of the Presbyterian Church, informing them of my intention to pursue a career as a Christian youth director when I returned home. Having witnessed the terrible consequences of the Nazis preaching hate and violence to children, I wanted to dedicate my life to working with youths and teaching Christian values of love and kindness if I survived the war. A new hunting rifle, September 13. By the afternoon of September 13, our 16th Infantry Regiment had pushed through the enemy's roadblocks and delaying actions and was approaching the Scharnhorst line near the small town of Steinkal. Located just south of a major German Autobahn highway, Steinkal was only 4 or 5 miles east of our previous position near Schmalgraf and 5 miles south of the center of Aachen. Our intelligence informed us a unit of the notorious SS, Schutzstaffel, had pulled out just ahead of our arrival after having been stationed in the area for about a year. Since the SS contained the most hardcore Nazi troops, our company commander suspected local German civilians might be particularly sympathetic to the Nazis and could present a security threat to any American forces occupying Steinkal. When we reached the center of town, an American officer climbed up on a monument to issue an announcement through a megaphone. Speaking in German, he ordered the citizenry to come to the town's main square and surrender all of their firearms, knives, swords, and cameras. Obediently complying, the townspeople soon queued up to turn over their prescribed items. Observing the process from across the square, a group of us commented on their surrender on a large number of magnificent hunting rifles, some with polished stocks, crafted from a beautiful maple wood. Once the collection of contraband items was completed, a couple of GIs started smashing the weapons and cameras and tossing their remnants into a pile. When done, they doused everything with gasoline and ignited the scrap heap. Just as I was reflecting that all of this destruction seemed a bit of a waste, a middle-aged German man furtively sidled over next to me, carrying a long object at his side that was concealed with rags. "Would you happen to be a sportsman?" he inquired in flawless English. "I sure am," I replied, my curiosity aroused. The man proceeded to remove the rags to unveil a beautiful rifle. "This is a custom-built rifle that I had made for myself," he informed me. "Its specifications are according to what I wanted. It's a double-barreled rifle and very rare, and I want you to have it if you will take it. I don't want them to tear it up," he explained as he handed the weapon over to me. "Well, I do, thank you," I responded. Not knowing what else to say, I shook his hand. A big tear rolled down from the man's eye before he walked off. After he departed, some of the guys standing nearby came over to inspect the .30-30 rifle. They urged me to dismantle the weapon and carry it back home with me after the war, arguing it would not make it back if I shipped it by mail. GIs could mail items at no cost, but I did wonder whether such a beautiful rifle would make it all the way back to Tennessee. Weapons sent by mail might be confiscated by the Army as contraband, or stolen by an unscrupulous worker in the Postal Service. On the other hand, I expected the rifle would likely be damaged or lost if I kept it with me, so mailing it seemed to be the better option. Entering a partially destroyed home nearby, I swiped a tablecloth from the dining room. After disassembling the rifle into 3 pieces, I wrapped them in the tablecloth and secured the bundle with a rope. After writing my name and home address on the oversized parcel, I dropped it in our company's outgoing mail, hoping that the postal workers would respect a foot soldier's effort to send a fine war trophy back home. By the end of September 13, our forces were in position to support an attack on the first belt of the Siegfried Line fortifications the following day. Whatever happened there, we were already beginning to sense the Wehrmacht was not close to giving up, and the war was not close to ending. In defending the home soil of their fatherland, the Germans would mount a desperate fight, making us pay dearly for every foot of ground. Chapter 10. The Stahlberg Corridor, September 14 through 23, 1944. Across the Dragon's Teeth, September 14. After spending the night in a basement in Steinkohl, our squad used the first half of September 14 to clean and check our equipment for the next operation. In the middle of that afternoon, we set out from the town on foot under overcast skies, with H Company's 2 machine gun platoons operating in support of the 2nd Battalion's E and F companies. Together with the other 2 battalions of the 16th Infantry Regiment, our immediate assignment was to support the 3rd Armored Division's assault against the Scharnhorst Line, the outer belt of the Siegfried Line's network of defenses. While knowing nothing beyond our current objective, our mission was one small element of a larger military plan. Once the Scharnhorst Line was breached, 7 Corps would enter the Stahlberg Corridor, starting south of Aachen and running northeast through Brent toward the industrial town of Stahlberg. This narrow strip of land was mostly free of the dense forest and other natural obstacles which existed elsewhere in this region of Germany. Though several small communities were located inside the Stahlberg Corridor, it presented the best route for our advance. Rather than aiming for the immediate capture of Aachen, the operation's primary objective